A recap of last week. We have to highlight the top 3 interesting matches that happened in Week 5. First, Team SMG's winning streak after the meta change. It was such a surprise that they defeated Geek on the first day of Week 5, and now they are at the top 5 in the standings. Congratulations to Rin, because he secured all matches as the MVP.
Next up, we have Esports SG versus Geek. It's also one of the matches that we have to highlight. Week number 5 is currently a losing streak week for Geek, as in this match we saw an outstanding performance from Esports SG Pokemon, who played Khalid so well that he proved he is a better Khalid user than anyone else in the league. Third point we will also like to highlight is TODAK, our Malaysia pride, as they are still undefeatable in the league. Even the Titans of Singapore, Resurgence, lost to them too. They have 2 more matches left. Can they secure their undefeatable Titans in the regular season?
Enough with last week's highlights. Now, let's look at the standings. As we mentioned earlier, TODAK, which has never been defeated, is now at first place, followed by Resurgence and Red Reborn. 4th and 5th place, we have Esports SG and Team SMG, followed by Orange Lourve Esports and Geek dropped to 7th place. At the bottom 3, we have Divinity Esports, Team Boskur, and Forsaken.
And today, the last week of MPL Season 6, we will have TODAK versus SMG and Orange Lourve Esports versus Geek. Hey, folks, welcome back to another round of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. I'm Lando Zanois, Yololi, joining me today on this final week, on this last run. It's going to be my boy, Geek.
And remember, this entire thing has been brought to you by Moonstone, as well as our official digital telco, UDO, and our official digital media partner, IGN. So check both of them out, just in case you weren't sure, to keep up to date with the MPL. And also, don't forget to follow the socials as well, Facebook as well as Instagram, as MPL has both of them. One, MPL-MY SG, and the other one, I cannot remember where the dot is supposed to be exactly. Remind me where it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, the social media tag for the Instagram is going to be at mpl.mysg.official. At the same time, you can also find us on Astro Arena and EGG Network. So pretty interesting stuff, but most importantly, first things first, before we talk about anything else, you want to hook up with me right now?
With UDO?
Yeah, with UDO, because if you hook up with UDO right now, you get a free 5 GB data upgrade, and that's pretty sick. Anything else that UDO is going to be providing for us?
Well, they've got the widest 4G coverage around the country, so it's something that you guys probably are going to be considering about, whether you're going to be in your bedroom or in the bathroom. UDO has got you covered. But let's look over today, because we've got a pretty exciting week ahead of us for this weekend, especially week number 5, and this is kind of where we were talking about, in week 3 itself, like, oh, these teams really need to buckle up for that final week, and this is it.
A lot of things to buckle down, but remember, this is the week. Any teams that's currently top still, they will be able to solidify themselves, but except the bottom 3. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is today's schedule, and we're starting it off with Team SMG versus TODAK, and the last BO3 of the day will be Orange Lourve Esports versus Geek. Now, Geek wasn't really having a great time during the last week, especially the second last week of the regular season. What do you think about this week, though?
Well, I do think that Geek is just their overall great quality team, but Orange Lourve Esports, I mean, these guys have definitely been taking their time to really start fixing their fundamental issues. And now with the meta change, it kind of evens out the playing field a lot more for a lot of these teams. But the one that's coming up and I'm most excited for, SMG versus TODAK here, because SMG looking like they are on fire with a lot of momentum coming in from last week.
I mean, definitely for sure. We're talking about Tigers here, constantly on the hunt here, and never going to be stopping as well. So really great stuff. And we were also mentioning all the way from week number 1 that Team SMG's current lineup is looking very solid compared to the last previous season. Although, yeah, they didn't really have the best start early on, but either way, they're looking pretty good. But either way, let's bring up the standings here as we quickly talk about the rundown of who is currently top dog. And top dog is, of course, going to be Team TODAK, who has not lost a single match at all, taking the top spot of 9 points, followed by Resurgence, Red Ribbon, Esports SG as your top 4 here.
Yeah, and you know, TODAK, surprisingly enough, this could be their week to really settle and solidify their position as by far the best the best team coming out of the regular season. Starting, I mean, so far it's so good, 7-0, nobody has taken them down. Team SMG, on the other hand, has climbed up all the way from initially where they started from the 8th place at the beginning of the weeks, now all the way back up to 5th, so it's looking good, and they're coming off a really hot week as well. Team SMG might actually have an opportunity to take down or at least sully, really ruin and dirty up that win rate.
Definitely for sure. But either way, even if Team SMG were to lose 2-0 against TODAK today, it wouldn't hurt their positioning too much because they are pretty much ahead in the rest compared to the rest of the team here.
Yeah, and it's looking good. I mean, the win rate's looking great. That match win rate is looking phenomenal. Their overall games wins and losses is just looking better than literally everybody else in the league. It only gets better for them with each passing day. The question is whether or not they're standing, especially when they're going to be seated in that upper bracket. Is that going to be enough when it comes down to the playoffs where none of these scores are going to matter?
That is very true. But then again, coming back to regular season though, Gideon, the bottom 3 here. Okay, not bottom 3, or in this case, Divinity and Team Bosco.
Yeah.
Even scores here, and sadly, only one of these 2 teams will be going on towards the playoffs here. Forsaken, unfortunately, the score is a little bit too high. Or too low in this case.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, during week 4 itself, they were really struggling to get those points, and by far, they're not going to be able to get into the playoffs this time around, which is okay. You know, they are a new team, so it's definitely something that we can accept for sure. And I hope to see them next season as well, looking real great as ever. But I want to see them at least get a win or at least finish strong.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. And of course, we saw a couple of times. Sure, the earlier parts of the regular season was very shaky for Forsaken.
Yeah.
But after that, they got better. They trained, they researched, they learned. Although yes, I love how if I recall, it was one of the teams from Divinity. He actually mentioned in an interview that we weren't researching, we were just stealing strats, we were stealing skills, right? So same goes for Forsaken. They were also stealing skills. They made it their own, and they got a little bit better. But sadly, the rest of the team just stepped up because this is literally the last week of the closing week.
I mean, honestly, had this patch come up much sooner, at least, you know, around week 3 itself, I think, you know, maybe Forsaken might have had a chance to kind of even out the playing field, because then it's anybody's ball game. It's who does more research and who implements more strategies better than your opponents. They could have been able to make it through, but yeah, it's tough. It's a tough sell. It's a really tough sell. But focusing on today's games, TODAK here, what are the odds for you personally between SMG and TODAK?
Ooh, man, I love an underdog story, so...
Oh, okay, all right. You don't need to see anymore.
No bets, no gambles, okay?
I almost got you there.
Almost got me there. I do not want the... By the way, guys, if a bet were to go down, I would have like a tramp stamp behind me. Same goes for you, right?
I don't know. We'll see the odds. I mean, if the odds were looking pretty good, I probably would have made you do the 100 push-ups just like Icy Baby 1-2 had to do, because that was funny. That was really funny. Yeah. But let's check it out for both of these teams through this video. Make sure you are sticking around because this is going to be an interesting one as this is the final week. So have a look.
Telah pun dibuka oleh Jiku dan KZP telah pun mau buka high loss, buka highway.
Pathway dan kita tengok tadi KZP dapat sustain begitu lama tapi damage yang dikeluarkan ahli pasukannya tidak cukup. Blazing duet daripada MY4 itu pun tidak cukup. 3 daripada dia telah pun terkorban. Jiku berganas berjaya mendapatkan double kill dan inilah dia Kristen berjaya dihancurkan. Tinggi perbezaannya. Sekarang ini turret di bahagian bawah diberikan tumpuan. WSD cuba menggunakan skill untuk menghabiskan minion dengan sangat cepat. Ini dia begitu besar, yang begitu tinggi, meletup-letup. MSW mati di situ, battle jadi pun. Perbezaan playoff dengan regular season boleh dikatakan kita dekat regular season kita dah lawan semua tim. So bila kat playoff tu kita ready je lah apa yang dia nak bawa. So kita analisis lah diorang punya segi hero, segi strategi. So bila kita main ke playoff kita dah tahu dah apa yang diorang nak buat.
Perbezaan persediaan dalam regular season dengan playoff sangatlah beza, sangat besar beza dia. Sebab dekat playoff ni kita kena lebih work hard untuk mendapatkan sesuatu yang baru. Supaya dengan sesuatu yang baru tu kita boleh membawa ke title champion.
TODAK top 3 dekat regular season dan confirm upper bracket dekat playoff. So saya happy lah and insyaAllah kita akan jadi champion di sini.
我们现在在中间啦，可是我们想要努一点去 upper bracket，这样才比较容易嘛。接下来这2场里面，我们会拿出更好的成绩。
Kita orang akan jumpa SMG dan kita orang takkan bagi peluang lah dekat SMG walaupun kita orang dah top 3.
Dengan remaining game yang kita orang ada ni lagi 2 je. Kita orang punya preparation, kita orang akan gegarkan kita orang punya momentum dan mental supaya tidak terlalu koyak dan tidak terlalu santai. Supaya kita akan dapat upper bracket.
Makna kemenangan MPL season ke-6 ni kita orang ni lah nak buktikan dekat haters yang kita orang bukan one season wonder yang kita orang boleh buat. So kita orang dah buktikan lah kat diorang yang kita orang memang betul-betul boleh buat. Cuma kita orang just lambat nak adapt sikit.
Makna menjuarai MPL season 6 bagi saya adalah benda ni akan unlock saya punya achievement daripada awal saya bermain Mobile Legends. Team SMG, bang bang!
Team TODAK, #langgar.
Man, a lot of them, but first things first, super cringe.
But, well, I mean, what can I really say? These teams are looking really prepared.
Right.
These teams are looking much better than they did in week 1 itself. So I'm very excited. And they brought up some really good points about the playoffs because
Yes.
there's going to be a lot of time between the regular season and the playoffs. And in that time, you're going to have to be working 3 times, 4 times, 5 times harder than everybody else.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your player profile line. And look at such an amazing graphics from the production team. But we're going to be starting from the right side here. It is going to be Team SMG with their amazing lineup for the side. We have Smooth, Sayajin, Zyme Senpoi, Goten, Long, and Ren. Now, we saw them, as I mentioned earlier before, as well, earlier in the first few weeks of the regular season was quite shaky for them, but after that they got better, they got stronger, especially with the new patch we saw for last week. Woo, man, they are popping it off for sure.
I mean, talking about the patch itself, I mean, a lot of these teams really needed to kind of just prepare themselves for what is to be expected and how this kind of changes the dynamic of the game. And Team
Yes.
SMG really took advantage of that,
Yeah.
using their preparedness to really stomp some of these teams. So I'm excited to see how now that, you know, the week, at least the week has gone by and it's looking much better. But their competitors aren't any slouches. With a 100% win rate, it's going to be TODAK here with their lineup of E1, Chiku, Moon, X-Ray, Formezi, and Stu.
Now, like, looking at the entire lineup as well, like, we saw, especially Stu in particular, who constantly is subbing once in a while. Although, yes, he is in the roster as a sub, it's going to be really excited to see how well Stu is going to be able to play inside this new patch. We saw him playing in the previous meta as well with this 1-3-1 hyper carry, but where does Stu currently stand inside this jungle meta? But although I am not really confident to say jungle meta either, because I'm like, hey, you know, jungle doesn't really give enough benefits to really dictate the role as a jungler just yet. But I love what Muntu is actually trying to do here, though.
I mean, they're steering into the direction of having, you know, a dedicated role for the jungle itself. Whether it's going to be enough power is going to be a completely different story, as we've seen many other different titles out there in their jungle roles itself. It is something very difficult to kind of, you know, maneuver and really design. So I'm excited to see what Muntun has in store for the role itself. But for now, we just have to take into consideration that, you know, the jungle still needs a little bit of lane farm to get into that pivotal moment where they can self-sustain.
Yeah, but self-sustain, man. I mean, we were like, or in particular, I was talking to Terrence and the rest of the cast as well last week, like, which hero can be considered on, what's the bare minimum of hero that can be considered a jungler who is able to sustain or not. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your player profile here for Team SMG. It's going to be Long, Rin, Zyme Senpoi, Sayajin, and Smooth with their most picked hero, along with the total KD with that hero. So, Interesting enough, sadly we only saw Lourve play Natalia in particular twice only, but we saw his true strength when he started going for the split pushing and being such a nuisance, making full quirks and kits of that hero.
Yeah, he really made sure that he was taking advantage of the movement speed and as well as just that great wave clear in general. I think the better thing to kind of highlight here is between Rin and Smooth and how that dynamic is going to work out, because traditionally Smooth would naturally, as the marksman, would take pretty much everything, all the buffs that he needed, all the turtle buffs, all the jungle camps, and now that there is a dedicated jungle role, that kind of changes up a little bit, where the first early few minutes is going to be Rin trying to be able to get those buffs depending on their composition before start giving the red buff over, in particular, over to their marksman, because again, red buff in general on marksmen are just nasty.
I mean, definitely for sure. If you guys are, if you're trying to understand like what Gideon and I talk about, actually now the new red buff actually gives attack speed bonus here. So pretty cool picked up for any marksman out there. I mean, including for the assassin or any other heroes in particular who requires that attack speed boost for themselves here. But anyway, moving on to the next team, we have the one and only Team TODAK here. We have Chiku, Stu, Moon, E1, and X-Ray with their most picked hero and total KDA. Now the thing is, right, really interesting fact as well. Like Chiku has always been known as an assassin carry, so the fact that he's actually has always able to adapt to himself towards a marksman role as well, playing Eastern Shift, trying to follow the meta, is really cool as well. And look at that KD, 36. 46. Definitely a significant number.
Yeah, some great numbers. But now this puts a big question on Moon. Is he going to be that regular support situation, or is he going into the jungle? So that's the thing. When you have a lot of carry potential players who are really, really good at their mechanics, who really know what they're doing, that's when you have that power struggle of like whether or not the composition needs to be designed around Chiku, or is it going to be designed around Moon through the jungle?
That's why it was very exciting for me to see Moon was actually playing the main carry role as not really a hyper carry, but carry mage inside the jungle as a jungle Harif. Honestly, I was actually off my seats because I'm like, hey, I mean, because his designated role wasn't really a mage support, has always been a mage carry.
Yep.
So now coming back to the fact where he can actually amplify his main role again as a carry, I think that's really amazing what this current meta is currently doing for Moon.
Well, I do think that it's going to unlock him a little bit more compared to like the previous seasons, especially with that amazing M1 performance that they had.
Yes.
Everyone just remembers it because Moon clearly was a step above a lot of these mid-mages and was hard carrying games to a certain point with Chiku along his side and his entire team. But now that the meta has changed once again, finally, arguably to his favor, I think the big question is whether or not, how far can he really expand this role? Can he really evolve the jungle role itself?
Whether expanding the role or not, I believe it still depends on that line composition in that jungle.
That's true.
For sure, because like even though you can have a mage carry, but if your opponent team has really a lot of early game aggression, then the jungle is going to be a really huge user. But either way, here's your team head-to-head for Team SMG and Team TODAK. Gideon, I'll give you the first honors. Who do you want to talk about first?
Well, we have to compare immediately both teams and where they're strongest and weakest at. As we can see, average kill participation is a little bit higher in Team SMG, but the biggest stat of difference is just that 79% first blood rate on the side of TODAK. So that's pretty nuts to have a 79% first blood rate in general.
I mean, that's because Team TODAK has always been a team that has always trying to go for that objective play. But remember, you also need to take into account of E1 as well, who's being very aggressive this season as well. So not only were they able to secure the first tower, which is, by the way, a 68%, literally 18% higher than Team SMG, but they're also with E1's aggressive plays and initiation pretty much sets up for a lot of great first blood and pickoffs here.
Yeah, but you can also check out like some comparable stats, like the first turret rate, 68% on the side of TODAK compared to 50%, a difference of 18% more likely that TODAK will be breaking your structures and sacrificing turtle in most cases. 1.6 average turtle per game to 1.8. That's a lot of objective gameplay coming out of TODAK in general. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play out a little bit more, and whether or not that the average kill participation is going to increase. Because 47 seems a little bit low for a team that's so high up in the standings.
I mean, that's because like a majority of their lineups and picks has always been those heroes like Kali that's literally
that's true.
Stay in the lane, right? Where Team SMG lineup has always been early game aggression, team fight. That's pretty much why we see always their kill participation is 51%, a little bit higher than TODAK, because they always love to play after that 4-minute marker, unless we have seen plays where they pick up the heal up for themselves, play a little bit more aggressive, but majority of the time has always been after the 4-minute marker.
Yeah. So what kind of heroes are you expecting to come out of this game from both SMG as well as TODAK here? Because we saw Rin playing just now, and that's a little bit tough. But let's have a look at the player heads to head. Before we go, it's going to be Zion Senpai as well as Moon, both in the support, but one in the mage support section.
Oh man, this is really interesting to talk about as well, like, because you must understand Zion Senpai, or in Team SMG in particular, majority of the heroes, they are mostly core players, but more towards the fighter roles here. So Zion Senpai, who's taking that one for the team, being the team player, decided to step up and play like, okay, I will try being a mage support at the same time. We also saw him playing a lot of tanks or fighter support, like the Jawhead, which has been absolutely excelling after KZP showcased it to everyone back in week number 3. So Zion Senpai, really interesting, the fact that he has trying out the mages, but if we're comparing between his mage compared to the Moon, then of course it cannot be compared at all.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you can see the KDA differentials here as 104 to 46. I mean, even though Moon does have more deaths, it's really arguable. The assists are generally very close margin to each other, just the 12 assist difference. Not too bad, but considering that, you know, SMG haven't played all of their games just yet.
Definitely for sure, and 104, that is a
right?
lot.
Oh man, it's tough. And average kill participation 78% to 62. I mean, there's definitely benefits to either side, because one is generating more gold for himself, while the other, you know, making sure that he's that dedicated support. So, you know, maybe that mage / support role, really, it's a little bit more all-encompassing than what most people think.
I mean, definitely for sure, because you also must understand, Moon is just trying to adapt on the role where, like, okay, I'm no longer the carry, I'm also supporting. So, sure, I will be farming so I could be able to support and able to nuke inside those team fights. Whereas Zion Senpai is like, you know what, I'm going to be ensuring that I'll be able to peel for the team regardless of which hero he's playing, whether it's going to be the mage or a tank here. So I guess in this way we could just compare between both of their support plays here.
Yeah. I mean, that is one way to compare them, but I think overall it's just, you know, now with the way the meta has shifted, it's all about adaptability and really evolving the role of the jungle, of like how to play the game with the dynamic of the jungle in it.
Yeah. And like, oh man, the jungle is absolutely amazing right now. By the way, here is your map prediction, followed by the roles as well, exactly where they're going to be going from. Of course, if you not recognize, for those who is going to be the first time joining us for week number 6, thank you guys so much for joining. And if you're curious as well, anyone who's new to especially towards this meta, who just recently updated their MLBB or has been a long time, the gold logo with the cash logo represents the gold lane, and the one with the big letter E with the bottom lane here, it is the EXP lane.
Yep. And now looking at the roles for each of these teams, it's going to be Lung onto that off lane or the gold lane with Rin in the jungle, Zion Senpai in the mid lane with Saiyajin supporting him, with Smooth in the EXP lane. Followed up by Chiku is going to be the off lane up onto the gold side, Moon in the mid, Stu as your jungler, E1 as your support, and X-Ray in the EXP lane.
Actually, interesting enough, right? It's really great. Like I was just mentioning earlier as well, like I would love to see how Stu will be able to deal inside this current meta, because we have seen him once or twice during the hyper carry, during the hyper carry meta. But how does he able to link with that team synergy in this current meta? So right now, seeing him inside the game here, I guess we will be able to get this full scope and analysis of how he's gonna be able to do it.
For sure. Like you can already see, especially when it comes down to like who goes into the gold and EXP lane, that's where you see a lot of changes here. Formezi has been subbed out so that Stu can actually play into the jungle. Moon can play naturally into the mid, and more importantly, Chiku still looking good in the gold lane. So it just adds up. But let's look at the audience predictions. 19 to 81% in favor of TODAK. Man, TODAK fans be rising.
I mean, they are rising, but at the same time, how many times in the past we were tricked from this margin? Like, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, come on, we've been saying, right, rules and predictions and expectations were meant to be broken here. I'm not saying that TODAK is gonna lose or anything, so do not hate me for that, any of you TODAK fans. But I'm just saying, we have seen SMG popping out, and they did quite well in the last week. But then again, it was the first week after the recent release of this jungle or gold and EXP lane here. And remember, you must also take into account as well, like, although some people are assuming a little bit too much on like, alright, there's a jungle, everyone wants to go towards the jungle because of how Moontoon designed the game now, which is sharing is not caring. I want everyone to designate their on the lane. But now with the gold and EXP lane, I saw it differently where like, maybe now the players here, these professional players here, they're going to be dictating a certain hero that excels in that item timings or level timing. Because let's be honest, like heroes like Khalid, they don't really need, I mean sure, he needs items to sustain later on, but in the early game, the more levels he gets, the more painful that Desert Tornado, which is already so painful.
Yeah, and that's a big thing for, the big difference between a lot of marksmen in comparison to a lot of like these offlane fighters is that offlane fighters naturally are strong early to mid game in most situations here. So the level advantage, as long as you have one level above your opponent, you're definitely going to kill them or at least push them out of lane. Marksmen don't work exactly the same way. You could be 3 levels down, but if you have full item builds, you're still going to crush your opponent.
There for sure. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first game for the first BO3 of the day. It's between Team SMG and Team TODAK. Team SMG is going to be starting on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban, and instantly, first ban will be Uranus.
Oh, it looks like Moon also has his blanket buff as well, so get ready for it. TODAK is ready to start hitting people. Now, starting off with the draft, it's going to be Uranus from Team SMG, followed up by TODAK, who bans out the Esmeralda. Feels good to have Esmeralda back.
Yeah, that is true, but then again, banning out the Esmeralda, especially since Uranus is not in the pool as well, is also for many good reasons as well, because we saw jungle Esmeralda, who is doing absolutely amazing. So now the real question a lot of people is currently asking is, where does she excel? Is she better in the lane or the jungle? But either way, second ban coming from Team SMG, it will be the Boxer. That means I'm going to be seeing quite a healer coming from the side here for Team SMG.
Most likely, I would assume that they're setting up for a potential Alice pick because they have changed Alice a little bit more, but who else we can really say who benefits off of this spell vamp? There's Hilda's. Hilda's a pretty good shout out as well. Team SMG have played it before, so it'll be exciting to see.
Or also at the same time, it could be just a dedicated ban for E1, who has been popping off with the box here, by the way. But anyway,
fair enough.
Follow up with another playmaker hero. It's going to be banned out. It's going to be the Cho. The last one for Team TODAK. Will it be? Ooh, no, like
Farsa.
Farsa. I was about to ask, like, was it going to be like potentially on a hyper carry or not? But Barat.
Interesting. Very interesting. Now, I wouldn't have expected to see Barat so early on here. This could be, but we're gonna get a double confirmation on this later on. Let's see what the rest of the draft is going to be for the side of Team TODAK here, because this is going to be a different response. It's going to be difficult, especially when you're trying to analyze how good is this new hero, because most new heroes in general that Muntun have come up with naturally from the get-go are really nasty. Let's look back in history and tell me whether or not a hero that has been just released not be OP.
I mean, let's be honest. If we want to do that comparison, I guess the one hero we can actually brought that was the most significant was actually Yuzong when it was first released.
Oh, really? Not Harith?
Oh,
not
no.
Lunox? Not,
I'm not. I'm old. I know I'm old school, but I don't want to bring it too far back because especially some people, they're going to be like, he was broken at one point.
Lunox was busted at one point? No way!
Remember Harry before he was slow? He was all stuns every time he danced.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Those were the good old days. Those were the good old days.
That was really great. But anyway, yes, Khalid, understandable as well, since Khalid was not taken away from Team SMG. They're going to be locked down for themselves, followed by the Ruby, which is really great as well, because we saw last week as well, one of the teams actually brought up both Ruby and Tigreal for the control play coming from the side of the team here. Really great stuff, by the way.
Yeah, overall, it's pretty good, but looking at the draft so far, they've got the Khalid, they've got the Alice as well, a good response for TODAK because of those bans, especially with the Boxia ban. Alice just becomes that, sorry, not Alice, Ruby. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I mistaken Ruby for Alice. I just looked at it like with the edge of my eye, and I was like, red? A little bit of like vampire-y look to it.
I guess,
Anime eyes?
I guess they are sort of in the same.
No, they're absolutely not the same. I was just looking with my peripheral vision. Big mistake. Big mistake. But yeah, Team SMG replied with the Natalia once again for Lung, as well as the Jawhead. I mean, if it works, why not? Why change it?
Yeah, and at the same time, we saw Natalia being, it can also be a great time in the jungle as well, because she also does fast clear, and don't forget, her smoke bomb prevents her from being hit from any physical attacks as well, so that's going to be another bonus for her to be able to sustain while she clears out those jungle. But anyway, as I was mentioning as well, Tigreal comes out and will be the last pick for this first pick phase out of Team TODAK.
I love the changes that they made to Tigreal, especially because at least with Tigreal now, it feels like he's got a more impactful role in the game, rather than be like just push people back into you, CC them for long enough. And at least now they made the most impactful change, which is being able to flicker mid ult, which is really, really nice. It catches people off guard every single time, so that's a great change.
Yeah, and of course, you also must not forget as well, Tigreal early game as a tanker absolutely insane as well. He's super tanky. He can be quite a nuisance as well. Of course, if you were to compare between Hilda and Tigreal, I guess Tigreal is going to be a little bit better because Hilda sort of falls off a little bit towards his late game.
Yeah.
Whereas Tigreal is just like, hey.
He's always relevant.
Yeah, he's always relevant. Always, especially with that implosion for his ultimate. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, so it just takes a lot of teams a little bit more time here, especially when they have to consider what their battle spells are going to be. Because if they don't take Purify, it's going to be something they're going to be constantly worried about. E1 roaming from the back, getting a good flank, or maybe even a flicker into that implosion. So it's just something to be constantly aware of. But now, looking at where the bans are going to be, ooh, they are getting rid of those marksmen fast. Yishin Shin as well as the Roger.
No, for good measures as well. Like, the thing is, right? Ooh, instantly carry. Because we're talking about a lot of frontliners here, a lot of beefy people coming from the side of Team TODAK. And literally, from their bans as well, I'm like, right, all these marksmen, that's indicating one thing, right? They want to get rid of a marksman that's really great and outrunning them. They really want as many people, especially their hyper carry or carry in this case, since this is the jungle one, to be in their face as much as possible because Team TODAK's current lineup excels being in your face and controlling.
In your face and controlling. I feel like Team SMG, they can steer into that direction, but it really comes down to what those two picks are going to be. Because I can see a couple of options they could go for, but I'm leaning more towards the opinion of let's see something new. It's a new meta, it's a new patch especially. Let's see if someone is going to try and break this stalemate.
Ooh, is Selena going to be the final ban here? So now Team TODAK has to think about what they want to go for. They are still lacking a mage, by the way. I would not say mage support because in this case, now mages can even go jungle. Mage can go to the mid, take that solo lane. Mage can also be the support, but there is a Tigreal, so I do not think so if they want to go for a jungle, which is 2-1-1-1.
Well, I mean, it's not like they can't do it. And now the Ling is going to be picked up here for the side of TODAK's Chiku especially. This is going to be exciting because Ling doesn't have the best early game clears, but once he hits level 4, then it's going to be as quickly, you're going to be rushing to get that Berserker's Fury as quickly as possible. With a limited amount of gold in the jungle, that might not necessarily be possible before that 8th minute.
Definitely for sure. Kagura is an option, but I would definitely a little bit prefer the Valor as well because remember, any gap closes coming from the side of Team TODAK is actually pretty much quite a long cooldown too, so at least that we can control. But I guess in this case, they're just more concerned because they are going to be jumping on top of them as well. So with the Yin Yang overturn, pretty much going to be able to just reset the team and able to give them quite the breather inside those team fights.
Some good wave clear as well, especially if they do get the Kagura and the Lancelot. But overall, the Kagura makes sense. The Lancelot is kind of preference here, but they're instead going to go for this Hellcurt, most likely going to go into that jungle. He's got some good clear, great gank potential.
Yes.
It's just that first clear he has to worry about.
Yep, definitely for sure, especially if we saw KZP from last week as well, playing the Tigreal, resetting the blue buff of the jungler twice, by the way, is actually very demotivating and at the same time holds the team jungle way back by 2 levels, which was significantly huge since especially you're playing a hero like Helga who really needs to hit that level timing to go for those ganks and rotations.
Yeah, it's just something to be very aware of here. I'm really scared, especially now that they're bringing Barat as well. I want to see how much of an impact it's going to make in this game, especially at Pro Play. This is the first time we've actually seen him coming out into Week 5. It's great that we're seeing him before the playoffs, so let's see what the ceiling is for this hero.
Yeah, but actually at the same time I'm concerned as well. Can you imagine if Barat was able to get his hands on Chiku, just locks him down for a couple of seconds with his ultimate, and he's like, hey, go ahead, Saiyajin, full on with me. The minute I spit him out, lock him down even more. There's a lot of lockdown skills coming from the side here of Team SMG. But then again, this is Chiku we're talking about, who has been playing Assassin for the longest of time, and has been one of the most well-known assassins for his position and his timing for engagement as well. His decision-making is absolutely ridiculous.
I would totally agree, but I want to see how he's kind of adapted to what the new patch has to offer. We did see a little bit of what everybody was trying to incorporate, but after a week, you would expect some kind of min-maxing or efficiency being able to make your moves efficiently. What is the best jungle path? What is going to be the best way to get Link to level 4? And how is he going to clear that jungles consistently while still making an impact in the game?
Either way, but folks, here is a beautiful view of the Land of the Dawn. Thank you so much, production, for such a grand view before blood and sweat be shed on this beautiful field between Team SMG against Team TODAK. Anyway, E1 is going to be going to be using the Tigro for this game here. Going to be very excited to see how well he does it. Actually, already doing that aggressive plays towards that bottom side.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to play this out. Everybody goes for that mid wave. The Sicilian as well is going to help with that. Is really going to help with that clear here as they go for 1-3-1 initially before rotating. And now, oh, I love the change to the Litho Wanderer because it just incites war, like almost immediately. Now that X-Ray doesn't have priority over his lane, they're going to rotate to fight for the Litho Wanderer and arguably steal away this blue.
Oh no, he's actually going to plan to reset the blue instead to buy some time. But anyway, here comes the rotation coming from the side here of actually towards the bottom lane. Not sure, don't think they're going to be able to take a kill for themselves. But I love the fact you see what Raid is actually trying to do. But Long on the other hand, doing quite a amount of rest towards Stu. But then again, ooh, but there's a lot. But Marcel is not going to be able to connect. Stu is going to be coming in a quick send guard to sustain and get it ready to jump right back to the fight here with the Desert Tornado. Gets a little bit down low, but he takes the tower a little bit.
Oh!
But Rin, ooh, Stu was able to jerk out the Death Strider. But Sally is going to be able to flicker out and try to get away towards safety.
Okay, warm-up game. This is just the warm-up
Yep,
game. You can definitely tell when you miss the Stingers point blank, that's what you would expect. But Saiyajin now taking a bit of damage coming in from E1, pushing him back into the lane. Doesn't get hit by the Sanguine Claws, but Saiyajin getting some good harass.
But either way, our dear friend Chico is going to be the jungle lane here, doing quite well, level 3. But Helka and Rin is still able to catch us. So both hitting level 3, but again, Rin is just one creep away from hitting that level 4. And that's pretty much when Stu, or Chico in this case, and Stu has to be really, really careful.
Yeah, he does. But Long, he just needs to kind of bide his time. The only way, most people, the way they play Bara is going to be looking to stack up as much as they can. And once they get those stacks, they're going to get some decent damage. But Chiku ready in the brush here. Moon under attack in the mid lane. Great gank coming in from Team SMG. Great responses right after the silence.
Exactly, this is exactly what they should be doing for as well. Like, since you're a Helka, you have your ultimate, just commit it as well. Go for as much ganks, try to reset, try to give an advantage towards your laners as well. And actually, on the other hand, getting boosted down a lot by Smooth. But here comes Zion's head point with the blink initiation, silencing, not even giving him a chance to retaliate back.
It's looking really, really good for either team here, but Team SMG already making the moves super quick, using their range to their advantage and really utilizing Kagura very well in wave clearing, and more importantly, just chunking your opponents to half HP. Smooth now under fire here. He doesn't even need E1. Chico just takes him out himself.
Yeah, man, but either way, great stuff coming from E1 as well, taking the tower. But Long gonna go with the feet, and here comes the ejector cover, followed by the unstoppable force. A lot of control for our dear friend. Still didn't even have a time to even pop down the quick set guard. Talk about a dirty lockdown.
Yeah, Daytona welcome. Something that you can't really expect here, but X-Ray gets ejected backwards, now in trouble, trying to get out with the Armor Fender, but unfortunately, that's going to mean his death. E1 can only do so much after that damage has been put onto X-Ray. My God.
The side is really annoying as well. By the way, first turtle is going to be secure for the side here. Team SMG. E1 was trying to see if he can make a play, but suddenly just unfortunately not close enough. But anyway, there goes all the outer turret shields here, so no more extra goal for both sides of the scene because currently is the 3rd minute marker here followed by 40 seconds.
Yeah, oh boy, Reggie Samson coming out from Stu. He's going to get some good damage onto Rim, but he doesn't want to go any further because Lung is just sitting by. He still has his ultimate ready. He sees all 3. He could isolate 1, but he is just so tanky. Oh my goodness, Life Boy tries to turn it around here. Implode also comes through. Stu in the middle of the fight with the Guardian Sandstorm. It's not going to be enough as Rim takes him out. E1 now on the run. He's got nothing left, waiting for his cooldowns to happen as Moon turns it around with the Sanguine Claw. Saiyajin taking a full hit of that bat impact is doing good, but Chiku, he doesn't want to go back into the fight. The silence, it's too much. E1, he can't do anything with Smooth in the back line, and Chiku just runs away.
Oh man, the silence. We're talking about a double silence, by the way. It's going to be such an issue to do it, by the way. Moon tries his best to hold on the line as long as possible, but Sally just too much to ask from Moon to defend his 1v4. And with that, the first tier tower will be taken away from the top side to Team SMG.
Oh, the rotations coming in from Team SMG, looking very clean, looking very nice.
Yes, very spicy too. Seriously, because I love the fact that they're making full use of their gang potential coming from their entire team composition liner, and especially knowing the fact that Team TODAK as well, their liner composition needs some ties and items as well to really pop things off, especially Sicilian here, who really pops off only after the 10-minute marker.
Yeah, and even after the 10-minute, I mean, now that it's past, that 3.5 minute mark, the shields are going to be going down, so it's going to be much easier to break those turrets here. Oh, but Chiku, he's going to get one shot using the steel attempts to get on out of there. Moon trying to turn this around with the Sanguine Claw. The late rotations here nearly costed Chiku's life.
Oh man, just really Team TODAK really having their back against the wall. But right now, what they're trying to do is just trying to sustain, trying to go for the farm. But anyway, here comes our dear friend Zion dropping down the Bigatron. Emo just saying, hey, dee.
Good respect. Good respect. Teams.
I don't think it's a respect though.
Well, I mean, you know, it's respect towards Bigatron, that's for sure.
That is true.
Yeah, Indonesian fans must be very happy. But Chiku, once again, he's getting oppressed into the jungle. Like, he's not going to be able to get all of his camps, like, without losing his HP, which is a little bit of an issue here because, again, he's not going to get a lot of EXP, and not to mention, he does take quite a bit of damage from jungle camps.
Definitely for sure. And Moon, gotta be careful as well because Saiyajin already getting ready to jump in. He has the flicker as well, so he can do that dirty combo with the flicker and ejector. Windtalker gonna be picked up for the side here of Chiku, and E1 trying to do his best as a tank to give him much information. But then again, there is a lot of news. He has a flicker, and sadly, you will barely get out alive as he instantly gets melted down from a yin yang overturn.
Yeah, but look at what they gave up in the process. They sacrificed one of their members to secure 2 towers here. Stu just needs to survive. He still has his ult. He's trying to make a play, but unfortunately, Daytona, I keep saying Daytona. Daytona's welcome, locking him down, setting up for the perfect gang. Oh, Chiku, can he get one more? Smooth takes back his umbrella, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. Saiyajin comes in with tries to go for the ejector as well as the unstoppable force. Unfortunately, Sanguine Claw not going to land.
Very still. Also, at the same time, although Team TODAK is having their back against the wall, they're doing really great stuff with the split pushing because they know they're very fast, quite mobile, especially with the lane. Chiku just making sure, like, hey, you know what, if you're ganking like full man towards my bot lane, I'm going to ensure that this top side will be taken from me. So easily, the two towers on the top side easily melted and broke away here. Now Team SMG, they have to try to close it down as quickly as possible, especially towards this mid game, because when it gets towards that later game, I'm a little bit concerned here.
Yeah, if we're talking about just scaling in general, it's going to be rough. I would say that scaling is about even, arguably, but the amount of CC coming out of Team SMG's side, they've got a lot of one pick-off potential, so I'm not entirely sure how Chiku's going to keep himself alive, especially with Lung's ultimate, especially with Saiyajin's ultimate as well. That unstoppable force is just one of the few pseudo counters to deal with someone with the high mobility of Ling.
I mean, yes, definitely for sure. And don't forget, we have two silence and quick confidence side here of Rin and Zion Senpai. It will be very punishing, even if the control skill doesn't really connect on Chiku at all. Ooh, but either way, they're able to secure this bottom tier 2 tower. But anyway, here comes Zion Senpai. Just going to be doing a couple of quick dashes with that claw dash. But here comes the rest of the team. Smooth finds one. I love the fact that Smooth was actually trying to zone him out because they want to secure this raid for themselves. Saiji on the other hand, Sally, Ejector just ran out as well. So he was not going to be able to throw X-Ray all the way to the back line.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate. X-Ray timed it pretty well, was able to kind of get the dash off in time, creating enough distance and also canceling the ability. So well played, because that would have been a really big pick for Team SMG.
Yep, definitely for sure. Ooh, here comes E1. Gonna try to zone them out because Team TODAK is trying to secure this turtle for the sale. But Rin not too far behind. Will he be able to steal the turtle exactly how he stole? But here comes he stole the turtle instantly by himself. That's the silence. Well, gonna be able to force through it. She's gonna go all the way back to the back line. Lung tanking so much damage. Team TODAK, they're not able to sustain a hold on the line. There's a little bit too much interruption and silence as well, as X-Ray will instantly get melted down by the Death Strider.
The amount of AoE damage coming out of Smooth, dear God, that was kind of nasty, I'm not gonna lie. Really, really nasty here, as TODAK now getting pushed back all the way up to their tier 2s. They're only 3k down, but it seems like Team SMG really understand how to be utilizing these fights. Does he want to find the catch? Yes, he does. He wants E1, and now the Raging Sandstorm is coming in as they give another kill over to Team SMG. If one wasn't enough, it's a buy one, free one day.
Oh yes, buy one, free one in here. But anyway, Chico's gonna see he's able to tie it off. But whoa, Rin was able to do a lot of crit, but so does Chico. Saijin coming in with the ejector followed by the smart mid. So Chico constantly dashing back and forth, able to pick up one blaze for himself before diving all the way back in. He's gonna TP it back to base just for that security.
Oh man. Well, unfortunately, Saiyajin didn't opt to go for a full damage build, as you can tell by his pull yourself together. So unfortunately, he won't be able to one-shot Chiku, which is what I was expecting initially before I double-checked. But now X-Ray looking to disrupt in the jungle here to kind of get some information for his team. However, Lung, he's kind of a big boy now.
Oh yes, very... If I'm not mistaken as well, when Bara was actually in the base, oh, here got the ejector, gonna be able to deny the blue, but Chico's gonna try his best. Oh, but he still managed to get it for himself and even escape away with the pinch points.
That was a good play. That was a good play coming in for Chiku. Very, very sneaky here. Even when Lung wanted to take it away, not bad overall. But, you know, just Riverside is looking pretty deadly, as you can see both. Oh, wait, hold on, Zenpai actually getting some damage onto Chiku. Looks like they're going to initiate this fight real soon. Nope, no dedication here. X-Ray going to be taking on Rim by himself. That's not going to be an issue whatsoever. You will be able to lifesteal through all of that. Chiku once again clearing up the mid wave. TODAK just holding on.
I mean, that's exactly what Team TODAK is supposed to be doing right now as well. They just need to hold on, farm for themselves, especially since Team SMG not really dominating or asserting a lot of dominance towards the side here in the jungle of Team TODAK. But you want coming in try to do a couple of harass towards Saiyajin. Actually, here the rear city as well, although sadly no more ejector, no more barrier. And Chico comes into the mix as well, and E1 will be able to secure a kill on Saiyajin. But again, he is able to tank so much damage, by the way.
Yeah, and now he's also getting more items. So I don't know. I don't really know what to say here because the goal differential doesn't look too bad, but you know, it's still a pretty difficult situation to win back from. Zion Senpai, he's gonna die here if he takes one more auto attack. Unfortunately, they're gonna flicker forward for him. Bit more than he could chew. He really wanted to get that tower, didn't actually get it, and instead loses his life in the process.
Oh yes, and it would have been so smooth as well if he actually got away too. But anyway, unfortunately, then again, Team SMG still has their middle tier 1 tower, which literally is putting quite the wrench towards Team TODAK's plan because they really want to try to open things up and assert a little bit more dominance towards Team SMG's jungle. But with the mid tier 1 tower, it just makes it a little bit too difficult for them.
I'm waiting for Lung to actually initiate one of these fights once he's fully stacked up. Now he's become a much smaller boy. He needs to start restacking himself before he gets that trample. Stu still chilling around the brush in hopes to actually get a pick here from the side of Team SMG. They're just wondering, should we move towards Lord's side? Should we look to be contesting the Lethal Wanderer?
It's going to be taking quite a while for them as well. And Long, let's be honest, I'm going to say it right now, looks can be very deceiving. But anyway, E1's going to be jumping all the way towards the back line, trying to force Rain out. But again, he's going to be a little careful here. Got the impulsion as well. He was able to connect on 2 as well. But beautiful, I'm a fan of Enrage Sandstorm. He's going to be able to connect and do quite amount of damage. There goes Rin. There goes the rest of the team as well as they're trying to hold down the line. Chico, on the other hand, is trying to split push the lane. And now he jumps right into the mix as well. Long, holding back. Remember, he still has immortality as well, so he's going to be able to out-tank and do quite amount of damage. But here comes Saiyajin with the ejector, and instantly X-Ray gets assassinated away from the Claudette, followed by Stu as well.
Lung is so tanky. It's not even funny. But now Saiyajin coming in with that ejector as well. He secures that kill off of the unstoppable force, followed up by the ejector. Team SMG 3K ahead, but it feels like they are just dominating these fights.
Oh my lord, that umbrella open hurts so much on Chiku, by the way. Still, amazing stuff coming from the side here on Team SMG, able Long especially with the Barat, able to sustain. And like I said, although you say it's not a big boy right now, but Chico jumps onto the ball on Zion Senpai. But remember, this is Natalia. It's not going to be easy to pick him off.
Yep, but look at just the mage, like in terms of just the net worth of these mages, Sicilian at 5.6, while Kagura's at 7.8. And you can see the difference once they're already starting to build towards that Holy Crystal. It is, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. And I don't think TODAK can actually contest for Lord. And Team SMG just baiting it out, waiting for an opportunity to ace them.
It all comes down to whether they're able to just hold on the line and force a lot of skills off of Team SMG before Chico jumps in the mix as well. But anyway, here comes Dynamite Falls, and instantly Rin was able to pop by a 2-hit on top of our dear friend Chico. No more Chico, but still going to the backline, was able to not only assist him, he was got 2 for himself. He's trying to collect the Zeko, and he will get it with a double kill on Paul. Zion Senpai is full. Rin is going to be able to fall that out. Stu is still able to sustain. What a mad piece on the Khalid, and Zion trying his best to just outrun for the rest of the team. And Long, look at the rest. No one wants to get on top of Long at all because they know how tanky Long can actually be.
Huge Sanguine Claw coming out of Moon. So huge, turning that fight around, netting himself 3 of those kills for 1. So good. But now Lung walking into all 4 members. Look at how tanky he is. He doesn't really care for the amount of damage. He's trying to kill as much as he can. But can they actually get the steal? Unstoppable Force coming right into the middle here. Jawhead gets pushed back. He needs to secure this. Somebody needs to secure the Lord. And there it goes to Ruby. That's going to be Lung getting taken out by TODAK.
Oh, really fortunate as well that Ruby was able to secure it for the team as well, because let's be honest, if Team SMG, or in this case Long, or even Saijin was able to steal the Lord away, despite not having the retribution or even the main damage dealer in that pit. It will be such a turnaround for Team SMG.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it was pretty even, but it really comes down to who lands their abilities more efficiently, and it really comes down to that CC at the end of the day. Because yes, Team SMG can commit everything to kills Chiku, but the rest of the team, especially Moon, he's going to be looking another pick off onto Chiku. That silence is just too much. He can't escape if he can't use his abilities.
I mean, you know what they say, right? 2 is better than 1. You have 2 silence literally on that top lane, both the Tatalia and Rin on the Helker. Really a nuisance to deal with, but anyway, finally at the 15-minute marker, the first tier tower in the middle lane will fall. And Saijin is going to be able to toss the Red Bar back, try to reset it, as the rest of the team, Team TODAK, currently repositioning around the Lord towards the bottom lane. Here comes the charge, and instantly bottom inhibitor taking significant amount of damage and able to hit him for quite long. But Saijin, he can go for the ejector towards his back line. He pauses the unstoppable force. But check out Saijin's set point. He's trying to go towards his back line. He's still in V. They haven't spawned him just yet, but he can't dive in because of Winter Trunker keeping Moon alive as long as possible. And long, I'll take it, but here comes Zion set point, and Rin was able to pop on Moon. Very big kill, very big pickup, and actually not too far behind will instantly fall, making that 3-man of Team TODAK instantly falling down to pieces. Well, defense coming from Team SMG, but sadly that will cost them both the bottom and the top inhibitor.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, that fight was exceptionally long. Zyme Senpai, he was really hesitant to go in there. I definitely think that the smoke screen would have covered a good amount of area to kind of keep him protected, but his main problem was to get rid of Moon, and Moon was making sure he was distancing himself pretty well, knowing that he would come straight for the back line.
Yeah, and the best part about it is, well, the Winter Trucker didn't make it any better, but anyway, Dotona's welcome as well, but E1 going to be able to pull Saijin all the way to the back here. As well. E1 definitely not having the time to fly, but he's going to be able to put the implosion and do quite significant amount of damage and sustain. But unfortunately, with Smooth in the mix as well, he's going to be able to pick off E1. That's 1 man down, but Moon is still alive. And look at the bottom lane, look at the crystal.
MVP minions. MVP
Minions.
This forces 2 to recall, and now this fight. Oh my goodness, Smooth just one-shots him. Smooth just one-shots Moon out of nowhere and turns that fight around. They got no carries to help him out. Chico is halfway across the map and will not get into the mix of that muddle.
Oh man, but then again, Long is going to be able to force, sorry, not Long, Zion Senpai is going to be forced to go all the way back and split push that bottom lane because it's going to be such a nuisance, especially since Team SMG is planning to go for this long siege towards this middle lane in the hopes to catch them with any dirty combination like the Flicker Ejector.
Potentially, but you have to remember that both X-Ray and E1, their sole purpose is to not let anybody get picked off really, and by Saiyajin in particular, because you can't really do anything about Lung's detone. I need to stop calling it Daytona. Daytona's welcome.
Daytona!
But yeah, that ultimate is really, really frustratingly good. You can isolate a target and push him back into your team without too much loss or consequence to your life, especially when Lung is this tanky into the game. It is a rough game for TODAK overall, but pretty even no matter how you look at it.
Don't forget, it does damage over time as well, so even if you get eaten as well, you're not going to be able to regen or anything back at all. So it's going to be a really hard thing to deal with. But then again, loving the fact that they sort of switch things up as well, because normally I actually thought it was going to be Lung going to be playing the Natalia here, but Zion Senpai is still able to fit the bill. Ooh, 1k crit, but he didn't spot Zion Senpai instantly. But the nice timing with the 10 minutes of play, he was able to out-shield the majority. Initiation coming for the side of Rin. Long on the head gets literally out position here, but Chico was still able to assassinate away Rin. But Zion Senpai was able to try to return the favor as Smooth is here to reassist the team, but that's gonna be able to cost him his life. 2 cores, possibly a 3rd one as well, as the implosion was able to pull Long all the way back. But Smooth, but he was able to get away, and Long sustaining, and here comes Smooth coming in with his umbrella open, doing even more damage as well. Saijin coming back to the mix, and Long was able to take away Moon, and now the rest of the team will fall.
You're joking. You're absolutely joking. Barat is just not dying. Lourve is still alive. He's still sustaining through all that damage. He don't care. He's gonna use his ult one more time. Oh my goodness. X-Ray, he's sustaining through the damage. They're forcing him to use that Winter Truncheon. Can he make it out? He gets one. Can he finish up the rest of his team with the cooldowns? They don't have the damage no more. Lourve could finally die.
No!
He has immortality, but he hasn't been broken. Now Saiyajin, the last one standing, gets, oh my goodness, X-Ray gets all his life back off of the wave, forcing him to ejector. This is an absolute mess of a fight.
Oh my. Oh, Barat, my friend Barat, why are you so tanky?
I mean, you can look at his items. He's got the immortality, the Queen's Wing dominance as well. Oh my lord.
Dude, the problem was he didn't even have immortality in that fight. He was just sustaining all the way. Oh my lord, dude. The fight took so long until the point both Red and Zion Senpai could even come off cooldown.
I mean, they used their ult twice, so I don't know what to say at that point. At that point, it's like, what can you really say about it? What can you really say? It's ridiculous. And I think, you know, these dragged out fights is what Team SMG wants, but now it's becoming evident that, yes, even though we have the damage, we need to make sure it's on the right target to not get caught here. Jiku, he's looking for an opportunity to jump on Zion Senpai here, but now they have mispositioned themselves there. Opened up, Rin goes into the back line straight away. He's looking for an opportunity. He gets picked off. Rin is gone. TODAK was ready, and now they want to get the Lord. Once again, 50 is going to regenerate. They're turning it around. They need to get rid of SMG as quickly as possible, and they could end the game. Time. The Winions are already going in. This is forcing Lourve to go all the way back to base. They could end it right here, right now, off of this next wave.
Oh man, Saiyajin has to quickly get that back to base. Same goes for Zion Senpai as well. Thank God both them is here. They're going to be able to wave clear this really properly. But then again, they will have no choice but to give up the Lord. And it's going to be taken away from Team TODAK. Oh my lord, my throat is going absolutely insane right now.
Well, don't worry. We still have plenty more games like this to go here. TODAK once again.
Oh
Lord. Lourve, he won't be able to get on time. They got the off drop the other side. Oh my goodness, Chico still manages to secure it. Now the Divine Game has just been bought by Moon. He's going to be coming back up in one more second. Lourve, he's tanking all this damage. He doesn't really care. He's 1v4ing in the middle of the Lord pit.
Oh my lord. Oh lord. Or in this case, Barat, you're a beast. You're an absolute monster.
He is, oh
Dude,
man.
I was so concerned when the Lord, especially he committed Retribution, by the way, a little bit too early too.
Way too early.
Oh, way too late. But then again, he was panicking too because he was so scared that Barat, or Long in this case, might use Detona's welcome and eat him before he could even try to commit it.
It could have been good timing. They were stacking really, really well.
True.
Overall, well played to TODAK, coming back from such a difficult start in the beginning.
Yes.
Now they're in a very comfortable position with their scale, with their composition scaling quite nicely as well.
Yes.
The two biggest hitters coming in from Chiku and Moon in comparison to Smooth as well as Rin.
Dude, don't forget the fact that right now Moon, who's a Cecilia, 22 minutes into the game with Divine Glaive as well, he is gonna be bursting you for days. And this, by the way, this is an enhanced law, a luminous law. He's gonna be doing quite a amount of damage. Rain gets caught off guard. He literally had no choice but to pop. The top line falls as well. So sadly, he's not gonna be having that element into this fight. And Team TODAK is gonna be making full use of this opportunity to actually force a fight right here, right now.
Look at Lourve. He's just eating it. He's not even worried. He's below 50% HP, not even worried about it. Focus on getting rid of the Lord. The whole team is coming in. Raging Sandstorm as well, trying to commit to end this game as quickly as possible. Lord goes down, but now Lourve, he's going to be going down next. Rin is already gone. Lourve is coming back to life with the immortality. A double kill for Chico here. E1 dies in the train as they look to end this game as quickly as possible. TODAK have their priorities straight.
Oh man, like absolutely insane coming from every member of the team here. But also at the same time, Team TODAK able to hold down the line despite how tanky Lourve was. They played with what they totally understand from their composition. They hold the line, they drag the game a little bit more, especially since Team SMG gave them a slight opening as well. I believe the minute they started falling back and not controlling the jungles of Team TODAK, I think that's pretty much where Team TODAK was able to bounce back in that economy.
Well, I think Team SMG already made the micro mistake of not managing those waves very well. Losing both of those inhibitors ended up really biting them back, because had this fight actually occurred much lower down into the lane rather than their side of the map, I think it would have looked a lot more different there. And that Luminous Lord, I wouldn't say it was the most effective, but the empowered minions, wow, they get really, really strong 20 minutes into the game.
Oh man, that was What an epic game. First game, by the way, first game, guys. And it's really absolutely insane. And of course, at the same time, first appearance of Barat.
Yeah, I think we really have to take a look at Bara here later into those item builds because my goodness, he was 1v4ing for a good majority of that fight. So it was just unbelievable that he could sustain that long.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think Team SMG and a lot of the teams who's watching the stream right now can fully understand, like, with a lineup composition like this, you have to close it out towards the mid game. You cannot even if you want to drag the game, you cannot give an opportunity towards a team like Team TODAK because they instantly will pick off all these openings for themselves and totally take full advantage of it. By the way, here is the highlights currently brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcom. Gideon, let's walk with us with this one.
All right, so in the beginning of the game, we can already see how the game has really shifted in terms of like where you're going to be picking fights, and more importantly, the rotations here. Like these rotations, just having the man advantage in the earlier stages of the game to kind of compensate for the fact that you don't exactly have an early game composition really makes the difference. Look here, immediately you can already see it's going to be 5 people up on the top side. Stu just died, while the rest of the team, especially Ruby, is completely out of this, and that's why Team SMG was able to kind of just instantly take care of this fight. Now, based on what I can interpret, it's a little bit of a game at this point to try and interpret what LaFell is going to be saying here. He's most likely talking about the fact that Helker as well as Natalia, the silences is very, very effective, especially against a composition that's very reliant on their spell abilities. They don't necessarily have a strong auto attacker in general. They don't have that marksman that they really need. Khalid is already dead, so they don't have to worry about it. And those silences are so important because a lot of them have just AoE abilities.
Yes, and also you must also take into account as well whether AoE is ability or not. In the early game, you don't have the necessary items to really pop this off, and you're actually quite soft. So one silence was bad enough to deal with. 2 silence followed by the rest of the control skills coming from the side of Team SMG, who is, by the way, already past level 4 as well. A lot of control and a huge user to deal with. Even Moon is having such a tough time to even pull off all of that skills with the amount of controls and silence. And now into the mix as well. That AoE silence forced Chico in such a predicament where he literally couldn't do anything about it.
Well, it really is frustrating because if you get hit by the silence, you can't do anything about it. So his next best option was using his ult in hopes that he could time it just right to land on top of Lord. But again, Retribution, very powerful battle spell.
Yes, very, very powerful indeed. I think there's also one part of the video which hopefully they will show in the highlights as well, where this Helker was able to commit 2-man silence on both Moon and Chico towards the front.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They literally saved Rin on accident. Moon pulled him in with a Sanguine Claw just out of the hitbox of that Raging Sandstorm. He probably should have waited for the Raging Sandstorm to hit before committing to the Sanguine Claw. But I mean, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate in general. But have a look here. They all took the battle spell. Of Flicker, looking for any opportunity to make this play. And that's really important here because looking at the rest of the composition, double executes coming in from both Zion Senpai as well as Smooth. Lung, all his entire objective was, can I get to one of the more important targets in the backline? And if I can I use my ult?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And look at the best part. He's just having fun dealing damage from all the way from the back line. Still trying to engage back, but there's no point. He just doesn't have enough damage or mobility to really catch up to him. And once again, even picking it out, and most importantly, they didn't really use execute until the very last minute.
Yeah, I mean, just, oh man. Oh, that Barat is just so hard to kill. I mean, the fact that he can sustain through that much damage is kind of unbelievable.
Yeah, but thankful enough, he was not able to do a lot of damage. But his itemization was actually dedicated to being a pure tank, so we don't know exactly how much damage he can actually do towards the team here.
Yeah, and here is a great landmark, a great benchmark for when TODAK really started getting back into this game, because now, especially once they hit that 35k gold cap, well, not gold cap, but limit, that's when they start getting, oh, I've got 2 items, I'm building up to my 3rd, we're looking to really start scaling into the game. Because remember, Zion Senpai is playing an assassin while the rest of the composition of TODAK are either playing fighters or some high burst heroes like Chiku on his Ling, as well as Moon on the Sicilian, who are the main damage dealers. Everybody else is looking to either peel or set up the fight for these 2. Yeah,
honestly, in this fight, I'm actually was really sad a bit because I'm just like wondering, like, hey, there's no Chiku, there's no Moon at all. You didn't have to commit so many matches for tankers. But anyway, coming back to the highlight video as well, just the amount of sustain is doing. Even Stu, he does absolutely nothing to Cyanogen too. we're literally approaching to the worst part of the game where they're just absolutely so tanky. Lourve is just able to just constantly fight back. And remember, he doesn't really even have his immortality at the time when he actually joins this fight.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the shutdown, he gets the double kill, he's able to sustain through throughout the entire damage here, and all he really needs is the wave. They really don't have anything, and I think they probably should have dedicated Saiyajin to go full damage rather than go to this tank build, because most of the time, the opportunities and the threat he puts onto Chiku is so minimal without that follow-up.
This is exactly what I was trying to talk about earlier on as well, right? To the part where he actually, Rin was able to catch both Moon and Chiku and silence them at the same time. But what I was a little bit concerned is that he probably should have actually get the jump on Chiku, because the rest of the team was pretty much already there. So the Saiyajin, because now that although yes, he killed Moon, but Chiku was able to retaliate back. And remember, both assassins not really that tanky at all. That just gave a prime opening for Chiku to instantly melt Rin, especially since the rest of his team was currently on top of him to assist.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Rin died first. Had they bought a little bit more time, I think Team SMG could have easily turned this fight around. That Yin Yang, this is like a perfect choke point for a Yin Yang overturn. Natalia's already in the back line, ready to kind of set things up with a smoke screen in case they show up. But at the very end here, that fight, especially the play coming in from X-Ray itself, really initiated a good way to kind of end this game, because they do find a pick off of Rin because of that. And thanks to him, they kind of ended the game right off of that one pick off.
Yeah, just there were so many moments in the game where it could have just dictated on how the game actually turned back towards Team TODAK's favor. But I think the one moment was pretty much when they committed a little bit too many people for tanks towards that bottom lane instead of defending that top inhibitor and bottom away from the Lourve. By the way, the Lourve was very low, just want to remind you guys. But that's just me, you know, that's just me.
Yeah, looking at the item builds from both of these teams here, Lung's general item build, I mean, it looks relatively standard here. I think the only thing is going to be that Guardian's Helm, so that when he rotates, he is gaining back his health, which is, you know, a pretty good shout out, because not a lot of teams have utilized, well, sorry, not a lot of players in general really utilize that item, because they feel like, oh yeah, I'm not going to be in that many fights, so it's what's the use of it?
Yep, and it's by far one of the items which we rarely see, by the way. Rarely see inside the regular season too, because a lot of tankers, even if they want to go full tank, they want to go for at least a tank which they're able to sustain from magic damage or physical. So,
well, yeah, you know, the Athena shields, the Oracle, so on and so forth.
Ooh, Thunderbelt too, yikes.
Yeah, I really was interested about that Thunderbelt, but you know, looking at the performance that he did, the cooldowns is really nice, especially since his ultimate is generally quite short. I mean, he did use his ult twice in the longest fight up in that top side of the map. Like, I don't know what to say. You know, more cooldowns the better.
Yes, man, more cooldowns the better. I just love the helmet also being picked up from the Natalia too. It's just like, hey, we did
very necessary.
Yeah, very necessary. Just like, hey, we need to slow this guy down.
It's like, I'm sick of this. I'm so sick of this, especially when you have, you know, people who really benefit off of Spell Vamp, X-Ray, Moon, arguably Stu as well. But wait, does he have? Yeah, he does have the Bloodlust stacks.
Yes. No, but then again, right, it was really hard for Stu to really sustain it, because commonly we see Khalid players, they always like, hey, you know, I'll initiate in, do quite a amount of damage, then I instantly put the quick sign guard. But with the existence of silence and a lot of interruption coming from the side here of Team SMG, we saw Stu just so many times, just like, you know what, I'm just gonna ult, do as much damage, and then die.
Well, I mean, that is the general idea. He basically works like an entry fragger. He just goes in, gets as much damage done, and then just goes down and tells the team, all right, if I survive any longer, we're probably already going to win this fight. Because who can really initiate from the side of TODAK? E1, it's very obvious to see where he comes in from. X-Ray needs to look for looks for a side flank to pull them away, or flickers forward to actually get the I'm offended ability off on multiple targets. Those are the only few ways.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is your post-game strats here, and for Team SMG versus Team TODAK for the first game, our rich boy is going to be Chiku, the carry is going to be Long, who did the most amount of damage, Sandbag, the one who tanked the most, and the forgotten one is going to be Saiyajin. Of course, this is not the world record breaker here. We saw, I believe it was Khalid, one of the games who was able to tank 299,000 damage. But this is Barat, by the way. So 253,000 damage, and also able to do the most amount of damage at the same time. I think that's a new record here.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a new record. We're gonna have to double check that with the rest of the stats. But my goodness, just the fact that he got 119,000 1,000 worth of damage. How much, like, there is a lot of dot damage, to be fair, on the dot and AoE coming in from Bharat, but I didn't expect it to be that much.
I mean, you must understand like how many times I've seen on the top of the entire playing field where he just constantly just throwing spells, on the spells, cooldown. The worst part, he could never die. He could just literally sustain. Even he beat Kagura here, a magic dealer, magic nuker here.
Oh, it's frustrating to say the least, but you know, it's something to be aware of, especially as we go into the next game. If you are on TODAK's side, it's something to be thinking about. Like, do I want to pick him up for myself or do I want to ban this out?
Now that's a very interesting question, right? Because they just totally understand, like, all right, Bharat can sustain, he can control, and of course he's going to be able to out-tank a lot of things inside the game, but that's all he's actually doing inside that team fight. We saw the amount of time he's just living the longest compared to the rest of the team. But whereas Team TODAK, they're just like, hey, you know what? So what if you can tank? We just don't have to hit you. We just had to hit everyone else and leave you for last. But eventually, we saw Team TODAK, especially Chiku, he was able to melt Bharat, especially towards the last push towards that crystal.
Yeah, and more importantly, I'm surprised that this game lasted as long as it did, considering that Team SMG, they were doing pretty well, 3 to 4K goal differential. It was looking pretty bad because TODAK didn't seem to be able to initiate these fights well, and by the time they actually did, they turned it around. I mean, Team SMG losing two inhibitors and losing the last 2 Lords really hurt their team at the end.
That's why I'm saying, like, so them not being able to close out during that mid game was really unfortunate, but I think it's just overthinking had a play inside this game as well, because they look at the team, a lot of engagement, especially the Zion Boy was playing in Italia, and this Helkin as well. They realized that they can't really need to jump into the mix here, but with both Ruby and Tigro's Implosion, diving under towers is not an option for these assassins at all. And we saw Bharat, his range from his ultimate is not that far either. So, but anyway, we're going to be bringing up the MVP. It's going to be our boy X-Ray on the Ruby. Totally understandable too.
Yeah, totally understandable. Not a lot of people actually had items to actually deal with the amount of spell vamp that he was getting out of his abilities, on top of her natural spell vamp, which is really nasty. As you saw, you know, from 1/8 of your HP to half of your HP getting back off of a wave. That is something you'll be aware of.
Yes, and of course he still had his immortality in that fight too. So, oh man, that lifesteal or spell vamp is absolutely insane coming from the side here, Ruby. But of course, not only because was he able to sustain and everything with the lifesteal spell vamp, but the amount of like prioritized control skill. Like, he wasn't really like throwing out like off cooldown and kind of thing. He was very specific. He was like, Rin jump silence my teammate, I pull you back. He wants to try to back, I also pull you back. He also played a role as a primary initiator with that flicker and offender pull. Also amazing great control coming from the side here actually. So during the playouts later on. But so team was able to keep a cool mind, able to sustain, able to hold on the line, play with what they do best, and they turn the game around when it really counts.
Yeah, it really does. But, you know, it's interesting to see because a lot of these teams aren't exactly looking to make sure that they are invading the enemy jungle. They're trying to deny that EXP because you want to maximize it by giving the person who actually has the jungle item to get that extra 40, 30, or 35% depending on what stage of the jungle item you're at, which is an interesting question because maybe, just maybe, it could be something they could be looking to do, invading the jungle and looking to take away these camps away from these junglers and see how much it would hurt their opponent.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And but at the same time, I think Team TODAK wanted to do it, but at the same time they realized like Ling, I believe there was no way they were going to do that. Yeah, exactly. They're just like, Ling, okay, maybe the Tigro I could try, but then Team SMG started applying a little bit more pressure, especially the health. Once he got that level 3, he instantly just started waiting for the rotation. He didn't even wait for level 4. He's just like, you know what? No, I'm just going to harass. If I can't get the kill, doesn't matter. If I get it, that's great. And the best part about it, he got it. He hit level 4. Solo kill, solo pickup, by the way, and he was able to pop on the rest of the players.
Yeah, I did think they had the game in the bag at about 6 minutes into it, but the problem is they just really weren't aggressive. They weren't taking full control over the map. They were kind of playing these objectives and falling into the problem of dealing with TODAK around Turtle or even Lourve. But time for the Q&A. For those of you who have answered it, you have an opportunity to win some sweet skins, and we did post this up on the Facebook page itself, so make sure you check that out for the next time it does happen. But which is Sayajin's favorite tank? And the answer is going to be Cho.
Well played, Cho. And if you guys guessed it right, you're going to be able to win yourself 899 diamonds worth of skins. I'm not going to tell you guys what kind of skins you're going to be winning for. You guys had to look it up yourself on the Facebook page, which is from the Facebook social media tag at MyMPL-MY SG.
Why do you say my but not SG as Sig? I'm calling you out on your inconsistencies here.
Hashtag Singapore pride. I'm kidding. Malaysia pride all the way.
Sure, sure, buddy.
I mean,
sure.
you must understand because it's not Malaysia, it's ours. It's mine. It's not mine, it's ours.
So it's MPL-MY SG Season 6. You do realize that sounds so weird. It sounds so weird. But enough for our banner. We've got 10 more seconds before the next game is about to start. And we're going to have to see how the adaptations between Team SMG and TODAK will unfold.
Definitely for sure. But now the quick question before we jump into the drafting. Is Barak going to be banned or not?
Probably picked up. That's the thing. Like, even I can't really decide whether or not to ban him out. And the problem is that Barak is really good at setting up ganks at level 4. So you throw him into the EXP lane, get him to level 4 as quickly as possible, you almost are guaranteed a free kill.
That is very true. But ooh, instantly TSMG.
Oh yeah, understandable.
Yeah, totally understandable because since they're not starting on the blue side, they're going to be on the red, so they would not be able to get that first pick up for themselves. But that just means that Esmeralda or possibly Uranus might be able to be picked up inside this pool though.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, they will be sacrificing one of those slots, but we'll see how much priority TODAK actually puts on that Uranus as well.
Oh, yes, true. Oh, but anyway, going to be starting out with both Kufra, totally understandable because they are still trying to set things up for Chico's assassin pickup if the situation is very appealing to them. But for good measure, they instantly ban out Chico's lane. Not surprised they didn't want to opt for the Lancelot ban later on, but that's just up for them to decide later.
Yeah, do they really want to force him onto a traditional marksman?
Chico's marksman, I wouldn't say amazing, but it is good. He's still able to keep up with the rest of the team and the farm. That's most important. And remember, if you were to offer the Yushin as well, he's still able to go towards the jungle.
That is fair. That is a fair point. And there goes, and speaking of jungle, there goes Esmeralda for the side of Team TODAK here. Again, she has some great clear potential. She sustains through the jungle by herself. She doesn't really even need I mean, she wants to have a leash just for the speed of it, but in general, she is just way too strong to actually deal with.
Yep. Way too strong and really hard to deal with too, especially her gang potential absolutely insane. So whether she belongs in the lane in the jungle, please comment down in the comment section below on what you guys think. By the way, last man coming for the Team SMG, will it be the Lancelot? Will they directly dedicate to ban out Chico's main assassin heroes, or they want to go for a little bit of utility, but instantly gets rid of E1's box here for good reasons as well.
Yeah, definitely good reasons. I mean, Team SMG can now that they are on the red side, they do have an opportunity to get that double pick. They could look to get that Khalid as well as that Ruby if there are no better options, because TODAK, I feel like they're leaning more towards the possibility of Uranus and picking up Cho later on, or they can pick up Cho right now and flex it.
The thing is just, oh yeah, Cho. No, I think possibly they actually might just opt for the Uranus and try to go for the Tigro or Ruby later on. Because I believe for sure Team SMG is not going to let Cho get away from them if they go for the cell. But in the end, they're going to go lockdown with the Ruby. That's going to be in the hands of X-Ray. But that's just means Team SMG can pick up both Uranus and Cho if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, Selena is up on the table. Farsa has been banned out, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just something to consider. There's so many support mages just out in the open here.
Ooh, Uranus, that's going to be one for themselves. Nice endpoint, looking for the cell. Ooh, but in the end, like what we were mentioning as well, it's going to be Uranus and Bocho. One lane dominator and also playmaker going to be given away to the side of Team SMG. But Team TODAK still has the option of the Tigreal and the rest of the heroes here.
Yeah, Tigreal doesn't look too bad overall, and this might be giving an opportunity for Moon to actually pick up Selena for himself. They don't necessarily have to show who's going to be their dedicated marksman or who's going to be their dedicated hyper carry, quote unquote, in a patch like this, but we'll just have to wait and see. 21 more seconds.
Oh man, this is like surprising enough. It's gonna be Harris, gonna be Moons, Harif in the jungle, and Stu, my friend, he's gonna be playing the Khalid once again. Then does this mean that Chico will be playing? Will he be playing the marksman, or is he gonna be picking up the fighter?
I mean, Yuzong is still available, but the amount of nerfs that they gave him wasn't necessary. I feel like some of it was uncalled for.
No, the thing is this about Yuzong, I just think that the fact that they just added a little bit more timer towards his cooldown here, at least try to balance him out, because his entire kit still makes him pretty strong inside the game here. He has one of the best knockouts, by the way. But in this case, with the state of Yuzong right now, I believe he's a very situational or conditional hero right now. He has to time his entries. He cannot just simply dives in like he usually does.
That's fair, but I don't know. I feel like with the amount of changes that they happen to put on him, those increased cooldowns on literally all of his abilities was a bit much. Because now it's so hard to trigger his passive to sustain in the lane. You literally have to walk up, do a little bit of damage, walk away from the lane, and not fight. But his whole kit is to fight, so it's like a little contradicting here. As we go into the second ban, it's back in ban phase. It's going to be Hellcurt as well as Yi Shin.
Very good bans as well. Like, they're just trying to minimize as much opening as well. But then again, if they want to go for the final ban, they can try to opt for the carry, which is really great at melting tank heroes like the Arenas. But they're going to get rid of any early game aggression hero, and that will be the healer. Interesting, yeah. We did see the healer ban or pick from the last game too.
Yeah. Roger is going to be the final ban of this game. First pick of the second pick bans coming into Team SMG. They could start off strong, locking in their carry.
They can, Ben, and at the same time with the Roger ban as well. Do you think TODAK actually might want to try to opt for Chico's Assassin one again instead of the Fighter?
It's kind of tough to say because, I mean, he still could get potentially counterpicked. Selena is still up on the table, but I don't think they really want to get it. I mean, looking at the composition, especially when you're up against a Harith, yeah, the Chang'e is probably going to be their better option.
Chang'e going to be locked down, final pick for the set. Ooh, Mia!
Don't even.
Do it!
I mean, if they go for Mia, I really want to see a revamped, especially in pro play.
The worst part as well, like the scary part about the current Mia as well, her second skill is now considered a root as well, an instant root compared to the slow before.
Right?
So that's going to be putting a huge dent to this show, especially if he wants to play Mega. By the way, it's an instant root. But the Bellering, the first Bellering we're going to be ever seeing inside the regular season, followed by the Mia.
Wow, okay. The Mia was sort of expecting because they revamped it, but the Belleric, that's super, super interesting because now there's going to be a very interesting interaction with the amount of damage he takes from his passive. He's going to be able to shoot it back, especially with Chang'e with that constant amount of damage, is something to really keep in mind of.
Yep, and of course you must remember as well, Bellering is actually, if I'm not mistaken, one of the best counter-initiate heroes as well inside the game with his ultimate. So we'll just see how well he's going to be able to do against a playmaker like Show.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge lookout here, but that's going to put a big question mark in Team SMG's lineup because now that they banned out that Boxia, they're kind of regretting it. It's like, ooh, I really kind of wish I had that Boxia, and it's going to be that Harley as that final pick.
Dude, I was telling Igato, Lafel, everyone from last week as well, who would be one of the few heroes that will be a great jungler, and that is going to be the Harley. He has great ganking ability with his gap closer. He clears the jungle like a madhouse here as well. So it's really good to see that Harley will be jumped in the mix as well. But with double mage too, how well are they going to be able to equip this up against a lineup like Team TODAK here? So, interesting. Very, very interesting.
I mean, it's tough because, I mean, the poker trick is like just a really great ability when it comes to just clearing out. The question is, like, his ganks, yes, his ganks work, but he needs to be level 4.
Yes.
And I think, you know, more importantly, a lot of these teams aren't playing this super, super early game composition where they look to push into the enemy jungle and sacrifice that mid wave. I think everybody is prioritized making sure that getting that level 2 to level 4 is going to be as smooth sailing as possible.
Definitely smooth for sure. By the way, will it be smooth for Team TODAK in this second game though compared to the first one? We shall see, because right now this second game could potentially be TODAK closing things out or Team SMG coming back for the third game here. By the way, once again, it's a beautiful view for all thanks to our production of the Land of Dawn. Let's see who is going to be taking this second game.
Let's see how the lineups are going to open up the map here as we're seeing 3 people already, 4 people down by the mid side to kind of get that information on where the start is going to be. TODAK take control over side left brush here. Bottom side is going to be attacks almost straight away. Stu, he jumps a little bit too far, but Long, he's not going to retaliate just yet.
All the retaliation, all the clear out as well coming from the rest of the team. But either way, after clear out this first wave, we're going to be seeing a lot of heavy aggression, especially coming from Team TODAK. They're constantly trying to position themselves towards this blue buff because they know that the blue buff will be, they want to take away from the side here of Team SMG, and they managed to even clear the Little Wanderer.
Seijin taking a bit of damage here, but with his G Kundo, he should be able to step out of it with no problem. Goten has already rotated him, try and make something happen, and more so just to kind of peel away at them, because he's not really going to do much against Ruby, so he doesn't mind just waiting for X-Ray to kind of push the lane for him.
I also love the fact that Moon not really committed to go towards the jungle just yet, especially not knowing the existence or where this Harley is going to be yet. But you see, figuring out thanks to thanks to the zoning coming from Stu, who was able to give quite a amount of information towards his teammate, Mood is finally going straight towards the jungle after clearing that 2 waves in the middle.
Yeah, and Chiku is also taking into consideration the timing of when Rin is going to be level 4. He can't be caught below 50% of his HP. If not, he's going to get one shot here. Stu clearing up the mid lane here. It doesn't look... Oh, wait, can they secure this kill? Yes, they do! There we have it. That's going to be first blood going over to Team SMG. I was about to make a point of the fact that they changed the slow. They nerfed Chang'e's slow.
Yeah.
And I thought, like, maybe he's going to make it away because of that extra 30% that they took away. Sorry, 30%? Yes, 30%.
Yeah, 30%.
That they took away from her. So that's going to be something interesting. E1 once again taking a little too much damage here, but now with that poker trick, that should be able to help them clear it off with the deadly magic. Another kill going over to Team SMG. Some really good ganks all around.
Really, really amazing stuff. Just unfortunately, I think in this case, E1 was actually just trying to peel and not actually go fully committed as well. I believe he's going to be more dangerous once he gets that Wrath of the Droid when he's at level 4. But for now, Team SMG applying a lot of early game aggression, and Chiku already getting that ultimate. But here comes the silent coming from the side low, but he's going to be able to commit the flicker and get away.
Why did Chiku decide to walk up to the brush? Was he hoping not to die there, or just like it's a really it's a bold move for sure? And there we go. That's going to be once again E1 getting dove under the turret for his team. His Team SMG once again getting some extra gold here as they start chipping away at that barrier.
Oh man, the early aggression coming from Team SMG is absolutely insane, especially all the gap closer and gank ability coming from their lineup competition as well. This makes this literally very hard as Team TODAK, especially coming from the marksman like Mia on the side of Chico. He still needs to farm, he needs that item for himself. But Moon, he's going to be able to use the Chrono Dash to get out of the range of that Jiku, though, thankfully enough as well. Because if that really committed, then he actually will be busted down from the rest of the team here.
Yeah, now they're going to have priority for Team SMG as they are on the turtle right now. They've got all 5 of their members within the vicinity. I don't think TODAK wants to contest at all here. They're already down by 3 kills. They are 2k behind, 3 minutes of the game, and now that it's 3:30, outer turret shields have dropped.
Anyway, E1 is here. He has his ultimate as well. He's going to be able to go for the lockdown. Here comes the Ancient Sea to go for a little bit of a slow, but this is Saiyajin, or this is Cho. So you got to be careful as he's very mobile. He finds X-Ray, going to be doing quite a amount of damage. But remember, actually got to be a little bit careful as well, because there's a lot of people towards this top lane. There to the right side, here comes Ancient Sea to go for the slow. And instantly popping out the Wrath of the Giant, trying to lock the down as much as possible. But ooh, Rin was able to bounce away. But at the same time, our dear friend was able to get a punishing kill for himself. Goten barely gets out of the way alive, gonna be even popping the consecration.
Oh my goodness. Goten actually survives that with just a sliver of his HP. Looks like Uranus has been unaffected by all of these changes.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. But ooh, Long on the other hand towards his bot lane, playing the Natalia exactly where he belongs as well. Chica gotta be careful as well as he dives into the mix with the call dash. There's the silent, does cut him out of damage, and he's even able to trade things off. But here comes E1 was able to spot out Long. Now they know exactly where Long is currently at the bottom lane.
Yeah, with that information, they're going to start rotating. You can already see all 4 members here. Ruby is going to be able to try and clear top, or he could sit by mid lane just to clear one more wave when it comes out, but they're just ready for any kind of rotations. Oh, in general, TODAK here looking for Seiya, Jin, Lung. He's just creeping.
Oh, no!
Salmon Force actually being popped up here just to try and get this tower. Chico in the backline gets one-shotted straight away. E1 is next to fall to the meteor shower. What can they do with the amount of damage coming in? Lung finding a great opportunity and the way of the dragon to secure one more. This is looking great for Team SMG.
Oh, Stu, he was able to sidestep and he barely gets it out alive, but instantly there's the double kill. Big call from Zion. Sandpoint, actually on the other hand, not having the best of time for himself towards his middle lane, but all he wants to do is clear out that wave. By the way, in that team fight, really unfortunate, I think there's a little bit of a miscommunication coming from E1 as well, because he committed the ulti a little late, unable to lock down Saiyajin as he was trying to follow up with the Raging Sands. So that would have been a beautiful combination if that actually was able to pull off. And Chico on the other hand, completely forgotten that Long was still in the bush, by the way.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you got to get instinctually habitual, because that's the way a lot of these Natalia players are gonna do. They're gonna be chilling around, waiting in one of the brushes for an opportunity to get on top of you without having to use their gap closer. So it's just something you have to be careful, especially if you are one of the marksman players.
Yep, definitely for sure. But then again, Team SMG.
Get one. He's gonna get one shot. And oh no, he actually survives. He didn't get the second part, and he gets hit by the stun. Oh, E1, he misses his initial ability, but drops the ultimate to turn things around. Well done, E1.
Oh man, E1, I'm pretty sure he was satisfied with that as well, especially since he missed his Wrath of the Dryad just now. Managed to catch on top alone and punish him really hard for it. Gautier on the other hand is still the Uranus, a huge pain and nuisance to everyone's rear end. Still will be able to get out of that situation.
Yep, once again, TODAK 4K deficit against Team SMG, the exact same position they were last game. If they can hold out, they've got some amazing scaling with both Moon and Chiku on some very, very strong heroes.
Yes, and don't forget, with a huge AoE lockdown coming from the side of E1, that's going to be able to connect that Zaman Force and Chrono Dash to 100% efficiency, by the way. Goten being quite the initial as well with the Transcendent Wall and the Iron Edge, doing quite an amount of damage towards Moon, but sadly the rest of the team is here, and Goten just buying so much time. Look at the rest of the team of Team SMG. They're just really pushing. They're not even coming towards his mid.
Yeah, but now the most evident problem is going to come out because the only people who can really deal with Goten is both Moon and Chiku, and I'm pretty sure Goten is going to buy the Oracle. E1 don't walk any further. He gets hit by the Deadly Magic, pops down the Dryad's Wrath in hopes to survive, and survives with 1 HP, but now Chiku, he goes invisible using the ultimate to try and buy some time. No Deadly Magic to secure. Saiyajin finally gets him with that Way of the Dragon. He's going to die in return. Moon, can he pick it up? Yes, he can. The Fissure does land, but doesn't get that kill as a Shunpo now gives him enough of a shield. Lourve is going to secure that next kill. Deadly Magic once again onto Stu. He goes down. X-Ray looks to find an opportunity. No, I'm offended anymore, but that's as good as it gets.
Oh, it's just so unfortunate. E1 had, although yes, I know what he was trying to go for with the Ancient Sea, trying to do a little bit of harass towards that jungle, but what he forgot was they're all engaging heroes lineup composition. Of course, if E1 would have come a little bit too close, they are gonna punch him so hard for it. And without the Wrath of the Dryad as well, a counter initiation skill, they were able to just force Chiku towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, right now Chiku is just slow rolling it here. He doesn't have a lot of gold to kind of work with. He's 0-2, only at level 9 in comparison to level 10s and level 11s coming in for Zenpai and Rin. It's a tough call. Way of the Dragon securing once again, securing another kill. Stu trying to get out with the Raging Sandstorm. Long solo, but still survives. E1 bites the dust again.
Another one bites the dust once again, and ooh, X-Ray playing with the devil here as well, but then again, he's he knows as well that Saiyajin doesn't really have the Way of the Dragon. By the way, loving that emote. So cute.
They're making sure that the Indonesians watching this are very happy with the support coming out of TODAK's side, but
it's true. But then it's such a cute sound as well when he makes.
I'm surprised you could mimic it that well. I wasn't ready for that one. But yeah, let's see how they play this out, because Team SMG, again, this is where they had a little bit of issues here. They are 9K ahead, which is a significant lead, but the question is, can they close this game out? Lord is coming in 55 seconds. Chiku nearly getting one shot once again. 50% of his HP lost and now stuck in place. There is nothing that he can do. He just has to eat it.
Now it's pretty much the same as the previous game, although the difference is that Team SMG is able to apply a little bit more pressure. We see some dominance compared to the first game, but it's still not enough. We see Chiku still able to farm towards his mid lane, still able to go towards his jungle here, and now they just need to, if they really want to, if Team SMG want to close it out right here, right now, they just need to be at full offensive right now, because literally they have enough items, enough damage and levels to easily catch and burst anyone in this game.
Speaking of that, Chiku is starting to get really strong with these crits, and now once he's fully stacked, he's going to be a big boy. Goten thinks that he can take Chiku out, but if he gets stunned up, he's in a lot of trouble. Stu in the back line trying to get something happening, but it's not working out. Even the Raging Sandstorm doesn't work out. Saiyajin gets a great kick onto Moon once again. Harith with the Zaman Force tries to turn this around, but the team is already losing out. Nobody's stopping Chiku. He's going to be cutting it into the back line, but Goten is able to take full damage here. It looks like he has built armor, and that's going to be E1 for the triple kill. Zion Senpai 4-3. Team SMG once again coming up on top with this 9K goal lead against their opponents.
It's just so unfortunate, because we were looking at a battle between both of the tanks, because both Stu and E1 was actually trying to hold off the damage dealers of Team SMG, whereas Saiyajin and Goten was holding back the damage dealers of Team TODAK. The only difference was Team SMG, their entire magic burst lineup was enough to melt down even Stu. Despite him popping the quicksand guard, it still wasn't enough, because Zion Senpai has already bought a Necklace Endurance for himself.
This is really tough here. Looking at, even the blade armor purchase coming in from Goten. Very smart purchase, because at this point in time, he knows for a fact that Harith is too weak to actually deal with him until he gets his third item.
Oh man, even the Divine Glaive being picked up for the side here, Zion Senpai, that is a lot. of damage.
Yeah, that Calamity Reaper just came out way too late at this point. At 11 minutes into the game, he is significantly behind.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much why Team SMG is doing a really great job in this early game of applying pressure. Now it all comes down if they're able to just hammer them right here, right now with this first Lord push. By the way, it's a normal Lord, not an enhanced one. It's a normal one, so it should be a very easy clear coming from the side of Team TODAK. But how much advantage and objective can Team SMG get from this though?
Well, let's see the the Lord power play here as they come in pretty hard with the Meteor Shower. E1 taking so much damage. He needed to wait 1 more second for the Revitalize. Now Goten going down to that bottom side. X-Ray is going to be able to clear that wave. However, he sacrifices it. 2 large ones. Stu is the next to fall here. That the Quicksand Guardian is not going to be enough as they take everything away from TODAK. The Deadly Magic coming out onto Moon, especially with the space escape to close that distance. It's looking good. Team SMG looking to kill this game strong, bringing it over to a 1-1, and here it comes. The crystal will fall, and Team SMG brings it to Game 3.
Woo! Amazing stuff, and really unfortunate. Chiku, he thought he got out, but the glowing wall effect coming from the side here of Zion standpoint from the Challenger was just a little bit too deadly for him to escape. But anyway, kudos to SMG for really turning things out and finally closing the game.
Yeah.
Really well played. Really well played.
And more importantly, they closed it out just before that late game was starting to hit by. First Lord push looking really good. I mean, a 9K gold lead, that's how games needed to be ended.
Yes. And at the same time as well, they totally understand the fact that, hey, we have a lot of damage. Why we drag this out? We just have to hit and catch anyone at that point. Sure, it might have been a little bit different should Team TODAK were on the same level or same item with Team SMG. But in this case, I think Team SMG, when they go for the push, they just totally understand, like, hey, we can burst anyone.
Yeah.
It can be anyone. This had to be the backline core anymore. They cannot stop our onslaught. They cannot out-damage us. Just go and catch anyone. It all started when Harley was able to burst down with the Deadly Magic on X-Ray. Literally zoning him out, there's no control, and E1 was pretty much left alone to bite the dust.
Yeah, it's really interesting how there's... I mean, the way the meta has been shaping up a little bit more, it's looking like that transition from early to mid is becoming such a big standpoint for a lot of these teams, especially as you can see on how, as we look into the highlights, brought to you by Yudu, powered by Cellcom. Keep an eye on Moon because he starts off really, really well here. In general, he's doing a good job. He's trying to do his work. He drops down the Zaman Force as well. Looks to try and get the kill. Unfortunately, you notice almost straight away, he doesn't have a lot of damage to begin with.
I mean, same goes for the majority of the members of side here Team TODAK as well, and same goes for Team SMG. The only difference was that the fact that Team SMG is just constantly applying more pressure, had even more control compared to the side of Team TODAK, which their only early game control skill was actually the Rough or the Dry. Although yes, Chico has his own stun for the second skill, but it's not as big compared to E1's ultimate, which pretty much missed at the bottom lane, by the way.
Look at Sage and just walk away with literally 1 HP there. Super unfortunate. And yeah, again, especially now that the jungle, well, I wouldn't even call it jungle meta, but the latest patch, this next patch, has been working out pretty well for a lot of these teams who really know how to transition from early to mid game. Because in a lot of these situations, look at Moon, he's so far behind. Even with the mystery shop, he needed to get at least 2 items before he was relevant into the game. But with an 8K disparity here, oh my goodness, it just looks like he's so much further behind than he actually is.
Yeah, and the best part about it as well, because like I was mentioning during the game as well, that both tanks of Team TODAK and Team SMG was actually trying their best to actually zone out and hold back the damage dealer as much as possible. But then again, with an 8K gold difference here, and of course itemization as well compared to the gold difference for sure, they were able to melt down Stu immediately. All E1 could do was instantly just fall back and try to assist Moon, who was actually caught out from both Goten and Saiyajin. And look at the best part about it is I really wanted to see what is the itemization for Saiyajin as well, because not only was he able to do quite an amount of damage, but he was also able to sustain too.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. He was able to sustain through like an absurd amount of damage overall, and I think Team SMG did a really good job at just bogging down TODAK enough before they hit that critical mass. Because again, had Chiku got that Malefic Roar to kind of deal with the amount of armor coming out of Goten, this would have been a completely different game.
True, very, very true as well. But anyway, they were able to zone out both X-Ray and instantly picked off E1, and it was just pretty much an easy pick up and clean out coming from the side of Team SMG as they just slowly pick up the rest of the member, because literally all 3 inhibitors actually fell before the crystal actually broke.
Yeah, and this is, honestly, if this game lasted for another 5 minutes more, I think TODAK could have easily really turn this around because again, not a lot of a lot of burst damage coming out of Team SMG, but the amount of constant DPS being pumped out of TODAK is just significantly higher.
I'm just trying to remember what was their first lockdown here coming from the side of Team TODAK. It was, oh yes, they locked down the Ruby first. They're prioritizing that silent and control. But the thing is, at the same time, we have seen actually playing other heroes as well. But anyway, before we talk about the hero, this is the itemization coming from both of this team here. And in particular, I'm looking for our big man show here. Sayajin, where you went, boy? Flat tanks, no damage on them at all. He's totally disciplined about this and full confidence that having 3 cores here, 3 damage dealer cores is pretty much sufficient enough.
Yeah, and this is how you deal with this with these well, I can't even say super hyper carriers, just these scaling marksmen in general. Like, think about it. A lot of these scaling marksmen need like 3, arguably now with the changes, 4 items before they become super relevant. And you can see he's got boots, this including boots, it's only the Berserker's Fury and Windtalker coming out of Chiku. That's a nice combination. If he had 1 more item, he could arguably even go for the Malefic Roar here if you really wanted to, just to deal with this stupid blade armor that has been completely stopping Chiku from getting these kills. Because again, the backline, 2 people who are constantly going to be there is either Goten or Sayajin.
Or both.
Or both, yeah.
Or in worst case, you can actually have 3 because Long is just constantly looking for a bait.
Well, okay, that's not a very fair argument then, because we know for a fact Lung is going to be gunning out for these top dogs, but more importantly, needing to get rid of Moon, who really struggled this game, ending up with almost the lowest amount of gold, 44.9k, especially since he was the jungler and had Mystery Shop.
Dude, and the best part about it is, well, like Moon, like you said, Moon is just having a terrible time because not only because of the control coming from the side of Team SMG, but every time he pops out the Zaman Force and goes for the Chrono Dash,
oh yeah,
instantly Zion Senpai just dropped on the meteor shower. It's like, hey, dash! Dash for me!
Dash for me. Dance for me, monkeys. But yeah, it really was tough. I think Sayajin and Goten did a really good job interchanging their roles, understanding what they had to do at the right times. But looking back at it, let's start off with Rin being the rich guy of the game, as well as the carry with the sandbag being his own teammate Goten, as well as his other teammate Lung, making sure that they take all 4 of those spots filled with Team SMG.
All SMG, all with their lineup composition, taking all 4 spots here. Our rich guy is going to be Rin, who did the most amount of damage, followed by the carry, also going to be Rin, who does the most amount of damage. Sandbag is going to be Goten, who tanked the most, and followed by the forgotten one will be Long with 15 assists. Although yes, Long, we also saw for the scoreboard as well, he was really trying to go for something that was for himself. But towards the latest part of the game, we saw Long started playing a little bit more of a damage support dealer here. He didn't really dive all the way to the base to go for the kill. His main goal was just to do initial damage, go for the silence, set up for the team. Then pretty much he just backed up and looked for another opening for their execution.
Yeah, but I think we can actually start talking about the compositions from either side, because I mean, just look at what they actually have from the side of Team SMG. If we're talking about scaling at the end of the day, Team SMG would have been outscaled by TODAK. I brought this up multiple times during the cast itself, but I think here is where it's most evident, because you can clearly see it's just double mages against, you know, a potential marksman who outscales both of them, and a mage that, again, outscales both of them when it comes to that consistent DPS.
I think it's just their frontliners here in this case, or what they can actually try to go for. I mean,
that made the difference, yeah.
I mean, sure, you can go for the Ruby, but I will highly recommend that you don't lock down the Ruby. Like, if you're comparing like both between control and playmaker, I would definitely prefer a playmaker on the side of my team, because at least that way, not only will you be able to set up for the team and control, but you can also apply quite the amount of pressure towards the opposing team, which is exactly what our dear friend SMG, who was playing the Cho, was doing an exceptional job with not only the Cho, but the Uranus here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough. It really is tough, because Sayajin was finding so many pickoffs there in the middle, in the cluster of the fight as well. It's very hard to kind of keep track of him, especially with all the abilities being like dropped down in the same place. But, well, it's time to look who's going to be the MVP of this game here. Reveal it to us, production. It's going to be the one, the only from Team SMG. It's going to be Rin on his Harley.
Really well-played stuff too as well, who did actually 3,971 damage in the game. But the reason why he actually got the MVP here, not because of amazing KDA or itemization or amount of damage he did in the game, is the fact that how much he fully understands Harley, what's his playstyle inside this game, and as his role as well. He's a jungler, he knows he's going to be able to clear really quickly, but at the same time with his entire kit, he went for great amount of ganks, a lot of rotation, although some ganks were not as successful as he was actually hoping for, but he applied the pressure. You know, there's that term which I always like to say to my friends whenever I'm playing MLBB or other games as well, which is literally, it's not about the ganks, it's about sending a message and instantly.
I know exactly what you're talking about here. I know you're gonna say asserting dominance like real soon.
But either way, either way, like just the fact that he was able to just send a message towards Chico. How many times we see Chico just hugging that tower, and even when he finally gave the confidence, like, okay, I think I can go to this bush here and try to push out that lane. Long was just like, happy birthday.
Well, I mean, in general, it really came down to those rotations, and I think Team SMG's composition, especially with both Chang'e as well as the Harley, they had some great movement speed. They were running around the map, running circles around the map like it was nothing.
Yeah, but oh man, just really amazing stuff, and especially it was really frightening to see the Chang'e easily popping the meteor shower, just outrunning Chico under that bottom tier 1 tower. It's like, man, she's fast.
Yeah, she's really, really fast, which is super annoying. But it's something to consider because, again, everybody is trying to figure out what's the best way and what the meta is right now because it's in a very unstable position and anything can really work.
No, that's why it's pretty, like what you say, it's really great that the fact that now the game, everyone's trying to prioritize that early game transitioning towards an ending towards that mid game, because even before the jungle came around, everyone has always understand that this game is a very fast-paced game.
Oh yeah.
After the 4-minute marker, you are trying to look for fights and then end the game in middle. If you can't end it there, you just have no choice but to drag it out. But now with the existence of jungle, where you're able to clear out the jungle, people is saying like, hey, you actually sort of say, like Moonton claims that you sort of stay in the jungle for that first third, that 3 minutes that long. But with all these clears, you actually clear it out between like average timing of 1 minute and 30 seconds. So they're like, hey, why not only will I want to clear, but I want to pick a hero that's able to go for that early game ganks and rotation and apply that pressure.
Well, see, here's what I think about it. This could go for like any kind of game. This could be for like mainly I'm taking it from card games because whenever you have a new patch, a new meta, especially with so much changes to the jungle as well in MLBB, more aggressive strategies are going to be more prominent, especially in the early phases where people are trying to figure things out. And once they kind of, you know, optimize their compositions a little bit more, I think that's when we're going to see these scaling composition really start showing up because, again, a lot of revamps.
Yeah, definitely a lot of revamps for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short break here. Don't go away for too long. Don't forget to drink water because a lot more exciting games coming right after this. See ya!
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will, in return, get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Geelong, and Albuquerque. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Udo. Being with Udo is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
everybody, to the MPL-MY SG Season 6 with your casters Geek and Q, as well as Yoli as my co-caster. And remember, this entire thing brought to you by our official digital telco, Yudu, and our official media partner, IGN, and most importantly, presented to you by Moonton.
Yeah, man, thank you guys so much for such an opportunity, not just for us and the casters, but of course all of this amazing team to showcase here at Season 6. But anyway, coming back to what we just witnessed. Like, first game, absolutely insane. Game number 2, woo! It was exciting in its own way because we've seen a couple of heroes that we have not seen for a long time.
Very long time. And obviously, that's cool to see a lot of people trying to start bringing out these other revamped heroes, like the Mia, for an example. Very excited. Unfortunately, Team SMG cleared up the mistakes in Game 1, bringing it over to Game 3 this time, looking much cleaner, especially in Game 2.
But then again, at the same time, I believe Team TODAK is not going to give that Game 3 an easy one for
Oh,
Team
of course
SMG.
not. Of course not.
Man, now I'm very curious, right? Uranus was in the pool. Now I'm just trying to understand the priorities. Oh, are you alright, my friend? Alright, so either way, I'm just trying to understand the priorities coming from Team TODAK in that game. So we can definitely both understand that from the first lock-in of the Ruby, we totally understand the fact that they actually prioritize control over playmaking or even initiation aggression hero. Or was it the fact that just actually was just more comfortable on that Ruby?
I think it just came down to like just better team fighting in general. I think Team SMG, once they kind of cleared up their team fighting and how they want to initiate these fights, the battle was pretty much won before it even started in most situations. And especially when you can see the counter engages from Team SMG, like TODAK took a little too long to get that initial kill, and by then it was too late. They ended up, Zion Senpai dies, okay, no big deal. They lose 3 members in trade. Team SMG walk away patting themselves on the back.
Patting themselves on the back.
Yeah, or each other's backs, you know, whichever makes them more comfortable.
I already can picture when E1 missed the Ray for dry arrow. I was just like, hey, man.
It's all right. You'll hit the next one. That's terrible. That's a terrible way of looking at it. I mean, he has some great playmaking capabilities.
Yes.
Beleric is just not one of those like big playmaking tanks that we're used to seeing E1 being on. The Kufras, for an example, the Baxias, or arguably even the Atlas as well, which, I mean, nowadays is going to be a little bit worse, but he's still relevant.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. And of course, at the same time, the idea coming from Team TODAK was there. Like, they already pictured the fact, like, all right, we gave you Uranus a show, we're going to be expecting you to be jumping on top of us. So Beleric was one of our ways of answering of this, especially the Harley as well.
Oh, yeah.
Engaging too. So with a huge road, they were actually hoping to just pile on top skills after skill, chain stunning this. But in this case, Team SMG just sort of read that, and they're just like, you know, fine. We won't send everyone in. We're just sending one by one, especially since Goten, who's a Uranus, they're not going to touch Goten for sure. They're just going to let him bypass.
Yeah.
And once that happened, he got to notice the back line, and then now we see Chica and Moon in a spot where, why did we let this guy through again?
Exactly. And, you know, that does bring a very important question about, you know, just situational awareness. I think Team SMG have a much better understanding of where they need to be, when and where and what roles. So a little bit more adaptability, you know, having multiple roles that kind of do the same thing, just in case, if I can't do it, one of my teammates will most likely do it, and everybody has the same mindset into how to actually play out these fights.
Right. Definitely. Oh, man, now just this third game, I'm just trying to think. Will Team TODAK be aggressive or not? Because
it's tough, because so far Team SMG, the way they've drafted is making sure that transition to early to mid game is super strong.
Dude, it's not just that early to mid game as well. Like let's be honest, like the majority among the heroes, sure, they can be great initiators if they popped up, but I feel that drafting has been very safe today. You know, like very relaxed. Like, you know what, we're not going to be too aggressive, especially since we didn't get the Kufra or the Box here. We're just going to be playing that counter offensive. If we get control, if we start popping things off, then we will start asserting our dominance. This is what I've been feeling from the drafting for these 2 games.
I mean, it is true. I'm not gonna take that away from you. I think more importantly so, we have to keep we don't have a lot of data to kind of run this through, because I think we have to kind of look at the average game time in general. These games have becoming a lot longer in comparison to having, you know, those 10-minute games where you clearly know someone is dominating with their 10k gold lead and such. That's what we did see previously, but the game still extended to about, you know, 15 minutes or so.
But either way, maybe it's just not the drafting. I think it's just this curse.
The curse of whoever has, you know, the higher poll is going to lose the game.
The honest prediction.
I mean, at the very least, LaFell is not going to be worrying about like, my prediction is going to be right this time. The audience has got me covered in that situation.
I really can see LaFell just like turning his head left and right.
He's just like, don't look here, don't look here. But yeah, besides the fun and game, besides those fun and games, I think TODAK really need to start understanding they have been slow to adapt to a lot of these metas. We saw that previously in past seasons, and hopefully the same mistake doesn't occur this time because they really need to be on the ball if they don't want to lose their 100% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, this was a little bit, the games compared to last week was a little bit different because TODAK, we saw from last week's game, we saw that not an instant reaction, but they were able to react accordingly and professionally as well. So today's game, I think they're just a little bit slow, or maybe, it's the first game of the day, so maybe they're just warming up, in that kind of situation. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3 between Team TODAK and Team SMG, and Team TODAK will be standing on the blue side, so they have priority picks and ban, and instantly leading up will be the Kufra and the Barat.
Yeah, oh boy, Team SMG once again on the red side this time round. Banning again, I wouldn't expect the bans to be too different. TODAK going to be starting off with the Kufra as well as the Natalia. Team SMG with the Barat, knowing that they're not going to have access to it as their first pick.
Yeah. And like I always tell people for every game we cast together, is the first game is always about testing the water. The second game is always trying to react to that changes, and the third game is just dedicated bans here, or who do not want to face and want to remove entirely. And in this case, Team TODAK, they're like, Natalia is too annoying.
Wait a minute, did they change sitting positions to the side of TODAK? I'm pretty sure I saw him move in the middle, right? Chico was like on the far left.
They changed. Maybe they just like they follow.
Oh wait, hold up. They actually brought in their sub. For Mezzi is going to be playing instead of Stu this time round. So hopefully, with the different types of hero pools that both of these players have, this could change the dynamic of the way they draft.
I mean, definitely for sure, because the entire time Stu just had no choice but to stick with that Khalid the entire time. We have not seen any changes or any other pickups for the team. Although yes, Khalid really great dominance towards this lane, but when it comes to rotation or even coming for that team fight, it becomes a 50-50 prediction.
Yeah, and I don't know, his position in the meta so far, they need to make a change to his ultimate. It is just way too slow, and everybody can kind of predict where exactly it's going to be unless you're point blank.
Let's be honest, it's not predicting. It's just very obvious. You can just see one marker on the ground and says like, I'm coming and landing right here for them,
Yeah.
But either way, Esmeralda into the pool here. That's a really picked out for the side of Team TODAK.
Yeah, it's been a very, very long time since we've seen Esmeralda hit the Land of Dawn, but this time round, Team SMG going to be replying strong. Ooh, they even play the counter matchup here as well. Well, sorry, not the counter matchup for Esmeralda, but, for the Uranus. They don't mind being on that losing end.
Yeah, and at the same time, there is no... Now it just puts Team TODAK in a position where do we want to send Esmeralda to the lane to deal with this Uranus, or do we want to send her and make her excel inside this jungle here?
That's a really good question, because overall, like, there can only be one that goes into that EXP lane, and most of the time it has to be that Khalid here. In a lot of these situations, the question for me is whether or not Esmeralda is going to be that hyper carry or not.
Oh my god, Karina.
Karina in the jungle.
I mean, we saw Karina in the jungle before. And she actually managed to pop off last week, but sadly Karina's not going to be picked off. And I was going to be locked down. It's going to be our dear friend Moon in the jungle with the Harid. But then again, just want to, before we end the topic about Karina, I just don't... Sure, Karina is really strong when it comes down to that for those gangs, but remember, she is very, very squishy. She's like a Gushin in this case.
Yeah, she really is, but at least she has like a lot of movement speed when she goes invisible. Well, not really invisible, but camouflaged is what they would, if I had to specify it. But yeah, those fast rotations for those junglers is very, very important. Like the next most important stat other than your damage is going to be how much movement speed do I have? Do I have a way to kind of close that gap really, really quick and rotate towards that bottom side? As we move on into the second bans, it's going to be the Hellcurt as well as the Yi Shin, with the final lock-in of the first pick phase going to be the Chang'e.
Yes, indeed, and I love the fact that Team TODAK is just like, I don't care about your hyper carries anymore. We just need to ban out your jungle options here. What will be a threat to us? What will be a nuisance to us? And I wouldn't be surprised if their final ban would be either the Harley or even the Jawhead, because both is exceptionally painful and a nuisance to deal with.
I think more importantly so, with the composition that they have picked up so far, they knew they wanted to pick up that Harith as soon as they banned out that Natalia, but just in case they were going to pick up that Hellcurt, they make sure they banned it out, because we see Team SMG, the way they draft, they like to kind of wait a little bit longer, especially towards that second phase before they lock in their jungler.
I mean, definitely for sure, because they really want to try to see if they are going to be countered or not. So either way, final ban, the exact same ban which they banned from the second game as well. It's going to be the healer. So they're definitely going to be trying to opt for a jungler that's not only is he weak against that early game aggression, but his sustain isn't as great compared to the rest of the teams here.
I think the big question for Team SMG is, are they going to bring out that Harley once again? It doesn't look too bad based on what we see so far, and even with the Ruby band as well. Ooh boy, it looks like TODAK wants to have a Big Daddy comp.
I mean, Big Daddy comp, but at the same time, it's with good reasons why they went for the Ruby, because they totally understand that it's already difficult as it is, because there's a lot of control heroes that's still in the pool that can actually get a hold on Harry, and with the existence of Chunga as well with the meteor shower, it's going to be forcing him out of the Zaman Force, which is exactly what they were doing from the last game as well.
Yep, and now Team SMG, they got to think of a way to get past the defenses. Well, not really the defenses, just the sheer damage that TODAK has. If they get on top of him, he's especially if it's like a Yi Shin Shin, if it wasn't banned, it would be a lot of trouble. But they get the Roger instead for the side of Team SMG. Looks like they want to go hard or just go home.
Hard to go home for sure. Oh man, I'm just trying to think what Team TODAK what else is in the pool that's really up for them. They can try to opt for the Joy, but same goes to Team SMG.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my lord.
Wow.
Hold the phone here.
Who's jungling, right?
Oh, no, let it get away. Hold on, let me think of this. This could be, oh my god, Moon can play both heroes. And Chiku, we have never seen him play a single mage before.
Yeah, they could easily just start swapping roles once this draft is over. So that's something to note. This is going to be a 3-mage composition coming out of TODAK here, and they still have their final pick not locked in. They still got about 12 seconds left. Let's see, do they want to round this out with the tank? And it looks like they're hovering over the Atlas. Despite the nerfs, they commit to it.
No, but it's good reason as well. Although yes, Atlas or Altar, Research is not here. So Atlas, although despite all the nerfs and everything, his ultimate is still gonna send a message to the side of Team SMG like, hey, you wanna jump in? We can actually punish you quite hard for it. And then again, remember at the same time, with all these mobile heroes, they need someone to really just keep them in their place, even if it's just for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, but I don't know how that setup is gonna work out, because again, it is becoming more and more of a problem. Come on, lock it in. Lock it in, SMG. Do it. Just do it. Just for the fun of it. Lock in that Saber.
Actually, Saber is actually not bad. He does quite an amount of damage, although his right click isn't as great, but his ultimate...
His right click?
No, because Terrace was mentioning last week, he was saying like, his right click was insane.
Get out of here. We're playing mobile. It's the attack button. Is that the right term? The attack button?
Yeah, attack button.
It feels very weird saying it.
Yeah. No. Now that you corrected me now, I also realized as well. I was like, right, this is mobile. It's not PC. Oh my god.
Master Race, let's go.
But either way, final lockdown here coming from the side of Team SMG. Now I want to know, who is this Harif and who is this Chico? Now, the thing is this, right? Before we jump to the mix and really finalize who's going to be taking the role of the Harif and Selena here. If you were Team TODAK right now, who will you designate a hero, a playmaking hero like Selena to?
I have to give it to Moon.
Moon, right?
I absolutely have to give it to Moon, because the way Chiku plays, he's a very good opportunistic player. So he waits for the right opportunity to make something happen, and he's got the lightning fast reflexes as we've seen him on that Ling. So it makes sense if he was going on that Harith. The question is whether their comp is going to get really hurt, because they don't have a lot of physical damage. So itemizing against the composition that TODAK, getting the oracles very early on, arguably the cursed helms depending on who they're... Actually, they don't even need the cursed helms at this point in time. They just need an Athena shield. It's looking pretty tough.
I mean, tough indeed. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into the mix as well, like, come on, think of it this way, right? So, yes, a little bit concerning on coming down for the itemization as well, since there's no physical damage coming from the side here of Team TODAK. But I believe with both Selena and Atlas locked in as well, they're gonna be very offensive with this.
Ideally, it should work out. Let's say, they're playing at 100%. I really want to know whether those nerfs are going to hit Atlas hard. Because, again, it is... he's not exactly too strong in the early game anymore, so he can't necessarily just kind of walk in like a Grok safely in most cases. So that's something that I do want to see for the first... You know what? Let's just put it at the natural landmark of 330.
Yeah, 330 for sure. And just want to remind you guys to know what we're talking about. Actually, Grok is... Sorry, not Grok, but Atlas is not as tanky as it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they reduced his armor. I don't even know why they reduced his armor. I feel like it's not exactly the best of changes, but the fact that they did, let's see how they play this out.
Now, the funny part is he's a tank as well, so not as tanky as he's supposed to be. But anyway,
Oh my goodness, he lost 50% of his HP within that first
engagement. Yeah.
Oh,
That
boy.
is not fun at all. But anyway, let's see whether SiG is going to be able to disrupt him at all. But Ewa is doing a fantastic job zoning out. But then again, top side for Mez coming in, making the player instantly melting down Go 10.
Don't worry, it's the Go 10 classic. Every time he plays Uranus into the Khalid matchup, he usually gives first blood, but later into the game, he becomes a lot more relevant. So just give him some time. Give him some time.
You make it sound like it's a Parasite play for some reason, but either way. Oh, but once again, yes, 4 minutes just zoning out. It's really punishing as well, especially in the EXP lane where if you're one level ahead, you're able to just harass him a lot here.
I mean, that's ideal, especially for Formezi. He wants to be very aggressive, and he is making sure he is utilizing Khalid in the earlier stages of the game. He doesn't really have to worry about the junglers because they are matching each other when it comes to when he's doing the buff. If Harif is doing the buff, guess who else is going to be doing the buff? It's going to be Rin.
But anyway, E1 doing quite a great job in the harassing.
Oh!
Yeah!
Some great setup coming in from Moon. Abyssal Arrow lands perfectly, great dive, and this is what you want to do in the early game, especially when you have an early game composition and setup like Moon.
I mean, exactly, like I was mentioning as well, like this is gonna be, they're gonna be very early and very aggressive about it as well. Just really unfortunate as well that Science Empire actually rotated towards the top side, because let's be honest, if he didn't rotate, let's be honest, I believe Moon would actually just dive in, not to go for the kill, just to do for a couple of damage before he leaves.
I mean, the way he was kind of moving around. Unfortunately, Seijin was able to pick that up. I mean, Lung really wanted it, but not this time.
I mean, no choice, because E1 was actually able to connect and do quite a amount of damage with the Annihilate. Just sadly enough, wasn't able to steal away that crab.
Yeah, and now, I mean, looking down onto the bottom side, once again, it's going to be Lung on this carry here. Well, the rest of the team is going to have to play this a lot slower. Rin is going to be naturally into the jungle. Oh, look at that damage. He's 2 levels down. There's nothing Uranus can really do to walk up. And now they're going to go straight for that dive, even with Chiku with the Zaman Force as well. Securing that kill. Oh, Chiku, please don't die. Oh, Chiku. Okay, he's live. Woo!
He's alive, boys!
Woo! That Crota shift. Whew. Luckily. But now Seijin looking to try and turn this around. Unfortunately, it's not going to be working out. He could get dove under tower, but Formezi, he doesn't have the ultimate. So once again, he's just going to be putting damage into that shield.
By the way, Foreman is going to be a little bit careful as well, because there is a rotation coming from the side here, or Rain on the side here of Team SMG. But then again, now with all these lanes happening, right? Team TODAK finally, they're getting the initiative, they're getting the aggressive as well, and another beautiful kill happening towards that bottom lane. By the way, that is an insane pickup as they actually shut down one of the cores here, and that was Long with the Claw.
They have to take their time. Real nice and slow, especially for Team SMG. Their composition will take a little bit longer. Oh, Raging Sandstorm nearly landed, forcing Zion Senpai to flicker on out of there. But as I was saying, yeah, they need a little bit of time. Both Rin is great at clearing jungle. Lung is going to take a lot longer to get to that critical mass.
Critical mass, and the game will be super critical as well if Team SMG is able to scale, because we're talking about 2 marksmen, by the way. Anyway, follow up with the flicker, with the beautiful Fatal Links as well, able to pull back. But with the timing of the Purify, he was able to fall back a little bit, but still gets punished for it. Zion Senpai will fall. Saijin barely gets in the way, but Formez with the Desert Tornadoes sending him all the way out of the mix here. And like Gideon said, he's smurfing in this game.
Yeah, Formez, I mean, he just needed a little bit of a break, and now with Stu, you know, switching out for Stu, Formez is making sure that even with worst of matchups, he is taking full advantage of the situation. He is looking good.
Oh man, he's looking too good actually, because right now, if we look at Formez right now, he is 3-0 by the way. Long even committing the Blazing Duet just to clear out the ways. But without that as well, there's just no...
I mean, they aren't safe here. It's a 6-1. It's 6-1 in terms of the kill score. Formez trying to take this away, but he gets kicked back, and that's going to be a kill. Nope, no way, no way! Formez manages to get it off in time. The Ionic Edge doesn't connect in time, and Moon able to chunk Goten out, punishing him for making that mistake.
Yes, but no, the best part about it, it does connect, but they just don't have any other control skill. There's no Jikundo, it was still on cooldown. Way the Dragon was actually committed too, so instantly, Formez was so confident that he could just pop the quicksand guard. So really well played, he was able to sustain, although was not able to go for any trade-offs, but the main goal was just allowing Formez to force out a lot of big spells out of Team SMG lineup, but instantly it's making a trade-off. There's the trade, there's a rotation again coming out from Moon.
Yeah, they just have to play through top side at this point in time. Nobody can really deal with Formezi until they send more than 2 people, arguably even 3. You can see Uranus, Chang'e, as well as Roger ready to make something happen. But look at that bot side. Like, Lung cannot deal with it as this fight is about to initiate. No? Are they going to go in for this? It might be a bit too angry.
Oh, man. Just like you say, a little bit too angry too. He's going to be able to fall back. But then again, it's a really tough game for Claude, so especially having all his shields being stolen away from the Esmeralda. It's just really a tough time.
Yeah, pretty tough. Chiku breaking down that tier 1, and now the Salmon Force trying to kill Jin. He is not going to be making it out of there. The backline X-Ray once again. Raging Sandstorm right in the middle for Mezzi. He's got to get out from under that turret range.
Definitely got off for sure. Beautiful drop down with the RRQ emotes as well. But look at the top side, right? 4 minutes X-Ray. They're just like, you know what? I'm stealing shields. You're doing damage. Let's try to get this top tier 2 towers for themselves. Because right now, Team TODAK, they just had to apply and assert that dominance, which they're currently doing right now. And Moon pick up the Clock of Destiny. Oh man, he is going to hurt.
Yeah, he's already pretty big, and looking at where Chiku is at currently, he's already got the Calamity Reaper. Before that 8-minute mark, which is really, really nice. So he's not going to be as slow, and the Mystery Shop definitely helps, but getting it 6 minutes into the game, he's going to deal some damage.
And the best part about it, we see Fome is halfway with that Sea Helmet as well to really deal out with the amount of region coming from the side of Team SMG for sure. And I love E1, despite not playing the box here, he's still very aggressive and still keeping true to his play style. Long gonna be coming to the blade to do it, but then again, E1 just playing around with that bear bow and all the meter shout gonna be doing quite a amount of damage. Moon has to try to run away for his life. Roger, Sally, Rain was able to get the payoff for himself. 4 minutes on the other hand. Ooh, almost got the kill alone, but in the battle mirror image, he's still able to get away and will get shut down by Zyme Senpoi.
The selection of where they fought not too good, but Chiku going in very, very hard with his Salmon Force. That Chrono Dash is working out, but Seijin gets the weight of the dragon, allowing Rin to get on top of him, securing that kill. That's going to be 4 kills going over to Team SMG. And what did I tell you? They're just not map awareness, but just situation awareness in these team fights are just insane.
Dude, and the best part about it as well, Team SMG just totally play around with their quirks and perks as well. They're like, oh, beautiful engagement coming from the side of X-Ray with the false down, but then again, still not enough to get the kill on long. But anyway, yes, Team SMG, they understand like, alright, we cannot go for a full 5v5 team fight, but let's try pick up players one by one. And Goten instantly gets punished as Formez, and with the rotation of Moon, was able to punish one, and possibly potentially a second one as well.
Now Rin on the run here. E1 looking to connect. Yes, he gets the start off with the perfect lens into the Fatal Links. Perfect match into Fatal Links, looking real good. As long as E1 isn't the first to initiate or force them into an awkward position, there's not a lot that Team SMG can do.
I mean, it's really hard as well, but Team SMG had the right idea just now in the last team fight as well, as it was just pick up members one by one, and fully understanding the fact that Al is actually really not as tanky as he was before, they were able to melt him down. But Team TODAK instantly retaliates back and punished them for it, especially when it comes down to that split push.
Yeah, but talking about the transition from early to mid, this is that point in time where the early game is pretty much done. Yep. The question is, how much of a lead can they generate? They've generated 4K against Team SMG, but this is the exact same problem that Team SMG had in Game 1 itself, where they couldn't really close it out.
And it's really difficult for them to close it out as well, since Team TODAK is currently forcing Team SMG to be that back against the wall as well. And with Formez, who's currently quite a significant lead, but let's be honest, not for long if he's actually not too careful. But in the end, Chiku is still going for the assassination, was able to pop things off on Goten. Of all the people.
Goten is really struggling here. His lane has been punished constantly. Off of one bad mistake, getting solo killed at level 1, it's just been a downward spiral for him.
I mean, that's pretty much how the EXP lane currently is like, you know. But beautiful engagement with the Abyssal Arrow, but sadly, no one's actually close by to follow up with it. That was actually a beautiful engage. That's a beautiful catch, by the way.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here. Seijin is going to be absorbing that Abyssal Arrow with this Shunpo. Nothing to worry about, but Team SMG falling further and further behind. 6K gold lead for Team TODAK.
But anyway, Moon getting ready to find, and just look at that, right? Team TODAK instantly just totally understands, right? We're putting traps down. We're putting as much vision, getting control on that vision, and the jungle. You see the majority of Team TODAK just constantly ensuring that, hey, Team SMG, you want to come out, you have to pay for it, and that's pretty much what happens. I think the only one that can actually bravely go out and come back in safely is pretty much just Saiyajin here.
Yeah, I think Saiyajin in general is going to be their only real option because Goten is significantly far behind. Even with the Avarice, he's not going to be able to catch up in gold just about yet. The lowest total, he even has lower gold than Atlas himself, so you might want to consider buying a mask just to kind of catch up into this game.
Oh, anyway, here comes E1. He's going to be able to catch on Saiyajin. He's going to be able to come into Flicker, so he should be able to try to get out as quickly as possible as Rely. But here comes the minion shot. He's going to be able to burn X-Ray, force him in out of position and alone. He's going to be able to use the artillery to steal a couple of move speed and attack speed away.
Oh, really nice disengage coming in from Team SMG. Blazing Duet coming in strong for Lone, but he wants to secure that kill. Can he actually go for it? E1 survives in the process, but for Mezzi, he's already going to get that first kill, and now Rin, he's on the run. He doesn't want to be part of this anymore. He's got that red buff, but it's not looking good. Long, on the other hand, he's got to use that battle mirror image to get away. Here comes Formezi. No ultimate this time around, but Saiyajin and Zyme Senpai are there to create that distance. Here, let me show you how much I love Aura compared to how much you love Bigatron this time.
Oh, man, and I just love the fact that Formez is just so confident in this game at the point where he's like, I don't need Flicker. I'll get a freaking execute and just instantly execute anyone I see in the lane here.
Don't you just love it how everybody in chat most of the time are either talking about like, oh yeah, Indonesia is better, oh Malaysia is better, but at the end of the day, we're pretty big fans of the Indonesians no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, we're all big fans. Come on, who makes such cute emotes like...
Oh my goodness, that's true. That is true. Abyssal Arrow doesn't actually connect this time round, but Team SMG, again, they are playing these guerrilla tactics, going in and out of these fights as soon as they can to look for, you know, maybe the chinks in the armor for TODAK and make them crack a little bit.
I mean, it's gonna be really tough as well because currently, if Team SMG were to like throw all of themselves on top of Team TODAK currently in their current state, it's pretty much like throwing an egg against a rock, and hopefully the rock actually breaks. But anyway, make or break. It all comes down to this first Lord push. It's not enhanced, of course, so it's a very weak Lord. This is going to be able to allow Team SMG Zyme Senpai to be able to melt him down.
I think they should have waited a little bit longer to take this Lord to force a fight onto Team SMG. Because again, they are quite significantly ahead. It's 35 to 27 even before the Lord actually made it to those inhibitor turrets. So now, let's see how this is going to go. It's going to be Rin against Formezi for now. The Tornado to get on out of there, but this Lord to break that inhibitor.
It's going to be really tough as well, but anyway, here comes a lot income engagement as well with the falling star mode. Asher was not able to come in at all, but then again, here comes the E1 with on top of Saiyajin with the Fatal Lace, but thankfully enough, with the Purify, he's still going to be able to get out alive. But then again, the Lord doing a significant amount of damage. There goes the bottom inhibitor, and with a double kill picked up on Moon. Absolutely insane, and there goes the mid inhibitor. But the Mr. Arrow was able to catch and connect on Rin. No more defenses. Goten trying his best to hold on the line. Side Saber as well is going to be coming in the middle shot, but it's not going to be enough because Team TODAK will break the crystal, and that's going to be game number 3.
They're going to be ending this season real soon, and there goes. Moon chucks over his blanket buff over to the other side once again. Like, honestly, well played to TODAK here, maintaining the 100% win rate overall, especially starting off the week 5 pretty strong, and arguably they could have lost that game.
Yeah, it was insanely close as well. But then again, let's be honest, let's go back to the... Before we talk about game, let's go back to the blanket, right?
Okay.
I'm pretty sure this is a tradition coming from Team TODAK. Every time someone is going to throw the blanket.
I'm telling you, it's a blanket buff. It gives Moon that strength. Once his you know, lower half of himself is warmed up, that's when you know he's going to get those gears running.
Oh yeah, man, definitely for sure. All the gears is definitely running inside that game, especially when he plays the Selena. Oh my lord, never gets old. Never gets old.
It really doesn't get old. But yeah, I mean, looking over at both of these teams here, I think Team SMG, what they really dropped the ball. Ah man, Formezi just got way too far ahead. And what can you really do in that position?
It's really punishing as well. But I think at the same time, maybe Goten. I wouldn't assume here, but I think I'm just gonna go on a theory where Goten just didn't see the hero spell coming for the side of Formez at all, because I believe that shouldn't have happened unless you were very aggressive about it.
Well, hold on.
Well. Yep.
That's a cough for Terizla, because that's one of the situations whereby if you're not too comfortable with your level 1s, the natural progression of when you build up to that Uranus is starting off with Terizla, and then you go into the Uranus. They kind of fulfill the same duties. There's more playmaking capabilities, but at the very fundamentals, that Uranus, you need to know your level 1 isn't exactly the strongest in the world, especially when you're up against a beast like Khalid, who will naturally chunk you out to 50% of your HP at level 1. Yeah. That's nothing to kind of glance about.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlights brought to you by Udo, powered by Cellcom, as Gideon and I is going to walk with you guys on what exactly happened inside this early game. But this is what I'm saying, right? So, Team SMG has a majority of the hero scouts, right? Major one as well. And the thing is, and the best part about it, they were able, long in this, before the fight actually started, he was actually managed to able to melt E1 quite a bit before Zion Senpai came up with the finishing touch with the meteor. And without such a strong initiative team fight hero as well. And remember, E1 has no flicker, it's still on cooldown here. So getting rid of E1, Team SMG totally fully realized that the fact like, hey, if we were to get caught by any stun alert coming from the side here, Team TODAK, we have spells to counteract them. We have spells to really out damage and outmaneuver them. But most importantly, while E1 was being picked up, Moon got caught by Goten.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Moon got heavily chunked out even before the fight even began, but just look at the positioning in general of where the rest of the team is. Like E1, he had no choice. He was taking the full brunt of the damage. He's forced to retreat. Lung comes into the side and basically cuts off all the exits away from everybody else. I mean, look at this. They took 2 Purifies, and Zaim Senpai, he bothered to take the flicker just so he wouldn't get caught out by E1 at the end of the day. So this kind of forced E1 to start thinking, okay, I'm not looking to get those big plays, looking to catch 3 people. Obviously, he's going to be looking for them, but, you know, that's not his priority. His objective is to get Saiyajin out of the way for the rest of the team to kind of clean up shop, because we know for a fact Goten absolutely too weak at this stage of the game.
But at the same time, just look at where X-Ray is actually currently standing, right? I know a lot of people is probably just wondering, all the viewers as well, they're just like wondering, hey, you're next to 3 people, why did you commit your falling star mode on 3 people instead of trying to go for Zaim Senpai? Totally understandable, because you must understand the turret is, the bottom inhibitor was being hit pretty hard, and the person who's actually clearing out this Lord, doing significant amount of damage, is this meteor shower. And also you must remember as well, Zaim Senpai cannot really disengage, although yes, he has a flicker, but the fact that X-Ray is able to force it out, it will be making quite a big skill towards the side of the team here.
Yeah, but more importantly, it just zones Zaim Senpai in a place where he is forced to kind of just peel backwards while the rest of the team stick really close to the wall in hopes to try and get another pickoff here. But once they got that initial pickoff onto Lung, who was really caught out of position, they really cut him off from his backline support.
But either way, that was another beautiful abyssal arrow. Going to be able to catch on top of Rin, both Long and Rin, by the way. 2 marksmen being sniped away by Moon. So really amazing stuff coming for this game here.
Yeah, really great stuff. But let's have a look at the item builds for both sides. Team TODAK's side looking real strong. I mean, the Calamity Reaper, they got the Talisman as well, Oracle, as well as the Brute Force Breastplate. I really don't like the new look of that, though.
I mean, no one likes the new look of that of any of the items. Although, yeah, some items does look...
Okay, to be fair, it's specific for me. It's specifically for that Brute Force Breastplate. Because look at that. Look, it doesn't look as cool as it used to be. And in comparison to like Queen's Wings, like, okay, come on, that's a significant upgrade.
Yeah, true. And don't forget about the Bloodless Axe as well.
I'm kind of 50-50 on that.
Alright, okay. But either way, still, our dear friend Goten definitely not having the best hour. It's like, because Formis finally picking up the helmet here is gonna be huge.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, honestly, we could analyze this game more and more, and if the game went a little bit more even, if Goten didn't give away those 8 kills, or 5 kills in the early stage of the game, like, to be fair, the first death was on him. After the deaths afterwards, definitely that's when TODAK really pressed the button. It's like, hey, we gotta make sure Goten is out of this game.
Oh, yes. The best part about it, they didn't even need the Necklace of Durers at all. They're just like, oh no, Goten's too soft. We can melt him. We can
melt him. And that's why Moon, it's so good to see Moon playing something that he's super comfortable with. That's Selena. Really well done.
Yes, really well done. But at the same time, it's really cool to see Chico playing the Harem. I don't know, I'm not sure whether it's his first time here, but it is for the first time I'm seeing Chico playing the Harem inside this.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me that you haven't played Harith in solo queue. Everybody has played Harith in solo queue at some point.
I never see Chico play it.
Well, I'm pretty sure that in his solo queue games, when he's not playing with his teammates, it's like, I gotta carry this game myself. Like, all right, let's pick up the Harith. You know, it's season 3.
I mean, I love how you brought out a specific like
point of time where Harith was the strongest hero of all time.
I mean, the same goes for the rest of the heroes, right? Especially if they're like, oh, you want to climb a solo queue, especially from Masters all the way to Mythic, just play it for a layer or play any mage hero here. Just nuke the hell out of the lane.
In season 5, yeah. It's really difficult. But yeah, besides the fact we're talking about this season, and we're talking about whether or not people can figure out the meta faster than their opponents.
But then again, I believe the majority of the teams here already sort of have a rough idea. It's just whether it fits the composition and fits their
I don't know. I feel like it's very unpolished in general. I mean, even with aggressive composition, we're seeing like, you know, the cracks in the like the flaws in the aggressive composition, whereby that transition to mid to late is like by far the worst.
I mean, that's why I'm saying it's, like I said, they have a rough idea. It's not like a confirmed idea. It's a rough idea. But anyway, this is the post-game strats for this game number 3 between Team TODAK against Team SMG. Chiku is going to be the rich guy who earned the most amount of gold. The carry is going to be Formes, who dealt the most amount of damage. Sam is going to be Saijay, who tanked the most. And the forgotten one is going to be Chiku. Surprising enough, I thought it was actually going to be Goten who tanked the most. Just saying.
Really? I'm more surprised that E1's damage is only 5k. Like, he really was not landing a lot of abilities in general, but like when it hit, it hit.
I mean, yeah, definitely hit, and it really hurt so much. But then again, his main goal was just to be, you know, a nuisance. He's not going to be like dealing too much damage, because he also, you must understand, oh, Atlas not as tanky as he was before.
I mean, Atlas is literally E1's entire job was to be a living, walking bear trap. Like, 5k worth of damage, super surprising at the end of the game. Like, he was not able to walk up and harass, and I don't know whether it's, you know, evidence to kind of say that the nerfs really kind of put Atlas in this awkward position where, like, you can your engages are really, really good, but you're super soft.
Now, I guess in this case, Munter's idea of Atlas right now is just like, hey, you know, you have such a strong team fight base skill. Let's just make you really soft despite you having the role as the tank. So, whether he's a late game hero or early game hero, I guess we're still like trying to have the...
Oh, he's definitely not an early game hero. I mean, he literally just took a full hit of Jeet Kune Do, and he was pretty much 2/3 of his life.
Not 2/3, let's be honest.
Okay, it was half, alright? Like, I was trying to sugarcoat it that time.
What do you mean sugarcoat it? You just had to be honest, it's less than half HP, he's almost dead.
Well, I mean, he wasn't that low, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. But
this is coming from the guy who's literally up front and blunt to any mistakes or play.
Okay, you know, Atlas has a soft spot in my heart. I really like that Atlas. But let's look at the MVP of this game. It can only be one man, and it's for Mezzi on that Khalid. Absolutely smurfing it this game, getting a huge advantage for his team, and also helping to close it out with 22% of the total team gold earned, 3,643 damage per minute.
I believe he definitely deserves MVP, not because of the amount of kills he was able to get towards the top lane. It's just that the amount of pressure he was able to get from that early game advantage that he managed to get for himself, constantly split push the lane. And if anyone try to harass him or try to push him back, he fights back really hard, especially here. So, really well played coming from Formes. Now the real question is, before we talk about anything else, now which one looks better, the old Bloodless Axe or the new one?
I kind of like the old Bloodless Axe. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Like, I kind of wish that the new one was a lot more bloody, if that makes sense, to kind of be like, this is the representation of what it is. But it looks like the interview is going to be ready. We're going to be interviewing Team SMG, the winning team of this game, TODAK. Lafel, take it away, my man, my brother.
Love you, brother. Go.
Player TODAK. Hello, Formes. First of all, congratulations untuk dapatkan MVP tadi. Permainan yang sangat baik lawan dengan Goten. Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
So Formes, I tak boleh nak tanya game pertama dengan game kedua sebab you tak main. Tetapi you masuk pada game ketiga and perubahan yang sangat besar dalam TODAK punya gameplay. So, apa yang you rasa yang you membawa kepada tim TODAK yang menyebabkan kemenangan yang one-sided tadi?
Saya rasa sebab saya dapat baca gameplay diorang kot.
Kalau nak cakap lagi boleh.
Cakap lagi Okey, itu je.
Okay, terima kasih. So, very good. I boleh nampak you main you punya lane dengan sangat-sangat bagus and you sangat-sangat apa orang kata disiplin, di mana yes you dapatkan first blood tetapi you pastikan dia tak boleh dapatkan minion. So, itu adalah soalan pertama. Soalan kedua, kita dah banyak kali nampak TODAK menang, and setiap kali TODAK menang, boleh nampak you guys punya blanket akan terbang. Adakah itu satu tradition dekat dalam team TODAK di mana setiap kali menang kena campakkan selimut?
Itu secret senjata.
Bagus.
Setiap kali menang memang kena baling.
untuk mana-mana tim yang belum menang boleh try teknik tu, mungkin akan jadi kat korang. So, the last question. Sejak you guys, sejak Fomis dan juga Stu masuk ke dalam tim TODAK, sekarang tim TODAK nampak macam diorang kembali kepada level-level M1 sebab dekat regular season masih belum kalah. So, macam mana tu sebagai new player dekat dalam tim, macam mana perasaan Fomis dengan perubahan TODAK sejak Fomis masuk?
Saya rasa amat gembira dengan diorang. Walaupun saya dengan Stu player macam saya tak pernah main MPL sekalipun, tapi bila saya masuk tim diorang sporting, diorang macam tak rendahkan lah. Dia sama level je, diorang agak sama level, and kita orang usaha training hari-hari, training dekat 12 jam macam tu. Training, and kita orang pun banggalah dengan prestasi kita orang.
Well, daripada side caster dengan analis, kita orang memang cakap Fomis, you dah memang sama level dengan dorang. Hari ni you berjaya untuk dapatkan MVP and you menangkan you punya lane memang kau-kau. So, sebelum I lepaskan Fomis, ada tak apa-apa yang Fomis nak cakap kepada friends, family dan semua fans-fans TODAK?
Okay. First of all, untuk kepada family saya, terima kasih banyak-banyak sebab selalu doakan saya dalam bidang e-sport ni, and kepada kawan-kawan terima kasih juga sebab selalu support kita orang TODAK, and kepada fans-fans di luar sana terima kasih juga support kita orang, and korang memang mantap.
Alright, thank you very much daripada Fomis. Itu dia, you guys nampak interview between kita orang dan juga Fomis yang berjaya untuk dapatkan MVP pada game kita tadi. Thank you very much Fomis. And saya rasa tim-tim lain, dorang dah start kena ada selimut and dorang kena campakkan. Kalau ada advantage dekat situ, ya, mungkin ada satu selimut punya company kena sponsor tim TODAK. I'm just saying, kita nampak tim Resurgence, patutnya dorang ada sponsor katil. Untuk tim TODAK, dia adalah selimut. So, I rasa kalau nak jadi kuat dekat dalam Mobile Legends, memang you guys kena invest dengan tempat yang selesa. You kena tidur dengan... I can stop dekat situ. Because I dah start mengarut. So, upcoming match over here, we can see Team Geek Fam versus Team Orange Lourve Esports. Di mana Team Geek Fam, mereka tengah kalah. And kita boleh nampak dekat dorang punya kamera, dorang ada dorang punya bendera. I rasa dorang kena campak bendera tu untuk dorang menang. Untuk Team Orange Lourve Esports mungkin susah sikit because Malaysian and Indonesian. Tapi dorang kena synchronizekan sebab Team Orange Lourve Esports, mereka ada 2 Indonesian player. Nothing to say dengan GG. Dua-dua main dekat katil and dua-dua nampak sangat-sangat kuat. So, dorang kena start invest dekat gaming katil. Gaming tilam. Anyways, inilah upcoming match Geek Fam melawan dengan Orange Lourve Esports. Sememangnya antara game yang kita kena tengok disebabkan kita nak tengok sama ada Geek Fam ataupun Orange Lourve Esports, mereka lebih kuat dan mereka boleh securekan mereka punya spot dekat bahagian playoff. Sebab Geek Fam, walaupun dia pernah champion MPL, tapi season ni nampak mungkin diorang akan terlepas playoff. Tapi macam mana pun kita akan tengok pada game yang seterusnya. Nama saya Lefel dan ini adalah MPL-MY SG season ke-6 dibawakan khas oleh Monton dan juga ditaja oleh Yudo dan My Game On. Kita akan kembali sekejap saja lagi.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Spawn the arrow. You have slain an enemy.
One last strike.
Double kill. You have slain an enemy. Start by legendary. You have slain an enemy. Rampage. Mega kill. Killing spree.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, That wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Saya pun tak tahu untuk jadi legend player ni macam mana tau. Mungkin dia capai something yang sangat besar.
A person that has the most titles under his belt.
Don't ever give up lah. Tu definitely seorang legend. So bila ada masa free macam malam-malam, saya main ML ni. Apa yang memotivatekan saya adalah daripada segi sumber kewangan yang diberi daripada game ni.
I felt like I'm a good player. That's when I decide to go competitively.
Betul ke main Mobile Legends ni ataupun involve dalam e-sport ni boleh datang ke career yang stabil?
Hey, when they ask about my job, right? Always first thing they'll ask, huh? Gaming can earn money one man?
Saya terpaksa jual account saya sebab dia terlampau marah.
It is more sustainable to pursue a career in other fields.
Saya memang daripada dulu dah impian saya memang nak jadi the best player in Malaysia.
And then winning MPL is something everyone would want to continue to win.
Saya akan terus usaha lah untuk capai kejayaan champion. Itu memang saya punya objektif. Saya rasa saya boleh jadi legend dalam Mobile Legends ni. Satu hari nanti Malaysia akan jadi top team dalam dunia MLBB ni. So tunggu je lah dan saksikan.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Great to catch you back here at the MPL-MY Season 6. Once again with me, Getting Q, as well as Yoli. The entire thing has been officially sponsored by our official digital telco, Yudu, and our official media partner, IGN. The whole thing presented to you by Buntan.
Thank you guys so much for such an amazing opportunity, because we couldn't have amazing games without you guys. But either way, now, last BO3 of the day. Geek Fam versus Orange Lover. And I believe a lot of things is riding along.
Say that again one more time. Just
Lover. Sorry, it's Lourve, but it's Lover.
Oh man. Oh man.
I mean, I like to see you laugh. I like to make everyone laugh too. You know, it's always fun. Lover.
Yeah, but the fact that you're looking at me like that makes me slightly uncomfortable.
Now wait, look at the viewers. Lover.
Oh, well, at least they'll understand why I'm feeling so creeped out about this. But yes, this upcoming match, Geek Fam versus Orange Lourve Esports, it's going to be a tough one, mainly because Geek Fam has not been doing well prior to the way the patches actually hit. Yes. And now that the patches hit, it's like, is it better or worse for them? It's kind of tough to say.
I mean, it's like we saw them trying things out back into a more lineup which they sort of prefer. But either way, let's just bring up the standings so we can quickly see where exactly the two teams from the previous game, where they actually stand here. So Team SMG, still going to be able to handle their 5th spot here, but this time with 1 point for themselves. And Team TODAK, this time from 9, they pop all the way up to the 10 point with 8-0.
Yeah, and they've got one more game to play to make sure that they still maintain that 100% match win rate. But for this upcoming matchup, it's going to be Orange Lourve Esports versus Geek Fam. Geek Fam currently just under Lourve by -2 compared to the -1. So it's going to be a 1 point differential between the two teams. So this could be a really big win for Geek Fam here if they get a 2-0.
Definitely for sure. And it's just also, I'm just a little bit concerned, right? So, okay, not really concerned. It's just about like, whoever wins here, if I'm not mistaken, according to my math and calculation, whoever wins here, it doesn't really affect their position that much, right?
Wait, let me just count the number of games left. I mean, Divinity still have 2 more games to play. Same goes for Forsaken, 1 more game from Boskur. In terms of point-wise, yeah, I don't think it really affects them too much unless Divinity Esports get like
4 points, right?
Yeah, just 2 O's the rest of the games. And then arguably then they're at least at the tiebreaker with Geek Fam, but they're still 8th place, so they're not at risk of dropping down any lower than this.
But also same goes to Team Bosco as well, so... Oh man, this is exciting, dude.
It's tough. Bosco, they only have 1 game. They only have 1 game left to kind of even it out. It's really between Divinity Esports and Team Bosco fighting for those positions. Forsaken is really out of it. But yeah, Orange Lourve Esports versus Geek Fam. Hopefully they get a higher seeding, so it's a lot better and more easier to play with. Because again, I'm guessing that the way that the format is going to work is that it's going to be people in the upper bracket are going to stick by the upper bracket side, and whoever's in 5th place will fight the 8th place, 6th to 7th, so on and so forth. So it's better seeding in a sense.
Yeah, I guess so. Or maybe, like, can you imagine in a way where all these teams are actually thinking like, hey, I don't want to fight this team in the upper bracket, I want to fight with this one, so let's purposely secure our positioning at this specific now. No, that's too crazy, right?
That's too crazy. Everybody wants to be in that upper bracket. It's just, it's too vital, you know, of a position to have that double, technically that double life, you know? You lose the first time, it's like, oh yeah, you still have one more opportunity. Yeah. So that's what's really, really cool about the way the format actually works. But more importantly here, I don't know whether Geek Fam has what it takes to actually take out, surprisingly, the words are coming out of my mouth, Orange Lourve Esports, because Orange had one of the slowest starts in the season.
Correct.
They're looking a lot better. They built up quite a bit of momentum, and it was definitely the opposite for Geek Fam.
I mean, because you must understand as well, they are a newly made roster as well. So definitely the early part of the week is going to be a very bumpy road for them for sure. But finally, when they finally got their wheels right, they got all their engines right as well, they managed to just steer clearly to exactly what destination they're trying to go for. Geek Fam, however, has been very shaky, even from the early part of the week. There are great games, there are bad games for them, but particularly last week, especially the new patch that hit, they tried to stick with what they were previously good at and what they understand, but it was really tough against a team which is pretty much very adventurous, or pretty much know what they have to do. And when they popped it off, Geek Fam just didn't really have an answer to it.
Well, I think what it really comes down to, especially with the timing of the patch itself, like last week, I can really disregard a lot of the information because it's so fresh. It comes out like Wednesday night, arguably like very close to Thursday, very close to Thursday. And the moment that dropped down, you have what? 1 day to prepare and then immediately start playing on like from Friday onwards. So not a lot of time to work with. But now it's been at least a week. So a lot more optimizations, a lot more research has been done, especially from the other regions, to see how they kind of take the meta in stride?
Yeah, I guess so. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be showcasing you an amazing intro video between both of this team. Hope you guys are going to be enjoying it because this is going to be a video you cannot miss. Production, take it away.
Konten! Sekarang ada 3 orang daripada pasukan Geek yang mendapatkan kill dengan potato. Satu yang counter dibuka di bahagian hujung-hujung daripada seorang kujang. Dan itu saya cuba untuk mencari perisai. Menyapat orang perisai di Geek.
Game ni akan menentukan kita orang atas ataupun bawah. So kita orang akan buat sedaya upaya untuk kita orang tewaskan Orange Lourve dengan clean score 2-0.
Kita orang akan lebih bekerja keras lah sebab kita orang dah sampai tahap ni kan. So tak nak sia-siakan peluang yang ada.
Untuk regular season ni kita lebih ke arah pengenalan. Kalau yang untuk playoff ni kita orang akan lebih keluarkan strategi-strategi yang lebih mantap dan kita orang kena main habis-habisan untuk menang.
Perasaan saya ketika ini rasa takut-takut jugalah sebab kita orang berada di tengah-tengah.
Bagi saya memang sangat tak memuaskan sebab itu dah off target. Kami sebenarnya top 3, bukannya dekat middle.
Saya rasa tim yang akan perform,
I think it's going to be Red Ribbon. Nampak season ni diorang lebih hungry daripada season lepas.
minggu pertama diorang dah kalahkan kita orang 2-1. Saya rasa diorang akan jadi tim surprise lah untuk playoff.
Saya masuk kompetitif sini sebab saya nak collect achievement sebanyak yang mungkin.
Saya nak cabar diri saya nak tengok sejauh mana saya boleh pergi. Boleh ke saya sampai satu tahap tu yang mana orang lain tak sampai lagi.
Dah selalu main rank dah sampai ke high level tapi tak pernah nak ada rezeki untuk bermain secara kompetitif. So itu memang impian.
So apa yang tim Geek Fam akan buat selepas habis je regular season, kita orang dapat 2 minggu cuti. Kita orang akan balik ke gaming house untuk training full time, termasuk Sabtu dengan Ahad.
Kita orang akan cuba untuk memenangi kedua-dua perlawanan dengan 2-0 sebab kita orang sangat memerlukan poin untuk layak ke playoff.
Game yang terakhir ni game yang paling penting untuk kita orang lah, di mana kita orang perlu untuk menewaskan Orange Lourve ni, di mana ini adalah salah satu kita orang punya tim terakhir. Kalau kita orang tak dapat, memang kita orang tak masuk playoff. Jadi kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk menghancurkan orang.
Geek Fam, once a geek, always a fan.
Orange love Esports.
Oleh! Hero! Kena!
Just a lot of feelings, especially with the music settings as well. And
Oh,
all the
yeah.
words coming in.
Great music design, but it's going to be all or nothing between these two teams as they put everything on the table to achieve something that only a few can ever experience. But let's look at the player lineups here on my left and right. It's going to be Geek Fam as well as Orange Lourve Esports. Let's have a look at the lineup of Geek Fam.
Definitely, for sure, as we saw on the right side, it's going to be Dominus, followed by Zorn, Ars, Ozoroveki, Fix, and Rumpel. Now, then again, like we said prior before this as well, like sure, they have their ups and downs, but when it comes down to the line where they literally when you're asking personally for each of their players' personal skills, then they really popped off, especially both Ozoroveki, Fix, and Zorn and Ars. They never fail to deliver for the team when the situation really calls for it.
I think more importantly so, it's the biggest problem with the team is the fact that everybody can kind of do each other's roles decently well, but nobody could, you know, really kind of fill that position that Zorn could really do. And it's a tough situation and so much to actually bring it over. But their competitors today is going to be Orange Lourve Esports. They had a slow start, but they are nowhere below that bottom spot. It's going to be Kuja, GG, Nothing to Say, Aim, HYHY, and the Ace.
Really well-played stuff as well, especially Kuja, who was able, not only was he able to secure 2 MVPs in one game before, he was still able to secure even more MVPs after that when he was playing that fighter or off-lane role. And don't even get me started on HYHY and Nothing to Say. There will be times, sure, it may not be the most consistent performance, but when the game's really on the line, then they actually come online, and that is very, very terrifying for a majority of this team who actually assumed that Orange Lourve Esports actually wasn't that great during the early stage of the regular season.
Yeah, I totally agree, and especially with Orange, they did miss out their first initial week of games because of dealing with visa issues, so on and so forth, and that was really unfortunate because at least then they would be in a much more comfortable position had they won that game. It's still a bit of a dice roll in general, but I think overall, hopefully this patch is going to be enough for Geek Fam to really set themselves up. As we look at their lineup here, I'm curious to see what roles are each of these guys playing. It's going to be Azor, Veki, Zorn, Dominus, Rumpel, and Arts as the main lineup here as we go into this first game.
And also with their most big heroes and total KD too as well. So very interesting fact. I love the fact that they're still using the Digi as their most big hero here, because he did every time Rumpel comes to play, it was, and literally our understanding of Rumpel as well is that his hero pool, especially for his tank role specifically, is very small. So during that time when Fidi Digi was still a thing, and when he brought out the Digi, was an extreme upset and surprise for the majority of this team, because they're like saying, wasn't Rumpel a tank player since when he became a main support? And like although it wasn't the perfect Digi compared to PvP, but he still managed to do quite a significant amount of damage, economic damage by the way, and died 15 times. But then again, he spammed Digi in all 3 games though.
Yeah, and you got to give him props for that. It is not easy to be playing this particular strategy, especially when you have to consistently be going, dying, and still having to hope for your team to net that profit at the end of the day. But I think the real question here is who is going to be the jungler for this team? I mean, Azor, Veki, and Zorn are the 2 Swiss Army knives of the team. We know Arts, for a fact, is going to be playing in that off lane, most likely going to be the EXP lane. Rumpel, he's naturally going to be that support. Dominus in the mid lane, potentially jungle?
I mean, it all comes down to that. But anyway, before I talk about that, let's quickly talk a little bit about our next lineup here. For our next team, it's going to be Team Orange Lourve Esports with GG, HY, AIM, Nothing to Say, and Kuja with their most big hero, and total KDA with them. Although yes, Nothing to Say really started popping off for the couple few weeks, and look at the amount of assists and the least amount of deaths he had for himself. 3,739. That is absolutely insane.
That's some big numbers that they're going to have to deal with here. And I mean, Orange Lourve Esports, these guys believe that they should be in the top 3. They got to really start proving themselves here, and Geek Fam is going to be the perfect pedestal as they move into playoffs.
But at the same time, Geek Fam has to be careful, because if they're not watching their steps, they will be the stepping stone for Team Orange Lourve Esports here. But anyway, yes, coming to what you were talking about, like for their alliance and everything for Team Geek Fam in particular as well, is that the fact that we're not going to be seeing Fix in this game.
Yeah.
We're actually going to be seeing Zorn being the carry here. Dominus in particular, although we're still having mixed feeling of where is he going to go, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually went for the Gusion jungle, because he plays a mad Gusion back in the day. But let's just see how they're going to be doing this, because as for right now, we're going to be talking about the teams head-to-head here between Geek Fam and Orange Lourve Esports.
Well, it's time to compare those stats here. Looking at Geek Fam as over and comparing it over to Orange Lourve Esports, the one thing that really stands out really has to be that average turtle per game. 1.8, nearly totaling 2 average turtles every single time they've played. 12 games played so far. They still have a lot to go, but overall, it's looking a lot more balanced on Geek Fam's side. The first blood rate is definitely higher. The average kill time is lower than Orange Lourve Esports, but more importantly, everything else is generally pretty much the same.
They're very similar, not too far behind as well, because I believe in this case that Team Orange Lourve and Geek Fam, they have the idea, like similar concept, right? Like, we want objective, at the same time we can try to go for kills, but after that, during the mid game, it gets a little bit more different, because Orange Lourve, the entire lineup has always been, we be aggressive with the game. If we can go for kills, then we can try to opt for it, but if not, we're just gonna hold back, because they're always playing around Kuja once he leaves that side lane.
Yeah, and that's something that they have to be very aware of, especially now, now with the meta and how it's kind of shaping up, where if one lane is getting punished, it's going to continuously get punished in the snowball effect, as we saw previously in that best of 3. For Mezzi, one single kill netted them at the end of the game an extra 6 more later on, especially with the constant dives happening into Uranus up in that top side. So it's something to be aware of, but I don't know. Stats are looking in favor of Geek Fam ever so slightly, mainly because that average lore time is looking a lot better. Sorry, not average lore time, but average lords per game is looking a lot better in comparison to Orange Lourve Esports. Even though it's only a 0.4 difference, the number of games really make the difference here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure here. But anyway, I guess in this case, when it comes to the next game, is who is taking the initiative depending on that lineup composition. Although, yes, either way, let's quickly bring up the players head-to-head here. I wonder who is it going to be this time, as it's going to be between Rumpel and nothing to say. Pretty very interesting comparison here.
Yeah, very, very interesting comparison because both sides, one clearly playing the Diggy strat. Obviously, the deaths is going to look really, really bloated up. But notice the amount of assists both of them have. I mean, in general, Rumpel seems to be topping the charts when it comes to kills as well as the assists. The difference really being the average kills as well as the gold per minute that Nothing to Say has been able to generate.
I mean, I guess it's because at the same time, Rumble has been trying out because before, I believe in the first week of the regular season, we already assumed like, okay, Rumple's hero pool isn't really that big as a tank hero. So we only assumed that he's going to be spamming his main hero, which was the Helios. But in this case, in this game, in this season, he hasn't really touched the Helios that much. He actually tried opting to learn other tank heroes, better initiation, better playmakers, and that just makes it a little bit more, it diversifies Rumple's playstyle.
Yeah.
So it's really cool on what he's actually trying to bring towards this game. And he's still able, although different heroes, he's still able to deliver the amount of assists inside each team fight composition.
Well, I think he's still learning. I think he's still growing and learning as a player just in general. And I think it's looking good, but is it going to be enough for Geek Fam to really solidify themselves? They're going to have some time, especially right after this week, you know, to actually prepare for that playoffs. And that's where Geek Fam really start getting their buzz. Once they get into that playoffs, that's when they really start getting that engine rolling and firing on all pistons.
I guess the only thing we can compare between two of these players is that the fact that Rumpel, if the team tells it to follow him, because Geek Fam has this habit where if one team is in trouble, then everyone dies with that one person. Whereas like Nothing to Say coming from Orange Lourve Esports, he is going to be farming first because he totally understands. Pretty much very similar to Moon's playstyle, where it's like, I know I'm supporting, but at the same time, I want to make sure that I have the item to really fully support you. So he's supporting based on damage compared to Rumpel, which is just mainly be there for you.
Well, what's the most interesting thing about the average gold, especially for tank and tank support players, so these guys are most likely going to get the masks first. So I'm surprised that there's such a variance between the average goals. But let's look at the map predictions here. We're coming in, starting off, if you are just joining in, Ozoroveki and GG in the EXP lane, most likely going to be your offlaners. Rumpel as well as Nothing to Say as your supports. Zorn going into the jungle. HYHY going to be matching him there. Mid lane. Oh, the man is back. Dominus once again going into mid side versus AIM, and Arts in the EXP lane versus Kuja. Oh, I said EXP lane twice. Ozoroveki versus GG in the gold lane.
Now, I wouldn't say I agree with this map prediction too much either, because you also must understand the fact that whenever Fix is not playing and Fix is being subbed out with Rumpel, it's always going to be Zorn during the hyper carry manner. It's always going to be Zorn playing that hyper carry role. But in this case, with the existence of the jungle and everything, and then now Mage, there is no such thing as hyper carries anymore. Now it's just carries. Who's going to be the marksman? Who's going to be assassin? Who's going to be the mages here, right? So now, I'm not sure on how well Geek fans really try to suit themselves here. I mean, we have seen Ozoroveki playing multiple roles. Same goes for Zorn. But in this case, I am hoping to see Dominus playing that jungle Gushin if he really wants to try to opt for himself here.
Well, it'd be nice to see because then again, he is very well known and really made a name for himself on that Gushin. But, well, we're just going to have to see whether or not Geek Fam are going to give him the reins for once, because for the most part, he's been playing very much behind, playing, you know, these support roles, looking to get these playmakers most of the time. But it's time for the audience prediction. Who's it going to be? Ooh, 73% in favor of Geek Fam and 27% in favor of Orange Lourve Esports.
Oh man, this is gonna be really interesting as well. I actually expected to be like, although yes, Geek will still be in the lead, but I sort of expected it to be like something like a 60-40 instead of like a 70-20.
Well, I mean, so far we've been seeing a lot of these, you know, bigger teams getting knocked down. I mean, TODAK is the only one who has been consistent with their predictions overall, so this could easily change. And Orange Lourve Esports, this is not a very, you know, disheartening sight. They pretty much experienced this the entirety of the season.
I believe every team actually experienced this before. Like every team, I know.
Yeah, but like consistently, Orange Lourve Esports has been dealing non-stop. They've been getting so much down. Well, it's not called downvotes, but basically
I thought you were about to bring up
opposite side.
I thought you were gonna bring up like experience a lot of downtime. And I'm like, downtime? I guess so.
Sorry, nothing beats the TODAK pause just yet. You know, when that happens, that's when the downtime joke is gonna come in. But yeah,
that is true.
Looking at both of these compositions, what do you expect in terms of the hero pool of what they're gonna be looking to draft for?
No, okay, interesting fact, right? If Dominus will not go mage jungle, right? or Mage Assassin jungle with diversion. Then I believe he's going to be sticking in the mid lane as a Mage. If Farsa or Valir, whoever is up for him to take 4, Zon is definitely going to be hitting that jungle for sure. So I guess in this way, the map prediction would be right if Dominus is not going to go for that cushion jungle. But I could be wrong again because there are other Mage Assassins that can also go towards the jungle here.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of whether you're able to fit with the composition and be aggressive with it or not. So, I believe... I really want Dominus to be on aggression, seriously.
Well, you got a lot of hopes, but let's see if they are true. Let's go over to the picks and bans in this drafting phase has already begun. Geek fam starting off instantly banning out that Natalia.
Natalia for a good reason as well. Great split pusher, great at cutting the creep waves, and most importantly, she can also be a great jungler for herself. Very, very sneaky here. Orange Lover Esports still hovering over on what they really want to try to opt to ban for. They can try to go for the Esmeralda ban, but I believe they're actually holding on and trying to discuss about it because they want to see which is their priorities here. But instantly going with the Barat, they do not want to deal with such a beefy man.
Totally understandable here from the side of Orange Lourve Esports. We saw how good Barat is when you're not prepared for it, and the gank setups, especially at level 4, is just really ridiculous. You're almost ensured a free kill.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. Ensuring a free kill. Now Orange Lover Esports, will they ban the Uranus or the Khalid, or possibly even both? Because we saw, or maybe they might want to try to opt to go for the Cho ban, because Zone plays a really mad Cho.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Orange Lourve Esports decide to ban out Cho, but you know, considering that it is Geek fam, and considering that Zorn, as predicted on the map predictions, that he isn't going to be in that position of support, but instead the jungle, the likelihood of Cho might be a little bit lower, but this is just speculation.
Yeah, this is speculation. The map prediction is always being predicted by our production team, so you know, let's just see how well they go into the mix. Although I am open to surprises because I love surprises and something fresh coming from both this team, especially after 1 week of researching after the newly released patch.
Yeah, all right. So next is going to be the Esmeralda as well as the Uranus. Both very understandable picks. Uranus really hasn't been touched by this patch at all, so his current power level is going to be relatively the same. Geek fam on the other side, banning out the Esmeralda, making sure that an effective jungler is out of position. They get rid of the Valir, which kind of is giving me a bit of a read that they're looking for some hard engagers. I'm just not entirely sure who.
Oh, and hands down is going to be preparing for the side with Cho and a lot of many other heroes here. Orange Lover Esports, now it comes up to their final ban. Which are they able to read though? They can still opt to ban the Khalid here, or even banning out any playmaking heroes like Cho or the Akai. So, or maybe they want to just ban out any mage support like a Farsa. But I guess, oh no, what about the Hilda ban though?
I mean, Selena is also still up on the table, but yeah, I mean, it's really tough at this point, especially with the meta change. A lot of teams have different focus, but, you know, without a doubt, certain things that haven't changed is Khalid still being strong in lane. Geek fam, they're sticking to their guns.
But the real question is, will this be an Ars Khalid or our dear friend Zora Vecchi? I'm really interested to see after this. But anyway, next 2 picks here. What's your call? I'm looking at playmakers like Cho's. Maybe they want to secure Rogers for good measures, or Yisun Shin.
Cho most likely. I mean, what else is really on the table that's a priority? Yeah, I'm okay. Hilda and Chang'e, looks like they don't, or they want to avoid Cho in general. It's a tough call because there are many ways that they could have played out that draft. I think this is what they're most comfortable with. Chang'e, great pick in general. It could have been the Selena, honestly. The Hilda literally could have been changed for anything else, but it looks like they want to kind of play for this early game.
Definitely for sure, and also most important, ooh, love it, bring it in. Bring it in, but then again, we have seen Johei being played in all kinds of lanes, right? We've seen it as a fighter, we've seen it in off lane, we've seen it in support, but at the same time, we saw him as a jungler, and he clears very decently as well. But anyway,
please.
Come on, bring it in. Bring it in. But Sally, they're just going to prioritize a little bit here with that movement speed, because with the existence of Hilda, that early game, they need something to deal with her entirely.
Last 6 seconds. I was really hoping you would switch over to Eudora at the very end here.
Agree.
I would have really liked to see more of these revamped heroes and how it's utilized, especially in pro play, but I guess it's a little too early to see for now. Orange Lourve Esports going to get that last pick of that first phase. What else could they go for to kind of lock down the composition a little bit more? They could go for a... Oh, what are they missing? They're still missing their jungler. They're still missing...
primary initiators here.
Yeah, I mean, Kufra is still available.
True. I'm looking at either Kufra or Cho here, but they're gonna hover around the Cho, which is not bad either. You're able to lock down, you're able to initiate, and also do significant amount of damage. But most importantly, he's also able to catch up with the Hilda.
Yeah, and also the fact that he is a great flex pick. So ending it on a Cho, it's really gonna put a lot of questions in Geek Fam's minds in terms of what they need to ban out for the second phase. They're still missing a marksman, but they're not entirely sure whether Cho is gonna go into this off lane or is gonna be that dedicated tank.
That is very true. But now in this case, now Orange Lourve East, so they need to figure out like who do they fear more for the mage support, or do they want to start banning out any potential jungle pickup that can actually mess up the entire composition here? I'm looking at
Hellkurt's a pretty good shout.
that is a good thing, but do they prioritize the jungler first or the mage for this one? Because they literally, the third ban was actually the Farsa, but in the end, it's going to be getting rid of as many mage supports here in this game, or even mage junglers. That's going to be one of them, it's going to be Selena.
Ooh, they even get rid of the Wan for the side of Geek Fam here. It's a really smart call because it's just one of the very few ultimates that can actually be like, oh, hey, you got a Jawhead, Unstoppable Force. I don't really care.
Yeah, and at the same time, Orange Lourve Esports, especially from last week, they started picking up the 1-1. So easily getting rid of a potential marksman that not only is able to sustain alone in the lane, but also can just do dishing a lot of fights. And not many spells can actually lock him down. Or let's be honest, there's only 2 suppressed skills that in the entire game that can actually lock down the 1-1. That's the Franco's ultimate and the Divine Judgment of the Kaja. But unlikely we'll see both of them here.
Yeah, we haven't seen them in a very, very long time. Well, don't worry, you can just cough it out, you know. Let me know your displeasure for the Terizla nerfs. Yes.
Honestly, I really want to hope for the Terizla. I'm not a super big fan like you, Gideon, but I still would love to see more Terizlas.
Definitely would love to see more Terizlas, especially on Talk CEO. I heard that one trick, you know, Terizla is pretty insane. Until we get to see it, then we'll just have to wait. But there it is, the final bans coming in. It's going to be the Kagura as well as the Hellkurt. As predicted, Hellkurt has been taken out, so now Orange Lourve Esports have to kind of rethink. All right, who can actually go into the jungle now?
There's a lot of them that actually go. Actually, Joy can also go if they really want to send him to it. He can.
I mean, if you're gonna make that argument, it's like, oh yeah, Hilda can go into the jungle as well. Yeah, she clears the buff and then goes into a bush. She's back to full.
But not as fast, though. She can sustain really well, but clearing, I don't think it's as fast compared to the Jawhead.
Agreed. But coming into this, it's a little tough. Harith is still on the table. Gushin is still on the table as well for the side of Geek Fam. That's something that we're gonna be looking out for. But Orange Lourve, they got to decide. Looks like they're just sticking safe.
This is going to be Kuja's picked up as well. I thought it was actually going to be the Cho, but I guess not. So in this case, Kuja is going to be playing the Belmont. I know you're not a big fan of Belmont, but he does play an amazing Belmont for the past 2 weeks. By the way, now coming for the same pickup coming for the side of Geek Fam.
Well, personally, I don't like Balmond even more now, not because he kind of filled the same role as Uranus. It's the fact that he has a couple of nerfs onto him, which really decreases the rate of which he clears that wave. So now that there is quite a reduction to it, I don't know how fast it's going to be or how effective it's going to be so early on in the game.
Oh my lord. Actually, now that I think about it, right, the Roger can also go to the jungle, so he doesn't necessarily have to go to the goal lane.
Based on what we're seeing right now, we're expecting Roger to go into the jungle.
Angela in the mid lane?
Angela.
No, Angela is gonna go to the side lane, so Cillian gonna go to the mid lane.
But then where does Jawhead kind of hang around? You know, that's the thing.
I think he's just gonna play as a roamer though.
Could be. I mean, I would have expected Angela to be doing that. But you bring up a good point. They've done this before using the. We've seen teams before use that Angela as as substitute for that off lane. In most situations, it can work out pretty effectively.
That is true, but I would so prefer if they actually went for the Alice, if they want to do something like, if they want to put like a mage towards his off lane. But in this case, I guess they just want a little bit of security with the hard global presence. She has also good amount of harass with the love waves, and also with the power on the string. That's a pretty good CC root skill.
Yeah, very much so. But it's just such a snowbally composition coming in from Geek Fam. They're basically going to be playing with a decent, or actually a really good early game, but coming into the mid-game side, they really have to put the oppression on to Orange Lourve Esports, because that composition will get out of control once they hit the mid-game.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what they were actually trying to go for, because remember, Hilda got actually first pick followed by the Cho as well, so they totally understand, alright. With the Hilda, with the existing Hilda as well, they want to try to look for as much early game aggression. So Geek Fam is going to retaliate back with their own early aggression lineup. It's just like I said before, it's just who will take the initiative first.
It's going to be a really tough call because Hilda isn't going to have as much support in comparison to Geek Fam. They've got the Angela, but it's time as we load into the land of Dawn one more time for this best of 3 between Geek Fam and Orange Lourve Esports. So buckle up if you're just tuning in. The game has just begun.
Oh yeah, the game has just begun for both of this team as well, because this is the last BO3 of today. I'm going to be very excited to see who's going to be able to pop things off. So anyway, we're going to be seeing AIM on the Chang'e, followed by Nothing to Say with the Hilda, GG with the Harif, and Kuja on the Belmont, and HY on the Cho.
Oh my goodness, they're already jumping onto Zoraveki here, and there's nothing that he can do, nothing to say, already getting the first blood of this game. Oh, sorry, getting that first stack of this game with first blood going over to HY.
Dude, I love how clean the communication and information coming from the side of Team Orange Lover. Like, instantly they were saying like, hey, one of Zoraveki overextending here, send the rest of the squad, and instantly they came and punished him really hard for it.
Really? I thought the communications was just going to be run at him. Yeah. Run at him, boys.
Yeah, like I said, very clean and swift, right? Just like, kill him.
Get him.
Get him out of my lawn.
Get him this time. But yeah, they're going to be putting some damage into Kuja. This is a very smart idea, putting Arts, matching Arts up against him. Oh, really nice ejector going over. Nothing to say, losing a little bit of life, but he's going to get it back with no problems whatsoever here. Looking in terms of the clears, it's been pretty slow overall. Both sides not looking too great. Zoraveki, once again, he is continuously getting punished in this lane. He finally hit his level 2, which is now the safe point for him.
Yeah, that is very true as well, but at the same time, it's going to be really hard to connect that Desert Tornado as well with such a mobile hero like HY. Ooh, a couple of harass coming from both AIM and HY as they slowly pocket him, constantly back and forth. Not even forcing Zoraveki in a position where he's not really comfortable at all. Literally, Rumpel had no choice but to start rotating towards his bot lane to assist.
Oh my goodness, he just healed back up to full. That's ridiculous coming out of Khalid. So no matter how much damage they put in him, the moment that Guardian, Sandstorm, Quicksand Guardian comes out, it's just, I just get at least 75% of my HP back.
Yeah, but at the same time, we will not be seeing any aggressive plays coming from the side of Zoraveki because he constantly has to save it for the heal.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. But look at the way they're playing, both Orange and Geek Fam attacking the opposite sides of the map. Nothing to say, jumping straight away onto Zorn. He's already level 4. He gets hit back way to the Dragon now. AIM coming in with the Meteor Shower, trying to execute him. Angela with the Heart Guard, trying to keep him alive for as long as possible. They find one onto AIM, puppet on the string, helping him with the extra slow, so Zorn doesn't have to kite as hard. What a fight!
What a fight indeed, and great reaction coming from both teams. Although, sadly enough, it's going to be Geek Fam who's going to be taking that one for the team. Kuja on the other end, free farming, taking a lot of gold out of this.
Hit it, again, one more time, break that shield. Finally totaling up to that final bounty of 252 gold.
A lot of money, by the way. Anyway, none of going to be able to get that one beautiful stack for himself. Rumpel not be able to hit that level 4, so it's not going to be as aggressive as possible. But yeah, you can be guaranteed for sure. Now the rest of the team slowly rotating towards the top side to look for a fight.
Yeah, they just want to be as aggressive as possible, and so far it has been working out for Geek. They're just responding as they look to take this turtle away once again. Rumpel, he doesn't have a lot of options. He does have the smart missiles, and Retribution is down. Turtle has been slain by the lethal counter-strike, and the full engagement comes in. Zoraveki going on to 2 into the backline, but Kuja gonna get hit by the unstoppable force. Not looking too great. Jawhead is the first to go down. AIM drops down that meteor shower to pick up another one. They trade off Kuja in the process. 2 for 1. 2 for 2 this time round in favor to nobody but Orange Lourve Esports walk away with Turtle.
What's even better, Zorn actually got
got
off with a lot of goals and kill initially for himself. That's going to be putting it in level 5, although still far behind towards GG, who's currently level 6 and just constantly free farming towards all these jungles.
Yeah, what looked to be like a really bad fight for Orange Lourve Esports, they managed to kind of etch it out a little bit more and allowed HY to get a great push down on bot side. So not only did they trade, they trade evenly, they got themselves 2 objectives in the process.
Oh man, it just looks like both teams just really taking the initiatives here, right? Just both being aggressive, both doing at their own timings and their own rotations. But no side huge difference at all coming from both of these teams just yet.
just yet, which is a big issue as now the Meteor Shower is coming in on top of Rumple here. Do they try and steal away the buff? No, they don't. Zorn still has his Retribution up and ready to be launched upon Kuja. Trying to get on top of Arts here. He's been slow, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. The Zaman Force also expanded. That's going to be double ults to secure that top lane and a free kill, evening out the gold and etching up ahead. 2K ahead of Geek Fam.
2K ahead, followed by one tower hit too. But anyway, here comes Rumple, forcing nothing to say to even commit the flicker just for good measure. Aim going to be dropping down the Meteor Shower as well, but Rumple, tanking a little bit too much. I know he wanted to go for the ejector toss, but he just tanked a little bit too much there. But H1 on the other hand, trying to run for his life. He's going to be committing to Shumpo, even a Jikundo, but sadly, the crit coming up for Zorn. Gonna be pretty big, but then again, Zorn finally gonna be caught off guard as he's gonna be retaliating back as the Wolf King will be doing significant amount of damage and also getting out of the situation safely.
Art still on the ready to use that Hearthguard as soon as his teammates need him. But look at this objective gameplay coming out of Orange Lourve Esports. They've got these two split-pushing side laners here. Cho doing a great job. Balmond as well. He doesn't really care about the nerfs that have been added to him now that it's mid-game. Zaman Force being pushed out, and that's the way they should be using their ultimates, pushing them off of these objectives, using that Meteor Shower.
And Nothing to Say also doing a fantastic job just getting that information and making full use of that early game kit that just makes him super tanky. And don't forget, he has 3 stacks as well, so he's doing quite an amount of damage. Not significant just yet, but once he gets a little bit more, he's gonna start popping people by one hit.
Nothing to say. He's only got 3 stacks as of yet. This could easily change in the next 3 minutes or so. Right now, Orange Lourve Esports, they've got full control over are very limited in their movement. The moment they walk out a little too far, they're either going to get picked off or the information is going to give away too much to Orange Lourve.
And also with, here comes Rumple with the ejector to be able to toss Nothing to Say back, but sadly, he's a little bit too tanky and no team really wants to jump towards the tanker. Sadly, Rumple going to be trying his best to run for all the way to the back line, but sadly with a little counter, dropping down the hammer, that's going to be there goes Rumple's life. Ozoroveki tries to sustain for as long as possible, but not in the face of Kuja as he gets a double kill for himself, even picking up the Queen's Wings.
But look at this, it's a 4v5 situation, and that's kind of the issue. Picking up this Angela. You don't have that raw added damage. You need to snowball very hard as Cho looks to break this bottom inhibitor. Nobody's coming to respond. Finally, Dominus as well as Rumple looking for an opportunity to make it work out. They clear it up, but they lose 50% of its HP, and this is before they even obtain Lord.
This is really fantastic, especially with the glowing wall in the hands of AIM as well. It's going to be doing quite an amount of damage over time once any of the skills were to connect. Rumple finds Nothing to Say again, but I believe realizing and learning what happened a minute ago, he's now going to eject this bad boy all the way back to the back line.
Yeah, it's looking kind of grim for Geek Fam here. They're already down by 6K worth of gold, and Orange Lourve, they're just waiting for the next objective to come back up.
This is exactly what I'm saying, right? Who will take the initiative? Although there was no huge difference yet, but here it comes. The ejector followed by Nothing to Say, but he's able to sustain so much and he still was able to walk to the bush. And thankfully enough, it was there to pop the Meteor Shower, this force Geek Fam to disengage.
Yep, and now big ticket items being purchased for the side of Orange Lourve Esports here, already at 26K, my goodness, against Geek Fam's 18.9K. So that's going to be a 8K worth difference, or 7. And they're just making sure that they know exactly who they're fighting up against.
Oh yes, and just love the fact that Nothing to Say using Geek Fam's own emote against them. So in this case, Orange Lourve Esports has the lead in both physical gameplay and also mental warfare as well. So really interesting how they're going to be doing. HRI going to be still giving quite a amount of information towards the side of the team, although yes, they did give a little bit of a leeway for Geek Fan to take some part of the jungles back towards their farm, but Nothing to Say is here to reset the whole thing. Here comes the Raging Sensor, but then again, Nothing to Say, he's so tanky, he's able to sustain as well. Zamfor's going to be coming in as well. They're able to lock down Zorn. Zorn trying to do his best to do as much damage. A beautiful picker coming from the side, also Zoroveki, but this is a 4v5. They immediately have to disengage to defend his top side away from Kuja.
Yep, they are just tying them up in combat here. This feels like a game of Warhammer 40K where you're looking to charge into your opponent's squad, so they are forced to fall back and lose their shooting phase. So this is just really tough for the side of Geek Fam, because every single time they commit to these full engagements, we know for a fact that Orange Lourve Esports is going to have a side laner just pushing it in all all the way into the inhibitors.
Dude, and the best part about it as well, like Geek Fam doesn't really have enough items to really punish, nothing to say at all. There were many great catches coming from the side of Rumple, but nothing to say, just a little bit too tanky. They are currently in the lead. Of course, very shortly, if Geek Fam were to farm a little bit more, get a little bit more control of their jungle, then they will be able to punish, nothing to say, a little bit better. But for now, they're having their back against the wall.
Yeah, Zorn is just taking the damage at this point in time, just waiting to take it. Oh, to give it over, I guess.
The red buff to a Sicilian, eh?
Huh.
I mean, the bats will, you know, shoot faster maybe from the bat feast.
I guess I'm not entirely sure, well, let's see how this plays out a little bit more. Concentrated energy just being purchased by GG, and also one of the icons I'm very happy that they changed because it looks way cooler now.
Super cool here, but then again, let's say doing a great job as being the anchor for the team, trying to hold back a majority of the member. He gets engaged on as well. Look, he's able to sustain as long as possible. Had to come in to flicker, but he actually forced Zorn to fly all the way to the back line. Zorn gets a little bit down low, but the low gets stolen away by Zorn. They try to turn things around, but sadly Zorn is going to be easily shut down by the rest of the team as they constantly go for more. But then again, HY, he doesn't care who's in the middle of the fight. He's going to be trying to go for the split push.
Yeah, and again, we see Orange Lourve Esports do this time and time again, and this time Geek Fam had a decent response to it. They had somebody to kind of respond. Oh no, Zoraveki is caught out, and now the Zaman Force is going to secure his death. One more Chrono Dash is going to be all it takes. They even bother to commit the Way of the Dragon just to be like, nah, I'm not going to let you waste any more of our time with that Quicksand Guardian.
Yes, exactly, because you must understand as well, like now, with the Lord being stolen away from their really well-played kind for Zorn, now they had to quickly clear things as many people as possible and clear and split push that wave because they do not want to give Geek Fam the opportunity to seize them with the Lord in the other lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, what can they do? It's a 9k goal lead in favor of Orange Lourve, and they basically pushed them out of their own jungle. At this point in time, Geek Fam is going to be waiting for any opportunity to take a fight, because at this point, if they keep this up, they're just going to lose the game.
And we got to be a little careful as well. HY still doing his absolute job. By the way, his itemization is actually pure time. But then they get tossed all the way back. Oh, but that is not enough to do any significant damage at all, because AIM is there to power them down with the meteor shower.
Pretty good play overall coming in from Geek Fam there. It was a good pickoff. Unfortunately, not exactly the best target if you're looking to get Hilda, especially when you want to be looking for GG or AIM. In these situations. You probably never want to be looking for Kuja or HY or even nothing to say.
But anyway, still the rest of the team just constantly sieging, taking as many jungle farm as possible. Geek Fam doesn't really want to send out the Lord either because they know it's just going to be a complete waste. But here comes Sanguine Claws, including Zorn, going to be trying to dive in as much as possible. But AIM with the meteor shower is going to be able to force them back once again.
How much damage can they actually take here? Kuja can really just power through, and Zorn, I think he realizes very quickly, like, oh, I may have 4 kills, but I don't deal a lot of damage to these big boys.
No, and the best thing about it, like Kuja also falling back, just totally respecting the fact that they have a Lord. So if 2 members were to die here, they can just send out a Lord, and it would just split push all the way by its own. By the way, top inhibitor is going to be easily sieged and taken down for the side of Team Orange Lourve Esports. Now all that's left is that mid inhibitor and one final push.
Can they end this out? Orange Lourve, they're just waiting for the Lord at this point in time. They've got everything running for them, but they don't have a real way to force out the fight, because whoever HY kicks back into the team is going to get help from Arts, and I think that's the major issue here.
But anyway, Meteor Shower is going to be doing quite an amount of damage for that wave player and on top of Rumple as well. Now I'm trying to think, right? Can Rumple try to make a play with that flicker, or is it too much of a risk here?
Rumple making the play with the flicker,
because there is no Purifier on the side here, Orange Lourve Esports.
That's true, but I think his problem is getting close enough to the targets to eject them back into the team, because they've distanced, especially for both GG and as well as AIM. GG, for the most part, doesn't really want to be on the front lines of these battles, and AIM, he has the range, so he could sit way back.
Yeah, no, because the reason why I was asking, because there was like 2 to 3 times I saw in the middle lane when he committed Meteor Shower. Rumple was significantly quite close to him there, as he was tanking that Meteor Shower. So that's why I was just asking, was it because he didn't want to make the play, or he just didn't want to take that risk?
I mean, he would have died trying to make the play, because by the time his Unstoppable Force makes contact with him, he probably would have taken at least 400 to 500 damage worth of Meteor Shower.
Either way, still, now Team Orange Lourve is going to be securing the top blue side, but they're going to free up the red bottom here of the jungle for Geek Fam to take it back for themselves. But sadly, it's still not going to be good enough.
Oh.
Law's going to be out, and let's see how well this is going to be going, Gideon.
Is Zorn going to get one shot here? No, he backs off. And I did see Dominus just buy a Holy Crystal, so that's going to be a significant power spike coming in for Geek Fam.
Definitely for sure, but anyway, let's see how far they can actually clear out this Law before the rest of the team gets. Will Geek Fam steal it again? I don't think so, because Orange Lourve, they're just gonna quickly seal the deal here. But Rumpel on the other hand is gonna be hopefully trying to outrun the majority of this team here.
Yeah, they're all trying to make their way back into their base. There's nothing much they can do here. You just have to wait for that endgame condition to come up online. 15 minutes into this game, and it's very clear that Orange Lourve Esports have quite the lead. 11K ahead of their opponents. They just need to close this game out.
Yep, 11K, 7 towers ahead. But then again, this is not the first time we saw a team coming back from this kind of odds before.
True, but I mean with Lord, and it's an endgame scenario that that Orange Lourve Esports has played enough times, and hopefully they ended up cleanly, because right now they're trying to synchronize the waves. Oh, one of the changes that I also have a major problem with, the fact that they slowed down the minions in top and bottom side. I have a huge bone to pick with that. Why was that a decision?
No, I guess maybe they just want to try to sink the amount of creeps waste.
Sink? What are you talking about? The mid lane already collided with the tower before the side lanes. That's my big problem. But coming back into this, let's see whether or not this endgame scenario is going to work out for Orange Lourve Esports.
Anyway, they're going to be trying to hold on the line and trying to do as much damage towards the Law, but sadly, it's still not going to be good enough. Anyway, here's the ejector on top of Kuja. Kuja is going to be flicked all the way to the back. He's going to be even committing the lethal counter, but it doesn't matter because Dominus is trying to do his best. And HY, he's not going to go for the kills. He's actually trying to hit the crystal. But either way, it's going to be a clean. It's going to be a try, almost like a clean defense. Oh!
No, they're
good.
gone.
That's right. They had to go for the run. Zon was able to find a beautiful pickup on Kuja. But Dominus, he has to stay in the base. He has to clear as many creeps as possible. There's a segment clause going to be able to assist Zorn. But GG coming in with the Aaron, making him a totally unstoppable. And with that, I believe they're just going to hit the crystal and end the game.
Oh, the beauty of Harith. True beauty of Harith and that Chrono Dash, getting those that constant supply of damage for the team. And it's on a pretty short cooldown, so well done to Orange Lourve Esports, ending that in a very clean fashion. 15-minute game overall, really nice.
But maybe just like what LaFell just said as well, it could be the beds, you know.
It could be the beds.
It could be the bed.
Comfort buff. Comfort buff. That's the way.
Still waiting for that gaming bed, by the way.
Can we have like a game analyst segment where it's just like, yeah, let's analyze the surroundings and look at their beds.
But anyway, an amazing game coming from Team Orange. Although yes, it did take some time for them to really close things out.
Yes, it did.
But they played with what they were comfortable with and their own timing. Sure, it took a while. But I guess it's just one of their perks, right?
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think, you know, they really played the game well. Even though they could have closed the game out much sooner if they really wanted to. But I think the fact that they took their time and be like, you know what, let's stick to what we're good at and what we still are familiar with, and that's just that constant oppression here. Because you could see, you don't create an 11K gold lead by doing nothing. You do it by taking away the jungle, stopping them from farming, only giving them what the very bare minimum, and arguably just scraps of the minions.
Definitely for sure. But anyway, we're going to be bringing up to you the highlights, which is brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcom. As Gideon and I is going to walk with you guys what exactly happened in this first game.
Oh yeah, so initially when Ozoroveki died here, it wasn't the biggest of deals overall because he died so early on. So he didn't really lose too much in terms of that EXP. The only thing he lost was just, you know, a slight level. You can see Ozoroveki literally a couple of seconds away to hit that level 4. Unfortunately, not in time. But the overall objective control of Orange Lourve Esports is just really good. I mean, they knew exactly what they were doing and what they were willing to lose. But more importantly, let's break down this fight here and let's play a game of what is LaFell trying to say.
Oh man, look. Although, okay, let's see what LaFell is trying to tell us right here, right now. So then again, Ozoroveki just totally understanding the fact that, hey, Rumpel's a little bit down low, and Kuja knowing the fact that he just totally understands the fact that with the battle mod, every time if you were to get a kill here, you're gonna be able to take 20% of your opponent HP, right? So he instantly turned away from aim because he totally understands he could never ever catch up to aim. So he might actually try to divert his attention to try to pick off Kuja.
Yeah, and I mean, Kuja is almost guaranteed to die here. Everybody in Orange Lourve Esports understands that. But also notice that Geek Fam don't have any of their big ticket ultimates. They had already been expanded, and we can just see the outline of the Zamenforth just being popped by GG as he is in mid Chrono Dash. And that's an important point here, because now you have to kind of take into consideration how many of my members can actually live. Boom, Kuja gets that initial pickoff with the help of aim in that backline, allowing him to survive a lot longer than he should have overall. So at the end of the day, it's really just about timing your abilities with your teammates such that you can get the maximum value.
Yeah, but either way, this fight was a little bit too messy for the side of Geek Fam as well, because Orange Lourve Esports making full use of the terrain advantage towards them with the lack of entry or exit for the side of Geek Fam. With the Zamenforth on top of it as well, he was able to just constantly dash back and forth here. By the way, here was a beautiful, clean fight, but at the same time, this was a 5v4 once again. Orange Lourve Esports constantly forcing this 4v5s, forcing Geek Fam in a position where they have to take these fights here, and then goes the split push coming for the rest of the team.
I mean, they're very willing to sacrifice. Wow, this is going to be a 3v3 situation here. Yeah, but like in these situations, they very much like sending one split pusher to go into the side lane while they actually try and get as much attention as possible. Kind of just lock them up in combat long enough so they don't get that instant recall off.
Reminds me of the game like how Esports actually would normally play it, right? The rest of the team would try to look for fight as much as possible. And Pokemon, regardless of who he's playing, he would just split push all day and every day. That's pretty much his own goal.
I mean, that's the general strategy that Orange Lourve Esports wanted to play, and they executed it absolutely perfectly. They netted themselves at least 4 turrets because of that strategy alone, and even netted themselves an inhibitor in the process.
Really well played stuff coming from the side of Orange Lourve Esports. Although I believe both of us can sort of agree that it feels a little bit more cleaner and better if they could just close it a little bit more earlier instead of dragging it out.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's just the way the team wanted to play the game. I don't think it's wrong, because at the end of most importantly, they were able to oppress. And they stole away as many jungle camps as possible in comparison to their the first best of 3 of today, between TODAK as well as Team SMG. Like, yes, SMG could have closed out game 2 earlier, and yes, it was clean, but you know, there wasn't this level of oppression.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the itemization and the kill score, the scoreboard between Geek Fam and Orange Lourve Esports for game number 1. So, anything in particular you want to point out here?
Well, I feel like if they were able to survive that last Lord push, I think that's when Geek Fam are going to start taking over. Because look, Dominus hit his 3 item power spike. He's got that Lightning Truncheon. He's got that Clock of Destiny. He's got that Holy Crystal. He's going to be pumping out so much damage. And if he finished off that 4th item, it would have been an even bigger snowball. However, look on the opposite side here of Orange Lourve Esports. Like, GG is literally full build.
I mean, this is because the entire time, like, GG was just farming. He only joined the fight when it really counts, even if it's a losing one as well, because he just want to try to see if he can go for any pickoffs, try to force them back, or try to save his team. Other than that, he's just going to stick to the jungle. He never left the jungle at all.
Yeah, he was making sure that it was nice and, you know, squeaky clean for the most part of it. But let's look at the post-game stats to kind of break this one down. The rich guy going over to HY, the carry, GG, Sandbag being nothing to say, and the forgotten one, AIM.
Oh man, it's just absolutely insane. I really want to see the one who did the most amount of damage. Of course, it's going to be hands down GG. Nothing to be expected at all. But then again, we were just mentioning as well, like if the Sicilian or Dominus in this case was able to hit that 4th item, right? I'm pretty sure he's actually going to absolutely destroy the GG if he was actually not that careful.
Yeah, I mean, look at his current damage right now. He's only at 41,000, and the only problem was the fact that a lot of the members of Orange Lourve Esports did itemize MR, and that's a very big point, because you could see Roger was cutting people down, but the problem was there was so much damage that he couldn't sustain it even with the Hearthguard. And like that Zamenforth, it's the perfect example. Oh, you closed the distance, you thought you could just sit on top of me? No, I'm just gonna Chrono Dash, auto, Chrono Dash, auto, Chrono Dash, auto.
Oh man, everyone loves Harry. Yeah, so everyone want to climb up the rank, play the Harry.
It just makes sense.
Yeah.
It really just makes sense. But let's also look at the draft a little bit more, because it feels like Geek Fam were trying to plan for something here. It just didn't work out too well once Hilda and Cho got into the mix.
No, the thing is this, right? You must also realize as well, Geek Fam's drafting has always been based on a very all-rounder draft. We have early game, we have mid-game fights, and if the game were to dry down, we have the late game. They have always been going for this draft where it's multiple timings. Whereas like Orange Lourve Esports, they're just very direct. They're just like, hey, if I pick Hilda, I'll just pick as many early aggression heroes, and then we're just gonna try to end things out towards this mid game. So Geek Fam is looking towards the long game here, whereas Orange Lourve Esports, they're just very direct with this. So even when it comes to the drafting, I feel maybe yeah, sure, Kali is very strong in the lane, but if you're trying to bet on a composition where your opposing team will not be hitting you or staying in the lane, then yes, Kali and the rest of the team can really pop off. But with such an early aggression team lineup composition like Orange Lourve Esports, I feel Kali starts losing his strength after that. I mean, that's just me, I feel.
Well, it's really hard to disagree with that. It's some really good points as well, and I think overall it's just a tough game, mainly because of the way the early to mid game worked out for Orange Lourve Esports. They were getting so many more objectives in comparison, but tough game overall. But let's move on to the MVP coming in from Orange Lourve Esports. It's the man himself, GG on that Harith with 22% of the total team's gold earned and 3,164 damage per minute.
GGWP coming from the big man from Orange Lourve Esports here with the Harith. Absolutely insane. And the thing is just sure, I know, totally understandable. A majority of the carries would be getting the MVP, but in this case, he didn't get the MVP because of the amount of kills. So yeah, sure, the kitty is pretty much average looking, but the fact of he totally understands his role as a Harith, where he can't just simply just jump in. He actually can get easily controlled, get easily bursted down. So he was very patient inside this game, picking the fights which he had the most advantage in. And if there's a fight he's not advantage, he just goes into farming. That's pretty much why he gets full slaughtered instantly here.
Yeah, and I think GG played an overall really great game, especially with the team play coming out of the team. I think that I don't think there were too many outstanding plays coming out of Orange Lourve Esports. It's just overall macro is just much better. The way they took their fights, they knew exactly what they wanted to come out. Either go even and getting those objectives, or look to either get those objectives back out of the fight entirely.
Yes. Now I'm just trying to figure out what will Geek Fan want to ban in that second game. I don't think, if we were to compare between the two here, is Harith such a significant in this game until the point they want to ban him out, or they want to just get rid of the Hilda?
I think... Oh, that's actually a really good question.
Right?
Yeah. Both of them happen to be a problem, and it just so happens that they kind of work well together, mainly because, Harith is a great way to shred people down, but he really struggles with finishing them off, which Hilda kind of, fulfills that role for him. I would make the call that Hilda was a bit of an issue, because that early game didn't go too well for Geek Fam, and they just couldn't get back on their feet after that.
Yeah, and also not only was she really great at just finishing up the kills, the fact that he also understands that Harith doesn't really do great under pressure. So he constantly apply even more pressure as the Hilda, because he fully understands his key. He went for the invasion, not for the steals, just to be a really huge nuisance at the point where the team is just like, Hilda is ganking here. I need support. Assist me. Or he's being a nuisance in this lane. Come and assist me. When that happens, it becomes a 4v5. And the missing link was the Harith, where he's just farming. So, yes, Hilda needs to be banned now here. Unless Geek Fam just realize, you know what, Harith, we just need to let him go.
True. I mean, it's whatever you're most comfortable with, which is a bit of a struggle, because I don't think it was much of a drafting error. I do think it was a little bit of mistakes being made by Geek Fam in general, which shouldn't be happening, especially on the final week of the regular season. So something to keep an eye off, as we will be going into the draft shortly in about 41 more seconds. So don't worry, it's going to be happening. It's right up here. Yes, on our left side and their right side. Gosh, I'm bad at mirroring.
Hey, yeah, trust me. I'm also still trying to get the feel about this. This is the last week of the regular season, so oh my lord.
Yeah. No, speaking of which, I would like to see a lot more of these revamped heroes shown up a lot more often, because some of them have some pretty cool changes. For an example, Alice nowadays, that we did see to actually replace that offlaner role, now has a good change for ultimate, where you're not waiting for the cooldown to actually make it work. It's just something that you toggle on and off. That's a pretty cool change.
That is really cool. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly jump into the second draft day of today. Could be the last round, could be the comeback one. We shall see, as this time Geek Fam still going to be on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban here. Will they ban out the ones we were looking for, or are they just going to stick with what they do best?
Your
Well, it looks like they're gonna stick with what they do best. They're just committing to these. They're committing to the bans that they have set up. Again, Natalia for the side of Geek Fam, definitely understandable, especially with how Natalia has been performing over the past 2 weeks. Orange Lourve Esports going to be deciding on what their next ban is going to be.
Yep, definitely for sure. Still trying to hold down the line. But then again, they played a really great game. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just went with the exact same bans which they had from the first game. Because I don't think there is a specific hero that Geek Fan was actually playing that was such a nuisance for them. So still sticking with the same bans from the previous game, they are going to go up for the Barat.
Yeah, I don't think Geek Fam is going to change too much here. And we're just going to have to see what it's going to be. But I do think that Hilda kind of deserves to go here.
Yes.
But then again, what are you giving up in response? The Uranus is going to be playable. That just means Selena might be actually picked up here. Even the Farsa, arguably. Esmeralda going to be the follow-up ban coming in from Geek Fam.
That means Orange Lourve Esports. Do they want to ban out the Uranus though? Now Uranus or Farsa, because that was the two bans they actually went and opt for the last game as well, for good reasons as well. Ooh. I don't think they will ban the Kali because the Kali wasn't like a huge threat for them in the previous game. Maybe in the lane, sure, it was a bit painful to deal with, but other than that, they still managed to went through with it.
Yeah, can they commit? Looks like they're banning out the Cho this time around. All right. So they're taking away flex picks. They took away the flex picks. If they're going to continue this up, then arguably Jawhead, but I don't think he's worth the ban.
No, he's not worth the ban unless Orange Lourve Esports wants to opt for any assassins pick up for themselves.
Ooh, that's true. That is true. I mean, to specifically now to ban out Cho, I'm guessing Orange. Yeah, the Way of the Dragon is a really powerful spell, and it's just one of those abilities where if you don't have to deal with it, what are you trying to prevent exactly? It could be they could want to go for an Angelo comp for themselves. They could be playing marksmen who are really, really immobile.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, looks like Geek Fan is going to be taking away the Kali. That means they are literally trying to force Orange Lourve Esports to either ban the Uranus or ban something else, because regardless of who Orange Lourve Esports is going to go for the ban, Geek Fan will take it for themselves. So now Orange have to choose Uranus or the Hilda or even the Farsa.
Uranus for sure. Now they've taken away two of the strongest EXP offlaners out of the table. What do they start off with? And not to mention that the Cho Flex pick has also been taken out for the side of Orange Lourve Esports. So Geek Fam, their start has to be right off the gates. What do they want?
They have an option for the Hilda. I don't think... No, they do not. They are not the team that actually first pick the Farsa. So we're looking at Hilda, and no, Yushin. No, they need to pick someone that's.
Yeah. Yushin would be a little too revealing. I do feel like Selena or Farsa is probably going to be the pick, but you know, let's see what they decide. I could just be thinking previous meta as well.
We're both of us are literally thinking for previous metas as well. But anyway, first pick is gonna be the Jawhead. That means Hilda is still up for Orange Lourve Esports to take if they want to, followed by the Chang'e as well.
Yeah, I mean, it would make complete sense if they wanted to do that, but one or the other, getting both of their mages now would be a little too linear, and it's going to be set up easily for Geek Fam to actually go on the counter picks.
What about the Hilda and Ruby here?
Hilda and Ruby? Yeah, that's doable. That's definitely doable. But I do feel like getting one of the mages is important now. Oh my goodness,
god,
no
we were just talking about it too.
No way. Why would they reveal both at the same time? I guess they really didn't want to give one of these picks over to Geek Fam here. So this is going to be a double mage composition, which might actually hurt them. But let's see how this goes.
Yes. And the worst part, in my mind, I regretted, like, why didn't I mention Farsa and Chang'e again? Why didn't I say that? Now it's here. Why is this happening? Why?
Why did it have to be like that sometimes? But I mean, I think it's all right, but it's putting a lot of questions in my head. Like, how badly do they want to have this counter pick set up? I mean, Geek Fam, they could go for the Selena if they wanted to. They're hovering over the Yuzong as well. Kagura also a really good shout as well.
That is very true. But also now it makes sense a little bit of why they went for the Cho ban as well, because they're like, not only Cho is really great at dealing with assassins, but he's also really great at getting on top of the Farsa. So I was surprised that Geek Fan didn't really go for the Hilda, but in this case, I guess Orange Lourve Esports, they're like, alright, we can either pick the Hilda for ourselves later on or ban it out, because Hilda, Sicilian, really great at dealing with the Farsa.
Yeah, now Ling is going to be the next pick for the side of the Orange Lourve Esports as their jungler of the team. This draft has gotten pretty interesting because now we're seeing, you know, a lot of different, more dynamic styles where they're not, you know, as linear as before. We can't even predict them most of the time. Orange Lourve Esports is going to be starting off the second ban phase with that Roger.
Definitely Roger for himself here for a good measure as well, because he's really great at escaping and also contesting against other assassins. Now the real question is this: do they want to ban the Hilda or the Cecilia, or just try to opt for the or even the Kufra here? But I don't think they'll ban the Kufra though. Very unlikely.
I don't think they have reason to for the side of Geek Fam, because if they wanted to pick it up, they'd probably pick it up for themselves.
No, I mean talking about Orange Lourve, but yes, sorry, yes, I forgot. Now it's Geek Fan's pick for the ban phase. So, who does Geek Fan want to ban?
It's a tough call. It's a really, really tough call because they don't have a lot of information to go off of. They just know that Orange Lourve is making sure that they don't get their hyper carries. They get rid of the Balmond here just to get rid of their strong side laners. A pretty good call from Geek Fam.
There is still the Boxer in the pool though.
I don't think it's going to matter as much because what are you really trying to stop besides Chang'e and Farsa in that Feather Airstrike mode?
It's just anyone that can actually get on top of the Farsa. Chang'e, yes, it's going to be a little bit difficult with the Meteor Shower. But Farsa in particular, if you're just able to force out like the Black Dragon, Boxer Shield Unity, Cho Shunpo, or even Hilda here who's literally able to just man up and just run in front of her face, any hero or even Cecilia who's able to just disposition here with the Sanguine Claws.
I was thinking about Cecilion initially for the side of Geek Fam as their first pick, but now that they're focusing on the offlaners, they get rid of the Ruby as well. So these are just options now. I mean, if Cho wasn't banned, that's probably what they were going to ban out, because previous game, Orange Lourve Esports were utilizing both Balmond and Cho to actually get that side split pushing going on pretty effectively.
Oh wait, now that I think about it, what happens if Geek Fam wants to go for a Garukacha here?
Oh, that's very doable. That's actually very, very doable. But now that they picked up that Thamos, I'm thinking like, you know what? Baxia doesn't look too bad.
Baxia, Gato, all really great initiators and also great to counter against the Farsa. Oh man, but at the same time, Geek Fam is also like in their carry roles here.
Well, you just have to have faith that Yuzong is still relevant.
I mean, he is relevant as a very situational hero pick right now. But either way, Fanny, jungle?
Fanny jungle? I'm kind of 50-50 on that.
Ooh, Alice. Okay.
Let's see what's it gonna be. Oh, it looks like it's gonna be the Lancelot. Is it going to be the Alice? Yes. And as I mentioned very early on today, I wanted to see an Alice, and it looks like I'm gonna get an Alice.
Oh man, now Orange Lourve Esports, they're trying to figure out since they existed, it's actually an assassin instead of a marksman. They're hovering over between Kufra or even the Hilda. What kind of playstyle or composition do they want to go up against another assassin here?
It's really tough to say, but it looks like they want to go for that early game, a little bit more of that early game. There's a lot of peel and a lot of harass coming in from Orange Lourve Esports in the form of that Chang'e as well as that Farsa. That's just a lot of artillery fire coming at Geek Fam.
Oh man, this is a really tough call. Like, let's be honest, if Geek Fam actually takes the initiative first, actually be super aggressive, which they can actually go for it, then yes, Orange Lourve Esports is going to have their back against the wall, because remember, regardless the amount of damage that's able to output from their team line, especially from Chang'e and Farsa, just one disposition is literally enough for them to lose all of their main firepower.
I don't know. We've seen a lot of compositions, but especially when it comes to this new meta, and especially with double mages, it's difficult because not one of them is actually going into the jungle role, both of which are going to be playing the mid lane and support. So the dynamic is going to be much more different compared to the previous compositions in the last patch, for sure.
Yes, for sure. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second game, or potentially be the last game as well, between Geek Fam and Orange Lourve Esports. Who's going to be taking the win? I have me and Gideon. I have no idea, but we are absolutely excited to see.
Let's get into this. Both teams already moving out. Let's see the openings from both sides to get a better idea of how they want to attack the map here. Ozoroveki going over to that top side. We can see Kuja and Nothing to Say moving towards bottom side.
Honestly, I can tell you this right now. It's really good to see Ozoroveki playing the safe side laners instead of his usual supports here. Really fresh.
Yeah, really, really fresh. And more importantly is that they are punishing the lanes very effectively. The Lancelot and Alice lane, very luckily enough, they actually got that proxy off before before Lancelot was able to, you know, get into that wave. So nicely done there for the side of Geek Fam, and they're getting very greedy as they're trying to take away this red buff very early on. Nothing to say, getting some good damage onto Zorn, forcing him back.
Dude, this is a really great pickup as well. Like, totally understanding the Kuja, totally understanding the fact that actually Damos is really great at clearing out the jungle here. Instinct was able to go for the op for that early invasion. Rumble instantly sees that, tries to reset the blue, but he's gonna be careful, he's gonna be punished by a lot of damage. There's a flicker, but thankfully enough, Dominus is there to save him from Nothing to Say.
Oh man, luckily Dominus was able to slow down Nothing to Say. If not, that would have been another free kill. It looks like they're going to get a 3-buff start for the side of Orange Lourve Esports. Some really great play down on the bottom side to really control that side of the map. And you can already see Zorn, he's only level 2 compared to GG, who's going to get level 3 right off of this camp.
Really amazing stuff coming to the mix here. Zorn literally has no choice but to go back to the middle lane, try to go for the farm, but Nothing to Say just being super aggressive with this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, they almost got in contact. Almost. If he's a little bit closer, the ejector would have jumped him right into... Is he not going to inject him right into tower? Okay, I guess not.
No, I guess he just learns his lesson from the previous game. It's like, alright, stop throwing the tanker under the tower. But he throws it, there's going to be a couple of arrests, but he walks into a bush and it's an instant shield.
Yeah.
But here comes GG with the Fin Voice to do quite amount of damage, but here comes the Lancelot as Zorn was able to zone him out with the Dawn Rose.
Oh, they're going to try and secure this kill? No, they don't. GG, he's going to hit the wave until he hits that level 4. Then might consider a dive if they're just too low. And Lancelot getting a bit greedy here. Walking up into the lane, 3-point Rose is going to be gone, but no dives coming in for the side of Orange Lourve Esports.
But once again, Kuja just taking all the jungle camps as much as possible on the bottom right side here, making this such a huge deposition for Zorn here. Seriously, he's having the worst of times.
Yeah, just the absolute worst. And Rumpel, no matter how hard he's trying, Orange Lourve Esports is just working out. They slowed down Zorn. They've taken away both of his buffs at this point in time, and now they're going to continue the oppression. They're playing this early game well, but Aim, he's going to be forced out by Dominus with the Yin Yang Overturn, and Zorn as well. He's following up pretty quick here. He wants to get on top of the right targets, and he finds Aim. Zoraveki responds with the Black Dragon as well, as HY forced to jump away. It's going to be a 2v1 situation here onto that top side. GG going up against Zoraveki. He has healing through his passive. Can he get a little bit more damage? No, unfortunately, he does not. And Geek Zorn, he's got to get on out of there, putting some pretty good lunges around and using it to his advantage to get that distance.
Anyway, Rumpel's going to be trying his best to zone out, Nothing to Say, and just look at Alice. Just constantly saying like, ours is just like, you know what, fine, you can tie a team. I'm going to try to do myself to split push and cut the creep away, but sending a little bit too much damage from the Feta Airstrike, alongside with 3 more members. Orange Lourve Esports will be able to punish Arts for overextending.
That's super unfortunate. Oh, Rumpel getting onto HY here. Zoraveki picking up that kill. Nicely done, but Zorn now in trouble. He could be going down the perfect execution, but unfortunately, that's going to be GG dropping the ult right on top of his face. Orange Lourve Esports continue to keep this fight up, and they want to use their artillery to their advantage as they sit on top of Turtle.
Oh, this is so painful as well, because Nothing to Say is just constantly in their face, you know, forcing them back, literally punishing them, and literally giving Geek Fam the hardest time with their lives here. And HY, he could just literally solo the lane, because with Meteor Shower, he could just clear the wave and just hog on the tower.
Yeah, but despite the way this game is going, I mean, it's a very small margin from between Geek Fam and Orange Lourve Esports in terms of net worth. Like, they're both attacking the opposite sides of the map. They're both trying to make this work out. Kuja, he takes a little bit of damage here, and Arts just wants to get on top of him, gets a stun off, and now with the Blood Ode to try and chunk him out, but it's not as strong as it used to be.
Definitely not as strong as it used to be, but anyway, Kuja was still able to hold 2 members down to the ball lane, buying enough time for G to try to go for the execute, dropping out the Tempest Blade, finds the man he was looking for. There it goes, Zorn! And now Arts has to clearly do his best to do as much damage as possible, but instantly Kuja will have to jump out with a Chasm Trample.
Yep, he sees Rumpel, but he goes in anyway. GG now in trouble. Rumpel not actually getting that ejector off in time. This is going to be super unfortunate. He actually throws a minion, almost picking up that kill onto GG, but GG is going to be walking away safe and sound. Rumpel, don't do it to him.
Oh man, but anyway, Koja is going to be committing the flicker just to get out, and Rumpel will be not able to get any kills at all. Committed a lot of spells, flicker included, still not able to find the constellation prize he was looking for.
Yep, but once again, using that flowing blood as a great escape mechanic. Nothing to say. He knows better than to try and catch him off guard. They are just ready.
No.
Yeah, he's... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, can he actually make it out of this? Nah, nothing to say. Still has his flicker. That was almost a really nasty outplay there, but that flicker is going to make all that difference. Zorovecki popping up that Black Dragon to disengage from a fight that he cannot win.
Really, in that situation, Dominus really had nothing to say because he tried his best, but nothing to say, it just has something to say otherwise.
The rest of the team just playing it slow, playing it steady, slowly getting those leads. Orange Lourve Esports 3K gold ahead of their opponents right now, looking to break into another. Kuja doing a phenomenal job down here at bottom, making sure Arts is so significantly behind, 2 levels behind him. Oh, 1 HP.
Man, that was absolutely insane, man. Dominating must too. If anyone could see that too, man, absolutely insane. Anyway, GG's gonna be able to pick up the Wind Talker. Gonna be doing even more nuisance, and nothing to say. Love the fact that his playstyle is very similar to Aeon. Very nuisance, such great annoyance as well, and ensuring that he's able to peel for the majority parts of his team.
Now, how does Geek Fam want to kind of approach this map? They're slowly losing all this control, and now Orange Lourve Esports basically have priority on any play that they want to make. And Geek Fam, they're just depending on both Dominus and Rumpel to make something happen, or at the very least, Zorovecki gets a good flank, but he's just been so tied up on that top side of the map that Orange Lourve Esports, look at bottom side. They need to deal with this Thamwas, but Arts, he just can't. He is 3 levels down.
Definitely for sure, and you must also understand at the same time too, like even if they were to send men towards this bot lane, this is exactly what Orange Lourve Esports was actually hoping to go for. Split the team, that way they can actually dive right into the fight. By the way, here got the Fat Astra doing significant amount of damage towards Zorovecki. He barely gets out of the fight alive, and Sally was not able to commit his ultimate to be disruptive in a potential fight. But here comes the ejector on top of Rumpel. Rumpel had to flicker and try to escape from this, and looks like he will.
Now, Flowing Blood coming in. Arts, he doesn't actually commit to it all the way. Zorn, he's going to get some good harass damage here as they pull back towards their side. Oh, this is not looking good. Kuja right in the middle of everyone, the molten sites as well, zoning them out from their buff, but that's just going to be that Alice is all by herself. Arts taking that Flowing Blood was not a good idea.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely not a good idea for sure. It must have really hurt. But I think GG is going to be able to try to split push, do a couple of damage before jumping away towards safety here. And our dear friend Kuja not joining a single one of these major team fights, still doing his job as the side laner as he split pushed the lane.
Yeah, once again, Rumpel just making it tough for Orange Lourve Esports to take away these buffs, resetting it constantly so that his team has time to kind of regroup together and then look to attack. But that's going to be 5 structures to nothing.
5-0 here at all. Here got the Feather Airstrike and the lockdown. Rumpel committed the ejector followed by the unstoppable force, but sadly enough, he's going to be down for a 1-for-1. Kuja will fall, but then again, you must also understand, Kuja has never joined inside any of the major fights, as the main damage dealer is actually GG and HY and AIM.
Yeah. Slow game so far, 8 minutes in, and it's just absolute domination of Orange Lourve Esports. Very slowly and methodically. They're not rushing these objectives. They are just waiting for the opportunity. And when they see Geek Fam mid-rotation, they bite straight away.
Oh yeah, definitely they bite it super hard too. But either way, now with an 8K goal lead coming from the side of Orange Lourve Esports and 6 towers to none, like you said, things are looking pretty good for the side of Orange. Oh no, Rumpel gonna wall run to the book. Sadly, he's not able to come in. He's ejected on aim. He finds nothing to say, but that's totally fine because right now, Geek Fam's own goal is just to melt anyone they're able to catch. But GG on the other hand, he has other ideas. Rumpel was able to eject him back. GG comes to Tempest of Blade, trying to escape from this while waiting for aim to get back that Feather Airstrike.
Kuja once again looking to jump onto Zorn. He's already in the middle of the fight. He's able to sustain through. The Black Dragon has already been popped into the back line, but that's not going to mean too much as the Feathered Airstrike needs to be redeployed. AIM just waiting for an opportunity to set up shop. The Meteor Shower going to be chucking out Arts. He can't take any more of this damage.
Really big amount of damage by GG. Coming back to the base as well. Unstoppable Force will be able to come in, followed by the ejector, but there is no follow-on on GG. GG gets a little bit down low. Instantly gets shut down. But look at the rest of the team. Chang'e and HY still a danger at large. No Black Dragon either, so the rest of the Geek Fam has to disengage and fall back. We're talking about a 1-for-2 though. But then again, that was a beautiful engagement coming from the side of Zorovecki as he was able to disrupt AIM before he can fully commit that full damage off that Feather Airstrike. Just unfortunately, AIM Feather Airstrike is on a really low cooldown.
He really is, and this is just gonna get tougher and tougher as the game goes by. We saw like this is a very slow, choking game, and that's really unfortunate to say the least because those are the most painful ones to lose. Like you know you want to have control over the game, but you just don't. But now with the technical pause, you're gonna be coming back right over to us while we discuss a little bit more about this game. I mean, overall, I don't know. This is a silent but deadly destruction of Geek Fam.
I mean, definitely for sure, because you must understand, Orange Lourve Esports totally understand the fact that should Geek Fam were to get even more items to sustain, to be able to outtank the amount of the initial burst coming from their magic nukers, then it will be a huge threat because at that point they're going to be able to out-tank all the damage. And
that's fair.
Versus backline. So that's why you see Orange Lourve Esports taking the initiative. They know that there's a risk of them dying, but they know that the amount of magic damage they can actually output based on their levels, not on their items, is significantly higher compared to their team.
Yeah, because the base damages just make sense, and at this point it's kind of balancing the amount of gold and EXP that has been separated to the lanes and now to the jungle, and that's a pretty interesting dynamic, the way that it's working out. Some teams have tried to still be like, you know what, you can still hyper carry, you can still throw the jungler in there, go into the gold lane, making sure that you have a good balance of both, but it really affects both lanes. And now, the way that they're handling it is, you know what, EXP by far more important because we can win more fights, and in that transition to early to mid, it just makes sense.
Definitely makes sense indeed. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're currently back into the game here. As just want to update any of you who just joined in, thank you all so much for joining us today, all our amazing viewers. Currently, Geek Fam is Orange Lourve Esports currently in the lead by 1 point, and this game will decide whether Orange Lourve is going to close out to 2-0 or Geek Fam turn things around.
This is going to be a tough one. That buff is not theirs. Oh, but Zorn with some quick fingers able to steal it just before the big hitters from Orange Lourve Esports rotated to that side of the map. And now they're going to be creating a secure perimeter that Geek Fam can't really get past here as they look to try and take Lord for themselves.
Now it all comes down to whether Nothing to Say is able to hold on the line long enough, because we saw also although yes, he got shredded down, but it wasn't as fast as supposed to be yet right now, folks.
Big yet. You can see Geek Fam, they know that Orange Lourve Esports want to be sitting on top of Lord, but they just aren't. They're making sure they're clearing up the waves, making sure that all the conditions are right. Now that it's all pushing, they can start actually doing the Lord right now and not lose too much.
Anyway, Nothing to Say, he knows Zorn is currently in the bush, going to be doing a little bit of damage here, followed by the Feather Airstrike. He's actually going to be able to force Zorn all the way to the back line. And now with this opening as well, I don't think they want to try to do the Lord just yet. They want to see if they're able to break any inhibitors before they go and do it.
I don't think so. I think they could have just sat onto Lord and just waited for the last 15 seconds so that it would become luminous by the 12th minute itself. Yep, Lord Enhanced right there. And now here comes the Feather Airstrike coming in. Once again, that secure perimeter that nobody really wants to walk across. Rumple as well, he's just taking so much damage off of the Feathered Airstrikes alone.
But anyway, Zorn currently back to the fire. The Zorn is going to be taken down all the way less than half HP. Rumble coming to the mix as well. GG, great decision to fall back a little bit, but he has to have his eyes on top of Zorn. Zorn, best part, Zorn got Zorn out. There is no retribution inside this fight, but Zoraveki is going to be able to force Kuja's trying his best to make sure the Lord doesn't actually get reset. Zoraveki turns all the way towards the back line, forcing the rest of the team to disengage. And with this, the Lord got reset. Really unfortunate, but still the damage output coming from the side of Orange Lourve Esports will be enough to secure it.
No, it's totally fine. This is exactly what they want. Lord has been slain, and now Rumple is caught out of position, forcing that flicker out of him. GG going into the middle of the fight, dropping his ultimate as well. Perfect. Execution comes through, but doesn't connect onto anybody. Dominus, he's pulled back already. Yin Yang Overturn has been expanded. GG. He took a good brunt of the damage, but luckily wasn't able to get hit by the follow-up, which would have killed him.
Definitely for sure, but either way, with Rumple out of the picture for 20 seconds here, they have to try to hold it down as long as possible. But I believe Orange Lourve Esports, with their playstyle, they're going to play a little bit safe and wait for this Lord to push all the way, at least midway, before they re-engage.
Can they make it through? Once again, they're taking damage from that flowing blood. Geek Fam, this game has definitely slipped out of their control. Now they just have to wait for Orange Lourve Esports to make that first mistake. And so far, macro-wise, it is looking sound. They are setting up things correctly. The perimeters they set up to kind of force them into these funnels, also really smart.
Yep. Anyway, GG is going to be picking up the Berserker Fury, so he's going to be critting way more than usual. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the Lord is here. And nothing to say, doing a great job pushing out that middle lane. Ooh, that top inhibitor is definitely going to be able to last so long. Federation going to be able to zone out a lot. Rumble gets a little bit too greedy, instantly gets assassinated away from GG. Now we're looking at a 5v4. Law gets a little bit down low, but their whole goal is just to go for the defense. Ars goes in with the flowing bar, pulls off the blood order, but sadly not going to be enough because it's a significant amount of damage. When the Trunker going to try to save his life by a little bit, but not good enough. Nothing to say, gets a little bit down low, but then again, he has the immortality, so he's totally fine sustaining. And also Becky chase the dragon, chasing after the Phoenix, but then again, he's out of position, out-zoned, right into the face of two base nukers. And there goes our dear friend Ozora Becky.
Oh, that was great. That small chase scene, oh, that was beautiful.
That was, yes, that was absolutely insane. But anyway, with this as well, all three inhibitors will fall. And now let's see whether Team Geek is able to hold down the line.
Yeah, they have to wait for the next two waves to see the mid wave is already gone, and now the side waves are coming in. Wonder why they made that change here. As Orange Lourve Esports look to try and close this game out. Zorn trying to dodge as much as they can. Dominus, unfortunately, nobody's there to body block him as that Meteor Shard comes through. They could try to end this game, nothing to say. He's still punching it hard. Flowing blood comes through with a blood ode. They're forced to move backwards. HY. Oh, nothing to say. Actually coming back with the immortality, managing to flicker on out of there. Still not another kill going over to Geek fam.
Oh, gotta be careful as well because Ozora Becky has the Black Dragon. He can go for the chase once again. Anyway, Zorn trying to see if he can do a little bit of damage. Rumble dives in the mix. He wants GG. Pops the Tempest to play. No more rejected as well. Really beautiful timing before it sets it down. Ars on the other hand gets almost melted down by HY and will eventually get it with the glowing one. In fact, here comes Rumble with the ejector, going to be able to toss Koja all the way to the bound back. But sadly, Rumble will fall. But Orange Lourve Esports, they're trying to do their best to hit the crystal, but looks like Zorn barely gets it on as GG gets a triple kill for the team. Minions are hitting the waves, and looks like Orange Lourve will take 2-0 away from Geek fam of Malaysia.
Well played, GG. Oh my goodness. Orange Lourve Esports with such clean macro against Geek fam. That was really, really nice. 2-0. They are looking strong.
Dude, really well played stuff here. And Orange Lourve Esports definitely looking absolutely solid, especially with the patch update. But then again, it has been 1 week, so a lot of this team has the time to really go for the research. But other than that, looking really strong and knowing full well what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, that composition was looking like, initially I had my doubts, especially when you had with the Chang'e as well as the Farsa. I thought that was like super, super greedy.
Very greedy. Insane.
I mean, it worked out. Yeah. It worked out pretty well. The harass, it just crushed people.
Yeah, it really does because they don't really have anyone to can actually get on top of the Farsa instantly and quick enough compared to heroes like Cho. Although yes, Black Dragon, we saw a few times that Ozora Becky was able to disrupt the Farsa, but it's not a definite solution.
Well, I think, hopefully we see it in the replay, in the highlights itself, but a lot of it had to do with how that early game was being played. They were attacking one side of the map, they were attacking the opposite side of the map, but immediately you could see right off the bat, Thamos as well as... Is Kuja playing on the Thamos as well as... Oh, it's not coming to me. It's not coming to
Hilda.
me. And Hilda as well, actually going for that initial proxy down on bot side before transitioning and taking away the buff, that really slowed Zorn down.
Yes, it really does. And at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlight brought to you by Yudu, powered by Cellcom. So anyway, Ozora Becky was able to pull off a beautiful Black Dragon to disengage. Same goes to the top lane as they were able to pick up members one by one. But then again, the aggression has already, in the early game, has already been made and already set in motion, allowing Orange Lourve Esports to just constantly be on a madhouse.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the way they are controlling the map. Look, if they could just pause it here, that would be great. But, in the map itself, you can see how clear that jungle was. That was the only buff that they could contest for. And Geek fam, they need every bit of that currency. And it was just so impossible for them to actually make it out into their own jungle lines unless they made a mistake like that, for an example. They ended this game with only 6 kills. Wait, no, actually more than that. 8 kills, if I remember correctly. But it's such a slow build-up. Like, 15 minutes into this game, only netting themselves 6 to 8 kills. Not exactly the best kill score overall in comparison to Orange Lourve, who just basically zoned them out from the beginning to the end. Kagura, I don't think is not the greatest pick here. I would have preferred the Selena a little bit more because she is just completely outranged by both of these mages.
Yes, sadly enough, Selena got banned now, so just really unfortunate. But then again, I still think, like, besides the drafting, I still think it's just the mechanical plays coming for Orange Lourve Esports. Slow, yes, but totally understanding what they can actually try to go for and the potential of their heroes, they really scale off with that early game. Especially when Kuja totally understanding that the fact that, okay, I'm a Damos, I cleared the jungle, not as fast as before, but I still clear quite fast, and he went for that solo jungle clear in that for the red side, denying Zorn that red buff.
But I love the confidence coming out of Orange Lourve Esports, especially in games like this where it's this close. Yes, they do have a 13k goal lead, but prior to that, this was a very difficult position because a lot of the members, if they end up dying, it's going to be a super long cooldown. They can't afford to make any mistakes at this point of the game, especially when they're trying to close it out. Geek Fam make the smart play, clearing out the waves as quickly as possible and not letting it get to that crystal, but they sacrifice way too many people, and look at how low they are. That could have easily gone into the favor of Geek Fam.
Definitely for sure. Oh, it's just really amazing stuff coming from over the Steve here, but sadly enough, Orange Lourve will be taking the upper hand because they are just a little bit more aggressive in that early game compared to Geek Fam. But anyway, itemization-wise, I want to see what's this Theodore building this time. Oof, a lot of healing. Garden Helm,
so much.
Oracle, Curse Helmet, yikes.
Yeah, I mean, that early game was very, very rough, and even Zorn, he didn't even manage to get into that level 15 mark, and he's just struggling in general. Zoraveki actually netting himself more gold than the carry, the person who was supposed to carry the game.
Yeah, man, just... Oof. But either way, cool stuff coming from both of this team as well. Like, although yes, the network was definitely heavily favourable towards the side of Orange Lourve Esports, but I still love the fact that even Zorn, despite having not the best early start, he still managed to try to bring this back to the game for himself and his team though.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, well, you have to really give props to Orange Lourve Esports. They've come a very long way to get to this point. Like, if you compare them now compared to when we saw them in weeks 2 and 3, this is the cleanest game we've seen so far coming out of Orange Lourve Esports. And even last week, there was still, you know, a little bit of concern here and there about whether or not they would be able to pull through. But I think now this is going to give a lot of Orange fans a lot more confidence.
Well, a lot of confidence for sure. But then again, you know, it just could be the audience prediction.
Once again, audience predictions, getting it again.
Yeah, getting it again. Let's put another point for that team. By the way, this is the post-game stretch for the last game between Geek Fam and Orange Lourve Esports. Your rich guy will be Kuja. The carry will be Aim with the most amount of damage. Sandbag is going to be Rumple, who tanked the most inside the game. And the forgotten one with the most amount of assists will be Aim. Now, let's talk a little bit about the lineup composition here. Like, what do you think compared to both of the team, or you want to talk just about one in particular?
Well, I mean, obviously, I would have definitely preferred to see, you know, Selena actually show up this time. It was open, but they decided to give Dominus. The Kukuro because I'm guessing he felt a little bit more comfortable. Felt a little bit more like, hey, that Yin Yang overturn could really help peel off both Famos as well as the Hilda. At the end of the day, it really was just Farsa and Chang'e just using that artillery fire. There is literally nobody who could close that distance except for Yuzong, and even when they did, that front line is really tough to get by.
Yes, indeed. Like, that's why I'm just thinking, right? Like, sure, you're mentioning the Kogura. I just feel I'm not a big fan of Alice because there was not sure she is great right now, but she's really cool as well with what Moonton really did with her. But there were other options. By the way, just to remind you guys again, Geek Fam were the one who actually had the first 2 picks first before the side of Orange Lourve.
Yeah.
So they could have opted for the Hilda, Kufra, Boxer. There were many still in the pool who could actually get on top or behind towards the back line, without being disrupted too much compared to the rest of the team here.
I mean, it's really annoying to see, but it looks like the way that Orange Lourve Esports actually bothered to kind of, you know, adjust their lanes, making sure that the Thamus was going up against the Alice, and instantly knowing, hey, we need to start proxying this wave. Alice has by far the weakest level 1, and they punished that weak link, and that's what Orange Lourve Esports did very, very well. Geek Fam on the other side, they didn't defend very, very well.
Yeah.
And even though they were attacking that top side very hard, it really didn't net them anything.
And the best part about it is, well, the decision coming up from Kuja too as well. Like, noticing that Zorn didn't really go for the red buff instantly. He's just like, alright, I can clear fast, let's steal this red. I know, although yes, Rumple's answer was, alright, if they're going to be taking all 3 buff, I would try to delay this third one, which he resetted the blue, by the way.
Yeah.
But he paid his life for it.
That's the thing. It's one of those moments where you gotta have to make the best decision at a time. But it's time for the MVP. Let's have a look at the man himself from Orange Lourve Esports. It's going to be Aim with his absolutely destructive artillery fire from that feathered airstrike on his Farsa, 19% of the total team gold earned, 4,358 damage per minute.
I don't know how many times we actually witnessed like a majority of the team actually had to fall back because aim is just like, they'll be like, hey, we cannot get towards aim. Like every time Ozora Vacuum wants to get a jump onto him or even pop the Black Dragon transformation, there's always the Hilda locking him down and preventing him from going with that channel.
Yeah.
There was only that one time Ozora Vacuum was able to do it because he had to commit the Fierce Dive to get all the way back towards his back line. Go for the channel and instantly, just a beautiful timing as well as aim was just initially popping off the Feather Asteroid. Other than that, he was just pretty much, the only time we ever saw him getting close to aim was pretty much that bird chase.
Yeah, it really did come down to the early game for me. Like, the more I see it, the more it becomes very evident that the early game is just way too important, especially since that hyper carriers aren't able to get ready and get really strong really quick. But it looks like it's time to talk with the winning team here, Orange Lourve Esports. Let's throw it over to the man himself, Lafell. Please, my dude, take it away.
Kita daripada team Orange Lourve Esports, GG
Iya, GG.
Okay, so GG. Soalan pertama, okay, game pertama tadi, Geek Fam, mereka punya draft nampak pelik sedikit. GG ada apa-apa pendapat tentang draft Geek Fam pada game pertama yang mereka ada Angela?
Gimana?
Game pertama Geek Fam, mereka punya draft, adakah GG rasa pelik ataupun biasa aja?
Aku rasa biasa aja, cuma itu draftnya kalau menurut aku harus ke arah late game. Kalau early dia agak kurang, soalnya dia bawa Angela sama Cecilion.
Ya, memang betul. Dan kita boleh nampak tak ada apa-apa sangat yang Team Geek Fam boleh lakukan. So, soalan kedua, Orange Lourve Esports awal-awal mungkin nampak kurang kuat. Tapi kebelakangan ni, Orange Lourve Esports makin meningkat performance dan berjaya untuk mengalahkan Team Geek Fam 2-0. Jadi, macam mana perasaan satu tim selepas peningkatan yang mendadak macam ni?
Perasaan satu tim yang pastinya bangga karena kita semakin hari makin meningkat.
Okey, dan soalan yang terakhir. Game yang terakhir tadi ambil dua match terlebih dahulu, terus ambil Chang'e dan juga Farsa. Adakah memang dua match ni bagus ataupun nak memastikan Geek Fam tak ambil salah satu match ni?
Menurut kami dua match itu bagus untuk secure mid game ke late game-nya. Jadi susah musuh buat masuk ke dalam.
Don't worry, we got you covered, Lafell, this time around. It looks like our mic died, unfortunately, but don't worry, we're gonna help you translate what exactly transpired in that interview itself. So they did bring up some good points here. Number one, when they did double pick those majors, Chang'e as well as Farsat, Lafell made the question, oh, so did you want to deny them both of these picks, or is it naturally good? And, you know, GG's reply definitely was very interesting, saying, yes, it helps you secure the mid to late game, but I did think there was such an impact at level 4 itself that's very hard to deny.
It's really hard to deny as well, like, even though they don't really have a significant amount of items, just the amount of damage they're able to output as well from both of these two heroes is absolutely insane. Although, yes, not really significant enough to easily burst down someone, but the damage is there. And remember, we're talking about like a 5v5 kind of situation. So, especially quite an amount of execution skills coming from some of the teams here. So, very scary.
Very scary indeed. But also, usually Lafell likes to kind of give it away for the, for the player to actually shout out to everybody out there. So instead, I'm going to be doing it for GG, especially for all the fans of Orange Lourve Esports. Thank you so much for actually supporting their team. And more importantly, the Indonesian fans who also might be watching some of their favorite players who have come over to the MPL-MY SG. Welcome. Stick around, please. And also keep supporting your favorite teams, especially Orange Lourve Esports. So besides that, this really does show that the meta has kind of overturned in itself, where, double mage strategies, picking up both Chang'e and Farsa is potentially viable.
True, yes. Ooh, but I guess in this situation it sort of works because there is no one to actually, like I said before, there's no one to actually get on top of them during the game. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the standing to see exactly where do they stand. It looks like Orange Lourve Esports, they are going to be shooting all the way up to the top here, to the 5th place here.
Ooh, they are just etching it out against Team SMG, taking their spot in 5th place. That's a little unfortunate, of course, but you know, it's pretty good. It's pretty good if you're Orange Lourve Esports. They're in the middle of the pack. Definitely they wanted to be in that top 3, but hey, this is going pretty well.
But then again, it was extremely close to Divinity and Team Boskur though. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether Divinity Esports is able to turn things around, or even Team Boskur against Geek Fam here with the next last 2 days here of the MPL regular season.
Yeah, and please, I cannot emphasize this enough. Please stick around for these streams so that you're not going outside. We've got a pandemic going on, and the more you're watching MPL, I really hope you're watching it from home because it is not that safe to be out there.
Yeah, it's not safe at all, seriously. It's absolutely insane. There's a lot of things going on, so... And also at the same time, don't forget to drink water because...
Please do.
Yes, please do. Because not because it's my banner or anything, but it's always important to stay hydrated. I love how you just giggle it. You just sneered at me.
I can only do it when the standings are up so they don't see me. So the audience doesn't see me in live looking at you be like, this guy. This guy. But yes, thank you so much for everybody for making this happen. And more importantly, please do stay safe during this pandemic time. It is a tough time and we're going to make it through as gamers together. Doesn't matter who you are or what you are, just don't do the stupid like I did.
Oh, man.
Don't do the stupid. It's as simple as that. Don't do the stupid.
That is true. Don't do the stupid. But,
like, that's the most caveman term I can come up with at this point of time. It's like, don't be dumb. It's like, don't do the stupid. But yes, one more time, looking at the standings, TODAK sitting on the top spot, Resurgence in 2nd, Red Reborn in 3rd, EVOS in 4th, Orange Lourve Esports in 5th, Team SMG in 6th place, Geek Fam in 7th, Divinity Esports in 8th, Team Boskur in 9th, Forsaken in 10th. Get ready, remember this, because by Sunday, this could change.
Definitely going to be changed as well. So, really excited on how to see the standings will change. I mean, definitely for the top 4. Actually, no, yeah,
You're sweating a little bit like, oh boy.
Yeah, I just suddenly recall myself, like, Resurgent, Red Reborn, and Evo is extremely close with each other. I mean, sure, the top 4 between the teams may not change, but the positioning-wise will dictate how they're going to be like inside the upper bracket for the playoff.
You know, a big point out that I want to, that so far a lot of teams haven't been able to get very effectively is that 2-0. The fact that EVOS SG was able to just 2-0 so many of their games, they have really set the gap between 4th and 5th, even though the score is similar. That's why these 2-0s make such a difference when it comes to the standings.
Yes, and I also love the fact that game win rate is just very even. 65%, 65%. The only difference was this match win rate between EVOS and the upper 2, 2nd and 3rd place. It's only 57% instead of the 75. But, oh.
It's gonna be super interesting. It's gonna be super interesting. These, especially for the top 4, they won't be able to, you know, push TODAK off of that, you know, pedestal in 1st place, but they can still fight for 2nd. It's better seeding. It's not about how you end in the regular season. Yeah, it's about how much of an advantage you're creating for that playoffs, because no one's gonna remember the regular season when you're the champion.
Ooh, that is so true. But then again, also we won't remember who actually didn't make it to the playoffs. Oh,
that's a really, wow, that's actually really dark. Oh my goodness, I would never thought of it that way. I really didn't think of it. That's actually kind of messed up.
But sadly, it is the truth. That's why
only the strongest will survive.
No, it's not the strongest will survive. It's that saying where, because the history is written by the winners, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah. No one's gonna. Oh man. No one's gonna remember how bad Saiyan Reborn was in the regular season of Season 2. That was rough.
That was rough.
That was real rough. Actually, wait, no. Was it Season 2? No, it was Season 3. I am just.
No, wait, hold on. Let's just rewind back to the year. Yes, it's Season 3, the one where Harry was super strong.
Yep. That was the time. Nobody remembers their performance then, because everybody did not believe in them until they won. So, you know, it's something to take into consideration as we are moving ever so closely to those sweet, sweet playoffs.
But then again, it's actually the entire lineup of Team Red Reborn is actually pretty much very new, because they were the previous members. They were actually the old overseas for Reborn, right, from last season.
Yeah, it's really just the Reborn that has that similarity. Besides that, it's a completely different roster.
Different roster.
Yeah, but honestly, I really am super excited for this playoffs. And, you know, looking at these teams, like, especially the performance that Lourve has shown today, if they can bring that all the way to that playoff section, it's going to be so tight.
Yes, unless Moontoon has another thing to say about it, you know, like,
One more patch. It has to be another one of those patches. Patch Emmer comes down real hard. Well, I really hope that they don't come out with too many changes because a lot of these players are just trying to figure out what they should be playing for this current meta itself. But here is tomorrow's schedule. If you guys don't know just yet, starting off week 6, day 2, it's going to be Divinity versus TODAK in their first match of their day. Bosku versus EVOS. That's going to be a really tough bout if they don't want to be sitting down in that lower part of the bracket. Orange Lourve Esports versus Forsaken.
Oh man, that's going to be a really, really tough one as well, especially for Divinity Esports, who is literally barely just 2 points away from catching up here. So, tough one against Team TODAK for sure. Top standing teams.
You never know.
But the second game, I'm very interested.
Yeah, Bosco against EVOS. Recently, Bosco has been looking a little bit better than what, you know, the previous performances we've seen thus far. But up against someone as consistent as EVOS, I say consistent and they have 3 losses under their belt, no big deal. But yeah, overall, I do think EVOS, very consistent team. It really comes down to whether or not they're going to be performing on that day against Bosco.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about anything that's related to Bosco because it just cost me my hair, it cost me it cost Terrace to be super jacked up. It cost LaFell
He's
to be
still not jacked up
great
after.
martyr.
Oh, I bet he's Oh no, that's too mean to say on live. On live, that's way too mean. I'll tell you later. But yeah, overall, yeah, you gotta be careful because Team Bosco can really just spin it on top of on people's heads. And now that, you know, I don't know whether the meta change, not meta change, but the patch has kind of changed the meta in this sense, and whether has it evened the playing field or has this set Bosco behind? And I feel that's going to be the question as we are going to be asking throughout the week.
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult thing to say. But anyway, only 2 more days for especially our bottom 2 teams here if they really want to secure that 8th place to go towards this playoff. Really excited to see who is going to be taking that spot because Divinity Esports and Bosco, they have a lot of big teams and at this point it's literally mountains to climb over here.
Yeah, way too difficult. But remember, please stay at home, watch the MPL for all we care. Just stay safe. Don't do the stupid. I cannot say this one. PSA, just don't be dumb. Don't go out. Just chill at home. Watch MPL if you have to because this is the best quality content of MLBB you're going to be getting. So remember, everybody, my name is Getting Q. This is YOLO Lee. Any last words?
Oh, any last word? Very simple. Stay home, enjoy, make sure to take care of yourself, and of course, don't forget to drink water because we all here at the Castle Dash care about you and your health. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be all for us for today. See you guys tomorrow.
Saya pun tak tahu untuk jadi legend player ni macam mana tau. Mungkin dia capai something yang sangat besar.
A person that has the most titles under his belt.
Don't ever give up lah. Itu definisi seorang legend. So bila ada masa free macam malam-malam, saya main ML ni. Apa yang memotivatekan saya adalah daripada segi sumber kewangan yang diberi daripada game ni.
I felt like I'm a good player. That's when I decided to go competitively.
Betul ke main Mobile Legends ni ataupun involve dalam e-sport ni boleh datangkan career yang stabil?
Hey, when they ask about my job, right? Always first thing they'll ask, huh? Gaming can earn money, man?
Saya terpaksa jual akaun saya sebab dia terlampau marah.
It is more sustainable to pursue a career in other fields.
Saya memang daripada dulu dah impian saya memang nak jadi the best player in Malaysia.
And then winning MPL is something everyone will want to continue to win.
Saya akan terus usaha lah untuk capai kejayaan champion. Itu memang saya punya objektif.
Saya rasa saya boleh jadi legend dalam Mobile Legends ni. Satu hari nanti Malaysia akan jadi